This is Lorne Lanning. Hailing from Long Island, New York, he has a love for painting, did commission work for commercials and theme parks, graduated from California Institute of the Arts with a bachelor in character animation, and he's both the co-founder and lead creative visionary behind Oddworld Inhabitants. In 1994, he and his colleague Sherry McKenna got together with the intention of starting up a game development company, putting their collective experience in the film industry to work in a new medium to tackle the kinds of projects they couldn't in movies. Their debut project was 1997's Oddworld Abe's Oddysee, a cinematic 2D platformer boasting the innovative GameSpeak system, dynamic artificial intelligence, and some incredible art direction. While widely considered a classic among the titles on the original PlayStation, many people's memories about it seem to be a little hazy as to what actually happened in it, though many will recall the very memorable interactions between Abe and his brethren.
Hello, follow me, okay.
Abe's Oddysee is a game that has always been a curiosity for me growing up. It was something I watched my older brother and some family friends play a lot in the late 90s and early 2000s. I was mesmerized by the world, the look of the creatures, the dozens of unique elements in the world, the screen-by-screen level design, and yet I never actually played it myself for the longest time because the sheer brutality of the deaths and how fragile Abe was kind of terrified me. Granted, I was someone who, growing up, was terrified of Brio's monster form from Crash Bandicoot and the metal sharks from Spyro 2, so make of that what you will. I wasn't one of those people braving the Spencer Mansion or the streets of Silent Hill at the ripe old age of 8, that's for sure. It wasn't until 2007, 10 years after its release, when I finally picked it up on PC and played through it for the first time myself, and I must have played through it at least 4 times that year alone. Abe's Oddysee is quite simply such a captivating game with one of my favourite settings in fiction and some top-tier visual design, and today it's going to be put through the in-depth look-at treatment. This video will serve as a review, breakdown, and walkthrough all in one, so I can hopefully provide both some new details and insight for old players and a comprehensive guide for new ones. Most of the footage you'll be seeing is of the PC release of the game, because the keyboard controls are my preferred way to play. Visually, a lot of the assets are also generally higher quality, with many of the screens and sprites in the PS1 version being filled with a bit more noise and grain. Gameplay content-wise, it's identical to the PlayStation 1 version though, so don't go worrying about that. Let's get started. To start off, I'll be covering a bit of the development history leading up to release. If you're only interested in the actual game portion of the video, use the timestamps in the description or the chapter feature to skip ahead. Before Oddworld Inhabitants, Lorne Lanning and Sherry McKenna were both veterans in the special effects industry, dabbling in film, TV, and theme park attractions for Universal. The premise of Oddworld from the beginning was envisioned by Lanning over the course of 7 years, described as disparate tales in a fantastical setting, with him wanting them to gravitate around the central theme of the degradation of the human soul at the expense of consumerism and entertainment. Metaphorically speaking, taking place in a world with no humans in it and all. This is where the idea of the Oddworld quintology stemmed from. Lanning pitched his story to McKenna, who was enthralled by his ideas and wanted to adapt them to film, but Lanning insisted, no, we're going to make 5 games. McKenna roundly rejected this idea initially, as her view on video games at the time was as how many adults viewed the medium in the 90s. Violent and reprehensible flashy toys aimed at 12-year-old boys that reward you for killing and being the bad guy. She couldn't imagine giving up her career to pursue something like that, especially coming from a medium where visual effects were held under such a critical lens, while games at the time were by and large very primitive in both visuals and function. It took a lot of convincing over a period of 2 years, but Lanning's pitch saying that he could make a game with the visual fidelity of a film helped convince McKenna to get on board. They would need around $3.5 million to kickstart this endeavor, and McKenna said if Lorne were able to do that, she would join him. Lanning was able to secure the funding through investors by making the promise that his grand visions could be achieved as the games industry was about to make the step from the 16-bit era into the 32-bit era, and all the opportunities that came from the extra space CD-ROMs provided compared to cartridges. Once this funding had been secured and McKenna had been convinced, the two of them set to work on this grand new venture, Lorne being the leading creative visionary and McKenna being savvy with handling finances and running a team. After establishing Oddworld Inhabitants in 1994 and bringing on a staff of just over 30 employees, production on the game began in 1995. It initially started under the working title of Soulstorm, where each subsequent entry in the quintology would have another number slapped underneath it. It stuck around for a while before GT Interactive picked up the publishing rights, and it was later rebranded as Oddworld Inhabitants Epic 1 starring Abe to more directly tie into the grander vision for the quintology. It was changed again to the more simplified Oddworld Abe's Oddysee, a neat bit of wordplay with the deliberate misspelling of Oddysee, though probably also led to many people misspelling it like that for years not knowing any better. See also 1998's Medieval. Lorne Lanning was still very clearly attached to the title of Soulstorm though, since it was later used again for the leading product scene in the sequel, Oddworld Abe's Exoddus, and eventually coming full circle with the sort of but not really remake named, well, Oddworld Soulstorm. True to his theme of the degradation of the human soul at the expense of consumerism, the concept of Abe's story was based on Lorne Lanning's time in New York. During his youth in New England, he liked getting out into the forest and hanging by the creeks and rivers, seeing the thriving ecosystem and all the wildlife, but he also recounted occasionally seeing some of the more devastating signs of man's impact on the environment, like a lake whose water was crystal clear but all the fish had died due to acid rain. His disillusionments with industry were also brought about during one of his many jobs. He described it as such. Quote, "One soundbite to sum up Abe's situation. You thought you had a good job. This is also parallel to our own experiences. What was interesting to me is how decent people all over the world are involved in work that is ultimately affecting us all in destructive ways. I used to work in the South Bronx, in the fruit and produce terminal of the entire New York tri-state area. I was paid to load and unload trucks with forklifts, etc. It was like the third world in some ways because I drove through the city and took the subway and there were hungry people everywhere. At work we had to dump 27 tons of cantaloupe off the edge of the dock. This kind of thing was routine. It was because of some business practices and legislation about what were acceptable methods of dealing with excess. I would watch cantaloupe juice run through the parking lots, inches thick, and be hit by the irony that people were starving right outside the gate, and we couldn't give all this food to them. It really bothered me." End quote. Speaking as someone who worked in a decently sized grocery store for 6 years who was involved with sorting damaged goods, yeah, it is kinda crazy how much waste comes out of it. Some damaged packaged goods could still be salvaged and donated to our local food bank. Most of it unfortunately was not. The overwhelming amount of milk I had to pour down drains, all the eggs we were told to toss just because a few on the carton got damaged, rubbish bags filled with miscellaneous stuff off the shelves, not to mention the dumpsters filled with baked goods that didn't sell fast enough. And that's just in teeny tiny New Zealand. I can only imagine the scale of how much worse it would get in your average Walmart. The 80s and 90s were truly a time rife with media focused on the environment, trying to reach a broader audience through entertainment. Problem is that most of it was rubbish. For every gem like Abe's Oddysee or Final Fantasy VII, there were 5 turds like Captain Planet, Fern Gully, or the Smoggies if you really want to get obscure. One of the bigger differences being that Abe's Oddysee doesn't beat you over the head being overly preachy about it, and it's better remembered for it. The environmental message is absolutely there, but it uses allegory effectively instead of just pointing to a parallel of our world and saying pollution bad. It uses fantastical exaggeration to touch on topics such as the decadent ruling class exploiting resources and the lower class for their own gain, the logical endpoint of hyper-consumerism driving species to extinction, and even colonialism to an extent given the dynamic between the native Mudokons and the Magog cartel. Despite the very bleak setting, it still manages to inject just enough humor into it to provide levity without compromising the tone too much. Something that, if I'm being honest, this game managed far better than both of its successors. What makes this all the better is that it isn't the setup to some boilerplate story about an underdog resistance rising up to overthrow their oppressors. One of the key elements of Abe as a character was how ultimately helpless and out of his depth he was in all this, deliberately so, being on the bottom of the food chain. The fate of an entire race left in the hands of a beanpole floor waxer with the combat capabilities of an anemic lemming. This was portrayed excellently in some of the magazine ads from the game. In a carnivorous world where communication is key, you are a walking snack with his mouth sewn shut. In a dog-eat-dog world where escape is your only option, your ride wants you off his back. In a world run by meat barons and corporate scum, your entire race is pie-filling. And my personal favourite from the back of the box, in a lush world of diabolical danger where everyone wants to eat you, you're the skinny guy with no weapons. Since the original game doesn't directly explain it, the reason that Abe is the only Mudokon with stitched up lips is that as a child he would cry a lot. Being a factory-born slave, that kind of weakness would eventually see him killed, so his mother sewed his mouth shut to help keep him alive. I choose to believe that Abe has the sort of mumbly voice that he has because of that.
My whole life changed in just one day.
Sherry McKenna said that she liked the idea of Abe being a less conventional hero, and the kind of character that could also be appealing to girls and grandparents. I can't speak on how true that may be, but an old friend of mine always said she thought Abe was cute in his own way, so I guess there's merit to that. The name of Abe, or Abraham, is a biblical one, so inspiration would have been derived from the story in the book of Genesis, involving Abraham heeding a call from God to a promised land where he is to inherit and become a father of faith. Not to be confused with the promised land Moses was called to in the book of Exoddus. That was certainly on brand for the sequel, but Oddworld Abe's Genesis didn't have the same ring to it. I mean, come on, you can't make odd puns out of that. The name Abraham could also be an allusion to President Abraham Lincoln for what he's well known for: getting shot in the back of the head. Oh, and freeing the slaves, I guess. Did you know Abe's full name is Abraham Lure? I had no idea before now, but that was apparently something that came up really early in the design process, and Oddworld Soulstorm would later cement this as canon. An excerpt from the Abe's Origins art book mentions that Abe went through a few name ideas, including Aberman, Abraham Lure, Aben, Prophet, and Monkfish. Monkfish reportedly stuck at some point, and many employees at Oddworld inhabitants were so distraught by this that they left hundreds of post-it notes all around the office with Abe written on them, in an overt way to get Lorne Lanning to change his mind. In the kitchen, in the bathroom, under his mouse, in his voicemail, inside his wallet. Despite all that, he had apparently already settled on Abe as the name. I don't know how true that is, but it's an amusing story all the same. As far as concept art and visuals go, Abe's Oddysee has some of my favourites. I jumped on the Abe's Origins art book Kickstarter a few years back.
There I am, Gary, there I am!
Because that original Art of Oddworld Inhabitants book is, a little outside of what I'm willing to fork over. Between some of the pencil sketches and paintings to 3D renders, there's a treasure trove of great art in here, from Abe's Oddysee all the way to Stranger's Wrath. The character designs have always been among my favourites, with Abe being lovably dopey as established. But then you have the variety of monstrosities in the wilds. They're like earth animals pushed through a nightmare you get after eating bad seafood. Scrabs are like if horses were crustaceans and also fucking jacked. Paramites are fleshy spiders the size of dogs. And what passes for dogs look like they got crossbred with a dinosaur and all their skin fell off. I love how they're creatively grotesque in a way that they come back around to being really appealing to look at. The visual design of Abe's Oddysee is held up by a meshing of design mentalities, that everything looks otherworldly and exaggerated while also looking realistic without falling into the uncanny valley. While many of the locations are relatively grounded in our reality, they're still portrayed in a manner that makes everything feel grander, like the overwhelming scale of Rupture Farms and Terriers or the exaggerated cliff faces of Scrabania. The environmental design of Oddworld was held together by a set of commandments established by Lorne Lanning and production designer Farzad Vaharamyan as follows. All images must be realistic. All images must have solidarity. All images must be original. All images must be cool. All images must evoke emotion, and all images must look alive. This translated across beautifully in game, where I cannot think of a single dull screen. No two screens are the same, and every area of the environment has a degree of care and detail that go beyond their life as 3D renders. From all the wear and tear and blood splatters around Rupture Farms, to the warm sunset of Scrabania, the dank and musty gloom of the Paramonia temple, and the deep dark of the Free Fire zone. Even though the level design renders would have been cobbled together as a greater whole during production, each individual screen frames the environments like a series of vignettes. Everything is purposely framed and visually communicated with the utmost care to accommodate the gameplay and level design on top of the presentation. During the PS1 era, Sony was making a hard push for 3D graphics for the sake of advertising the power of the console, which did create a bit of pushback from series still sticking to the realm of 2D. It's a long story. But for some of the younger viewers here, just know the console wars used to be a lot more serious business than the overglorified pissing contest we saw in the 2000s and beyond. Despite this push for 3D, Lorne Lanning was steadfast in the idea that 2D games still hadn't reached their full potential. They were still capable of looking far better than anything the PlayStation could muster in the third dimension with this new hardware. And he was certainly onto something there, because boy, even a generation later, many of the 3D games on the PlayStation 1 look like deep-fried Lego, and play even worse in many cases. And that's coming from someone who grew up with the PS1. Could you imagine how much less appealing Abe's Oddysee would be if it was made in PS1 era 3D graphics? There are still plenty of titles from that era that still look and even play just fine to this day, but it's undeniable that much of the 2D output on the PlayStation has best stood the test of time. That Tombi game, for instance, that was pretty cool. I may have mentioned it once or twice. A lot of inspiration was clearly taken from other cinematic platformers of the era, like the original Prince of Persia, Another World, and Flashback, all games that put emphasis on giving the control and animation of the player characters some deliberate heft and weight to their movement. Abe's Oddysee has a very balanced approach to this, where he has a lot of weight to him, but also comparatively controls a lot more responsively, since the game requires you to pull off a lot of moves in fast succession at times. It has a good balance between cinematic platformers and the more arcadey feel of traditional platformers. Another big focus on both the environments and gameplay of Abe's Oddysee was to make it feel like a living, breathing world. The AI system, which became the foundation for the game's engine, was codenamed Alive, as seen in the splash screen FMV. This stands for Aware Lifeforms in a Virtual Environment. A lot of video game artificial intelligence at the time was very primitive, particularly in platformers, usually just following paths, walking back and forth, or running towards the player to attack them if they got near. It rarely went beyond that in real-time environments, with even the more complex-looking stuff being little more than scripted sequences. Alive set out to make all the different NPCs in Abe's Oddysee stand out with the way they not only interacted with Abe, but with each other. Mudokons had a whole system of responses to your actions, whether you were directly commanding them or not, such as laughing at you hurting yourself by accident. Slugs would occasionally beat Mudokon workers while bored on patrol and outright shoot them if they started talking to you while in line of fire. Slogs will chase down Abe on sight, but can be distracted by wads of meat and are loyal enough to Sligs that they can be commanded as Abe does with Mudokons. Paramites are skittish and will run away if you approach them while alone, but if they get backed up against a wall or in a group, they'll grow vicious and give chase. Scrabs will relentlessly gallop after you if they catch even a glance of you, but they're also incredibly territorial, so they'll roar and get into a tornado death spin fight with other Scrabs and dismiss you entirely until there's only one left standing. It seems incredibly primitive in hindsight, but it was pretty standout for the time and went a long way to make the world feel that much more, well, alive. Another magazine ad also mirrors this mindset. In other games, enemies are evil. In Oddworld, they're moody, territorial, lazy, hungry, fickle, paranoid, and evil. That's part of the appeal of Oddworld. They could have creatures with names like Skrunk, Fleam, or Bogtass and still find a way to make them horrifying. It's the reason something like Half-Life, released a year later, was considered to have such groundbreaking AI, not only for how the soldiers approach battle situations more methodically than stuff like Doom or Quake, but for each of the Zen creatures feeling uniquely animalistic in their behaviors. Then there's the sound design and music. Alan Mayer's moody soundtrack made great use of select instrumentation to bring a unique atmosphere to each different area of the game, and Josh Gabriel's sound direction was the icing on the cake. The soundtrack made extensive use of dynamic music, embellishing many tracks with extra instrumentation for different actions. Controlling a Slig, for instance, adds an industrial bend to the instrumentation that sounds like a Slig is ad-libbing croaks over the music. Writing Ellum adds some chimes to the backing mix. And then there's the little touches like that stinger that plays when you're walking through an area but there's an unseen danger ahead. And other tracks we'll get into later. With the PlayStation 1 being among the first consoles to make full use of stereo audio and CD quality sounds, the team put a lot of effort towards breathing life into Oddworld with details that were rarely seen to such an extent. Right from the legal splash screen you hear the few notes of the main theme, showing off both the bass and the power of using two speakers. Then there was the general sounds that came with interacting with the world. Of course, there was the iconic sound of Abe chanting, combining a short loop of vocals with otherworldly backing noises. The incredibly satisfying combination of noises from Possession that feel pretty fitting for what is essentially someone's soul being taken over. And best of all, the visceral feeling that comes from the more destructive elements of the game, which combined with the visual effects make for such a satisfying combination. It's a thing of beauty. Mwah. 10 out of 10. After around 3 years of active development and what was described by Lorne Lanning as a relatively smooth production, Oddworld Abe's Oddysee finally released on the PlayStation in September 1997, with a PC port by Digital Dialect following it a month later. There's actually surprisingly little that exists as far as game assets go, alluding to what Abe's Oddysee looked like in early production, so we don't have a great deal of beta content outside of concept art. Even the earliest available demo builds of the game are basically identical in function and content to the end product, with minor control and environmental differences, though there are some clips of commands that weren't in the final game.
Stay here. Stay! Elam!
Oh, that's how you pronounce it. I've been calling him Elam all these years. I don't know why a Slig would need to call for Elam, but that's a neat tidbit. Simple but effective. That's the key to this box art, but what is here looks great. Very detailed texture, beautiful looking logo, and a nice high quality render of Abe's grinning mug. While I do have the PAL version of this game in my collection for consistency's sake, let me say one thing. Do not play the PAL version of this game. It is objectively the worst version of this game to play, and for one simple reason: frame rate. Abe's Oddysee as it is capped at 30 FPS, and the way it handles is built around that. When converting a game from lower refresh rates on PAL region TVs at the time, games that ran at 30 FPS had to be reduced to at least 25 FPS. While some games are developed to work around this regional restriction to the point it doesn't adversely affect the gameplay all that much, and is a purely visual difference, some were not so lucky. Abe's Oddysee in particular is one of those games where you both see and feel the 5-frame difference. Everything not only reacts much slower, but it causes enough of a delay in button inputs that you always need to account for if you're to survive. I thankfully didn't choose this version for my first playthrough, and I have beaten it 100% like this before, so it is doable before anyone goes calling skill issue. I just would recommend playing any other version of the game before this. You have absolutely nothing to gain from the lesser experience. One last thing I want to touch on before jumping into talking about the bulk of the actual game is the manual. You get a lot of game booklets that are full of a lot of filler, uninteresting pages and technical guidelines with maybe 1 or 2 interesting pages covering story and characters. But my hat goes off to the folks who designed the manual for this game because it went above and beyond. I'd say 95% of the contents of this booklet have something worthwhile in here, while the rest is dedicated to helplines and credits. You know how a lot of manuals have the token pages near the start that tell you how to properly set up and operate your console? Well, Abe's Oddysee's sense of humour shines through as early as the first couple of pages. If we have to tell you how to turn on your PlayStation, then the game is going to go straight over your head, so return it now and invest your cash in a job training program. The rest of you know the drill. That is just fantastic. Describing the options on the main menu, straight to the point, but still throw in some remarks about the game speak being pretty nifty watching Abe's face moving around, or imploring players to have stereo sound turned on because of the effort they put into the sound design. God, to think there was a time when having more than one speaker outputting sound was a luxury for TVs. Nowadays it's a matter of just how many speakers your surround sound setup has. Even the story synopsis reads like someone giving you an elevator pitch after downing 3 Red Bulls in a row. What's going on here? Who are those blue guys? Why does that guy with the squid head keep blowing you away? Why can't you get a date? Read on. Most, but not all answers lie below. Once you're safely away from Rupture Farms, you'll learn more about your true destiny. Would write it down here, but that would be telling. Everything you do influences your reputation, which has a direct effect on whether your buddies will come to rescue you when you need them the most. The key to success is, whoops, out of room. Yeah, move lists are cool and all, but how about move lists with every frame of animation showing how it's done? Seeing those higher quality versions of the sprites really makes me wish there was a build of the game with uncompressed assets. They just look so good. The character bios. A lot of the 3D renders from other games at the time look laughably dated, and understandably so, but you can tell Oddworld inhabitants had a lot of people who worked in the film industry because god damn, even today these renders still look good. Worst I could really say is the bump mapping on Elam looks a little bit off and he seems a bit too rubbery, but that's really if I want to nitpick. That trademark sense of humour is still here in the descriptions as well. There they are, the 4 main beasties you'll see in this game. Man, the amount of time I had these pages open trying to draw these things as a kid. Granted, I used to draw them like this, but hey, we all gotta start somewhere. Environments. Now here's some great framing. Minimal words and letting the beautiful stills from the FMVs and screenshots from the game illustrate the kind of journey ahead. Look at this stuff, this was on the PS1. Just goes to show how far good art direction can get you. Ah, here we go. This may be my favourite spread in the whole book list. A great big collection of the kind of hazards and interactables in the game world. They even have this neat studio photo with the crew in a slaughterhouse. That's pretty awesome. Okay, enough messing around, let's get to the main course. After some really nicely rendered splash screens for the companies attached to this game, we're thrust into the title screen and greeted by Abe.
Hello.
Hi, Abe. Guess what? Before I even get into the game, we already have some version differences to discuss. The first little detail is the backing track. You hear the music with a few frog sound effects to go along with it.
Okay. Hello. Follow me.
This is one of those frog sounds, however, that you only hear in the PS1 version because it's not in the track for the PC for some reason. Oh yeah, and Abe's mug is flipped on the PAL version of the game. I have no idea why this was necessary, but I like to believe it's to appease the cultural sensibilities of one obscure Scandinavian territory that hasn't existed since 1999.
Okay.
Next up is that the PS1 version of this game has multiplayer. If you wrote multiplayer with the biggest quotation marks money could buy. If one of you dies, the person on the other controller takes over as Abe instead. That's it. It's a kind of thing you could just as easily replicate by, I don't know, passing the controller. There was also a minor change in the Platinum and Greatest Hits release of this game that include a teaser for the sequel Oddworld Abe's Exoddus before you get started. Neat in concept, I guess, but in execution it's just one more screen you need to get through before starting the game. And we'll start as we mean to go on, with the sassy loading screen. You don't normally hear this on the PC version of the game due to how fast the loading times are on modern hardware, but while the game is loading in the PS1 version, you're treated to an ominous low droning track that I've always loved. That there is downright spooky. Okay, enough stalling. Roll the tape. For 1997, hell, for the entire lineup of the PlayStation 1, Abe's Oddysee has hands down the most impressive FMVs on the platform. I've seen the competition and I don't even think it's close. Gritty and gruesome atmosphere that's well shot, beautifully detailed lighting and environments with some great looking matte paintings, very high poly models complemented by detailed textures and animation, and more than anything didn't have that usual doll-like plasticity that so many other FMVs had in that era. Keep in mind, this was the same year that Final Fantasy VII came out, something that was also lauded for what was considered groundbreaking cinematics for the time. Abe's Oddysee cinematics hold up so well that even FMVs in a lot of PlayStation 2 games didn't look as good. The low resolution and compression from having to stick them all on 700 megabytes of CD is the only real thing holding them back.
This is Rupture Farms. They say it's the biggest meat processing plant on Oddworld. I used to work here. Well, I was really a slave, like all the others. That's me. My name is Abe. I was Employee of the Year. Now I'm dead meat. I crossed the meanest boss in the world, Mullet the Gluckin. My whole life changed in just one day. I was working late one night at Rupture Farms.
Lorne Lanning voiced Abe himself with a bit of pitch shifting. To this day, it's still my favourite version of Abe's voice, having that hint of innocent goofiness to it while also sounding wary and contemplative. Even though Lanning has continued to voice the character in every future game, the interpretation seemed to play up the goofier delivery a bit more. I'm not sure if it was a conscious direction or Lanning not being able to do the voice the same as he used to, but this interpretation will always be my favourite. Though one thing that is about distracting about the voice acting is every other character in cutscenes. Lord Lanning voices every single character in this game, which wasn't uncommon for the time, and Abe's voice is iconic, but I can't tell if it was intentional to have them blend more in the background as to not draw away from Abe's narration, but most of the rest of the characters in this game speak their lines like they've got peanut butter on the roof of their mouths.
You see that? You're going down. What? What are you doing, huh? Can I double this?
I find them pretty funny, honestly. Hey, you're going down, especially has been a running joke line among a few of my friends for years now. A detail I do like about the voiceover is that in the first part of the opening, Abe is talking normally, but right after the narrative goes into flashback, he speaks in rhyme for almost the entire game, as if retelling an age-old fable. Though you'd be forgiven for not noticing it in the opening with how spaced out some of the lines are, but it becomes especially apparent later.
We used to make meech munchies until the meeches were through. We still made paramite pies, and we made some good scrap cakes too.
While you do see a lot of Mudokons performing tasks with levers at the start, Abe is apparently regarded as the best floor waxer in Rupture Farms according to the manual, and his line about having been Employee of the Year before the events of this game took place. Whether he got this perhaps more glamorous job from arbitrary designation or actually working hard is anyone's guess as far as what the game tells us. As such, we get a brief look at him happily going about his work before things kick off. This bit here with the posters showing the products Rupture Farms sells is one of my favourites in the game. It's a short scene, but incredibly effective at portraying in few words the effect Rupture Farms has had on Oddworld and how relatively unfazed Abe is about the reality of things. This essentially being the crux of Lorne Lanning's idea of how most people in the world are often unwittingly contributing to some horrible things that negatively affect others or the world around them, even if it's just part of the day job. Though the first poster with Meech Munchies has me a bit mixed. The way the poster has "no longer available" slapped across it, coupled with Abe saying,
"We used to make meech munchies until the meeches were through."
that pretty effectively sells the dark side of the industry. But there's that splattering of graffiti on the wall saying "extinct," which I get why it's there. It's clearly something left by a disgruntled worker in shock of how the company is downplaying the fact they drove an entire species to extinction in pursuit of profit, but it feels like it robs the scene of a level of subtlety. Having Abe's remark and body language with "no longer available" on the banner speaks for itself. The Paramite Pies and Scrab Cake posters are also great. The cutesy and colourful designs and Abe enthusiastically expressing how tasty they are juxtaposes great with both the reality of how horrific the real things look and the revelation that both species are in danger of ending up just like the Meeches. Paramite Pies are one of the rare instances of meat pies being portrayed in American media. From my understanding, that's not as big a thing over there outside of stuff like pot pies. Snack-sized mince pies and steak and cheese pies are super common here, and they're delicious. Did you know we even have butter chicken pies? Now that's good eating right there. I do wonder how Scrab Cakes work though. Are they actually a form of sweet pastries or cakes, or are they cakes in the same way that fish cakes are? A little fun fact, Meeches were originally planned to be in this game, and were even seen in a private showcase back in 1996 in a cutscene involving Abe running away from a horde of them. Sadly they got the axe, so the only remaining proof we have of them is the in-game poster and this bit of concept art. Pretty neat design with the whole double mouth thing, though I do wonder how they would have differentiated from Scrabs in a gameplay sense. Anyway, this scene culminates with Abe seeing a poster advertising something new and tasty. Right at the same time a nearby door happens to slip open, and he gets a look at the meeting between Mullock and the board of directors. Due to the amount of Scrabs and Paramites that have been hunted for meat, the numbers have dwindled enough that Rupture Farms is in danger of losing capital from being unable to keep up demand. This has led Mullock to coming up with a solution by introducing a new product.
What?
But Mullock was cool.
Hey, bud.
He had a plan. This new kind of meat, it was us!
Unfortunately, this plan means chopping up Abe and his buddies to make Mudokon Pops, the new and tasty thing on the menu. Now, a few notes about this scene. The first that always kind of bugged me is using Mudokons for meat. I get that's the kind of stakes that gives Abe every reason to want to escape and driving home just how little worth the Mudokons have to the Gluckons, but chopping up the slave labor keeping your factory running kinda seems like a solution that won't last. Even going out to enslave the tribes still in the wild feels like it won't bring in much return considering these guys are practically nothing but skin and bone. They kind of touch on the idea of mass-producing Mudokons for slave labor in Munch's Oddysee with the eggs harvested from the Mudokon Queen, but this idea was never fully explored in the final game, and I doubt it was an idea floating around during this game's development. The second thing is the design of the Mudokon Pop. Seeing a bloody head on a stake shook me when I was a kid, as was the intended effect with the music sting and Abe's terrified reaction. The issue is that this visual design is at odds with the simplified and cute designs of the other products. It kind of goes without saying that a bloody head on a stick doesn't make for the most effective advertising. This was later changed in the Japanese version of the game to be more in line with the other designs, and also to tone down how graphic the original was for Japanese sensibilities. The same design became the default going forward in future releases, being briefly seen in Oddworld Abe's Exoddus as an Easter egg in Oddworld Stranger's Wrath, and in the new version of the intro in the remake Oddworld New and Tasty. The problem that comes with this design is that the more cartoony look of it, while very much consistent with the others, also robs this scene of a lot of impact. The revelation of Abe discovering he and his kind are next on the menu, coupled with this goofy popsicle stick with Mudokon features. It's an unfortunate damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario where both iterations have their drawbacks, even from an in-universe perspective. Abe is rightly horrified by all this and makes a run for it before a camera gets a look at him. Either he's being tried for running away or security knew he was spying on the meeting, because they send a Slig in hot pursuit and have wanted signs up for him in no time flat. This brings us to a neat FMV transition before we're dropped into proper gameplay. As is standard in games like this, you're placed in an isolated area where you're not in immediate danger, given a chance to come to grips with the movement. A big hurdle that will make or break your experience is how you handle the controls. The PlayStation version in particular can be a bit odd if you played other platformers. Having jump bound to triangle is already a bit weird, but then you have jumping straight up being on the D-pad, the running, the rolling, the hop, all that good stuff. But one of the big selling points of Abe's Oddysee is the GameSpeak system, giving you a variety of commands to interact with other NPCs. The problem that comes with this is remembering all the button combinations for each. Holding down L1 or R1 and then pressing one of the face buttons corresponding to each command. It can be a bit of a steep learning curve for some, and even I get some of them mixed up on repeat playthroughs. On PC it's somewhat easier, with each different command being applied to the number keys instead. The movement in this game is bound to a set grid, so moving forward one step will move you one grid, with each screen being 15 spaces wide. This can be a little harder to judge with running, as both coming to a complete stop and doing an about turn will cause you to slide a little between movements. Hops will make you jump forward a set amount, clearing 2 spaces with each jump. You can also do a jump while running. This will allow you to clear 3 spaces and more swiftly hoist onto ledges, but also comes with the startup and end lag that you get from running. The last general method of moving is rolling, a necessity to get through lowered spaces. I tend to utilize this a lot even outside of its intended areas, because rolling is not only the same speed as running, but it comes without the slowdown lag of sliding at the end of a run. You can even transition from a roll into a jump just as smoothly when employing the right timing. The animations between each movement also snap together much faster for good visual feedback, so it can definitely come in handy in many places that require you to move fast but precisely. Rupture Farms as a whole is one big tutorial level where the mechanics are simple, the path ahead is very straightforward, and the difficulty is somewhat dynamic, with a few areas allowing multiple approaches, depending on the player's willingness to engage with certain mechanics. Digital message boards are spread around the place with a combination of gameplay tips and in-universe jokes. To optimize immersion, Abe's Oddysee has no HUD, so any information you need is organically integrated into the environment. Sligs are on patrol, Mudokon workers are around, but it's possible to get through the entire area without directly engaging with any of them. You'll notice, however, that right near the end, there's a giant billboard that reads, "You escape and all 28 workers on this level die." They're not fucking around either. If you move on to the next area, you see a data board on the very first screen that shows every Mudokon you missed in the first area has been given an early retirement. Where could they possibly be, you may ask? On my way through here I saw like 5 or 6 of them. Possibly a few more of you of keen hearing or deign to explore a little. And that brings us to what will very much be a point of contention among new players going into this blind, the way secret areas are handled. The first secret can be found on the very first screen of the game. If you've never played this before, stop second screening this, look at the video. I put a lot of work into making these, so the least you can do is actually watch it. Now I want you to take a wild guess as to where the secret might be. If you guess behind this barrel in a spot where you need to drop down in a very specific spot with no visual or audio clue, then you were absolutely correct. A lot of the secrets in this game are like this. A few I feel work perfectly fine since they blend into the environment, but also feel like something the player would naturally be curious about, like the area with the rolling ball trap in Paramonia, or the crawl space between the entrance to the Scrabania temple. Unfortunately, a lot of them can be downright cryptic, and an overwhelming majority of players will miss them on a first playthrough, assuming they're not using a guide. This is something the sequel did a lot better, but we'll get to that when we get to it. You'll know you've stumbled upon a secret area when you're greeted by this piece of music. As far as challenges go, these do feel like something you're expected to find on repeat playthroughs though, as the mini gauntlets they throw at you can be pretty tough, rivaling or sometimes even surpassing the difficulty of some of the puzzles you naturally run into in the late game. If you were just getting to grips with the controls for the first time, these would be a hell of a jump in difficulty if they were part of the main path. This first area in particular looks pretty daunting at first glance. 3 meat saws, 2 force fields, 2 levers, and 2 Mudokons trapped among it all. Worst of all is that the levers will change the actions of both the meat saws and the force fields, in such a way that doing things in the wrong order will kill you or the slaves you're trying to save. To clear this section, you'll need to get right to the edge of the upper platform so that you can hop far enough to clear the force field, but also not get minced by the meat saw on the other side. Pulling the lever on the other side will deactivate the first force field, but it will also change the speed of the meat saw next to you after it finishes its descent. So be sure to time it carefully if you wait for that cycle to finish. You can roll over and go far enough to grab the platform on the other side, being able to hoist yourself. Carefully roll under the next saw and pull the second lever. This will slow down the rightmost saw and deactivate the force field to give you access to the Mudokon on the far right. Once you greet him to follow you, it's advisable to repeat the follow me command to get him to inch closer to you to reduce the chances of either of you getting minced up on the way through. Mudokons will often keep a bit of a distance from you before following, and rolling will cause him to sprint to keep up and likely get him killed. So carefully walk through with him until you're both safely on the other side. Get him to wait and then pull the lever to switch the saw and force fields around again. For this next part you can sprint your way under the other meat saw. When timed right, the Mudokon will run through and fall down to the next area. They can technically still be interacted with the screen away, so tell him to wait so that he doesn't go wandering. Carefully roll past the saw, and then do the same with the other Mudokon. When Mudokons aren't sprinting, they'll come to a stop next to ledges automatically to prevent unnecessary deaths. Telling them to follow you again will make them move forward. Be sure to tell him to wait as well before heading down there yourself. Before you do anything, there's a sleeping Slig on the platform right across from you, and waking him up with you in sight will make him open fire, killing either you or one of the Mudokons on the platform. Sneak until you're able to get out of sight. Once he does wake up, he will eventually move off the platform to the lower area, giving you a chance to dispose of him. You can either possess him by chanting, or the funnier method of pulling the lever when he walks over the trapdoor. As a quick aside, Sligs are probably my favourite evil goons in any video game. They're stupid yet threatening. I love their designs and the sounds they make. I always found them hilarious. Their cries of help always get a chuckle from me, particularly when they're falling to their deaths. That sounds kinda sick when I say that out loud, but this is a very sick game, so I'm keeping on brand. To make things a bit more interesting with the playthrough portion of this video, I'm not only going to keep track of how many Mudokons are saved, but how many creature casualties happen along the way. I've never done this before, and there are certainly more variables based on how you approach each area, but it will be interesting to see how some of these numbers look by the end of the game. Once that Slig is safely out of the picture, get the Mudokons on the upper area to follow you down to the lower area. This can be incredibly cumbersome with one of my big gripes of this game, and that you can only have one of these guys following you at a time. It can drag some areas out needlessly. What we will need to do first, however, is go back to the upper screen and then back down, because the Slig scared away these guys' means of escape. Whenever you see birds flying in a ring like this, it indicates a bird portal. Chanting near these will open up this gateway that will command any Mudokons on the same elevation to run towards it and escape. I love the designs of these things, simple yet beautiful. The Mudokons seem to have a spiritual tie to birds in Oddworld. They also appear in any instances when Abe dies, showing particles of life coming off what remains of him before turning into birds. These burns then gather and respawn at the last checkpoint. Reincarnation and time travel both in one. On your way back out, one thing of note is that you will see bits of debris falling down from off-screen in some areas. These will always indicate areas you're able to hoist yourself onto by pressing up, a good subtle form of visual indication when the environment itself may not always make it obvious. On the next screen over from the start screen will be a directory. These serve as very basic maps that give you the layout of the area you're in, presented in the screen-by-screen format of the game. Within Rupture Farms, these will also give you indications of where certain Mudokons are stationed, though not entirely reliable as the secret areas won't be disclosed. On the main path, ignoring any secrets, hoisting up to this ledge here makes for the first encounter with a Slig, presenting you with them in-game without putting you in immediate danger unless you decide to jump back down and see what happens. While it doesn't accomplish much outside of a few gags, Sligs do actually react to Abe's GameSpeak prompts when he's not in line of fire.
Hello.
Hi.
Follow me. Wait.
It's also possible to possess this Slig with chanting if you start the moment it runs on screen, but there isn't much use to doing that. Trying to possess him any other time will also cause him to run off screen. This is another teaching tool to show that Sligs can only be possessed when they're on the same screen as you for a certain amount of time. The next screen also shows a minor Slig interaction. There's a wall here riddled with bullet holes, and the Slig on the platform on the other side. You can't chant to possess this guy, but he also can't shoot you with the obstacle in the way. Going through this door introduces the concept of foreground and background areas. While off in the distance here you can cover a bit more ground, but the Slig also can't see you back there. Coming back out to the foreground, however, will put you in the Slig's line of fire. in which they will shout freeze upon seeing you. This serves as an indication you've been spotted, but still gives you a few frames to get out of sight before they shoot and kill you. Immediately coming onto this screen, you may notice this little rhombus appearing above Abe's head. This brings us to not only another difference between versions, but one of the most contentious elements of this game's difficulty, the checkpoint system. In the PS1 versions of the game, checkpoints are invisibly logged as you progress, bringing you back to these spots after dying or when loading a save game. This rhombus was added to the PC port to make checkpoints visibly logged, and there's even a variant in the Japanese PS1 version. The reason the checkpoints in this game have proven so contentious is how they operate in relation to completion. If you were to say, hit a checkpoint, complete a couple of gauntlets in the area, and then save your game and quit, or, more likely, die, if you didn't reach a new checkpoint after doing that, tough luck buddy, you're back to where you were before all of that. There are many parts of the game where this fickle checkpoint system can have you replaying entire sections over and over again, because messing up or dying during one particular point of an otherwise straightforward level screws you over. It can become incredibly frustrating in some of the more open-ended levels later in the game, because it can sometimes be possible to miss some secret areas when replaying an area for the 5th time, often losing track of where you've been and what you've done. It can be demoralizing getting through an entire area and realizing far too late that you've missed something. What doesn't help is that Mudokons can only be interacted with one at a time, which leads to many of the areas where you have to go through a gauntlet multiple times just leading Mudokons from point A to point B, and then having to do that again if you die on the last one. A few particular areas come to mind, which I'll get to later. But then there's others where there aren't any hazards in the way and it just feels like a time sink. If this kind of thing understandably sounds off-putting to you as far as going for 100% completion, I'd recommend playing the releases on PS4 or PS5. They're the kind of emulation that implement both save states and rewind to make the system a complete non-issue. Another difference in these next few areas of note is that a few sprites are different between the PS1 and PC versions for some reason. The data boards have a completely different font, with them being a bit thicker and more angular in the PC version, seen especially with these employee boards. The mines are darker on console while much lighter on PC, closer resembling the ones seen in the manual. The trapdoors are coloured orange on the PS1 while they're purple on PC. The metal handles on these pull switches are purple, but only in the US Black Label PS1 version. Why any of these elements are different is anyone's guess. But anyway, back to this screen. This is our first introduction to landmines. Touching these means death for anything that comes into contact with them. The platforms you're working your way over here also demonstrate the difference between jumps. The first one can be made with a single hop. The second one is a block wider though, so hopping will have Abe grab onto the ledge, showing that he can indeed still make these jumps but will have to pull himself up afterwards. This next area here is technically an introduction to sneaking, showing you that you can sneak past the sleeping slugs without alerting them, giving you the option to make your way down and pull the lever to open the way forward. For completion's sake though, we're going to be taking this guy over. Pulling the lever on the left here will deactivate the force field on the next screen. Tempting as it may be, don't pull this lever here unless you want this Mudokon falling to his death. Move over 2 more screens, there's another sleeping slug here we can give a wake-up call. Shooting a slug once will kill them and make them fall over to the ground, but you can fully open fire and make them explode, which is a lot funnier. So is depossessing slugs. Once you're back in control of Abe, get the Mudokon on the lower level to follow you to where you got to as the slug, getting him to wait on this lift platform. Return to the other guy standing over the trapdoor and do the same. Pressing up or down on these platforms will allow you to ascend and descend to different levels, with this one bringing you down to a bird portal to free these guys. Before carrying on though, we have some secrets to clear. First one is back near the lever for the force field behind the barrel. This area introduces 2 new elements, the chant suppressor and grenades. Grenades are dropped from this machine by pressing the button, dropping anywhere from 1 to 9 depending on where you are in the game. These can be collected by pressing down while standing over top of them, or interacting with them while crouched next to them. When throwing grenades, you have a few options. Holding them before throwing will begin a countdown of beeping with the grenade exploding on the 6th beep. On top of that, there are technically 8 different throw arcs that can be made using the D-pad. Pressing the opposite way you're facing will throw it in a high but short arc. Pressing up will do an overhead throw a bit further away. Pressing the way you're facing will do a long throw that's not as high, but will fly past an entire screen's worth of space. And throwing it down will keep it close to the ground a few squares away from you. There's 4 additional ones that apply while you're crouching, but none of them are different enough that I feel are worth touching on. Explosions from grenades will knock you down no matter how far away you are, but this can be avoided by crouching before that happens. Chant suppressors are exactly as they say on the tin. These are around to prevent you from possessing slugs or opening bird portals, giving you a zap for trying. They won't kill you, but will knock you down. However, if these things zap you while you have any grenades on hand, they'll fall to the ground and begin beeping, so clear out if you don't want to end up in a million pieces. Chance suppressors also appear in a much simpler form outside of Rupture Farms as security orbs. Much like grenades, you can avoid knockdown from zaps by crouching before it happens. The importance of introducing these elements together is that chance suppressors can be destroyed by grenades. If you let the grenade cook for 5 beeps before tossing it, you should be able to get rid of this one easily. Another well-placed grenade can also be used to eliminate one of the sligs down here, because most of the time possessing a slig with another one nearby will have it kill you before you can even take control. It just wastes time. On the next screen below there's another slig that will shoot you right after it sees you. To easily bypass this, sligs actually have a quirk to their shooting that you can exploit. If you open fire for too long, they will be pushed back a block before they shoot again. This can be done manually by shooting and pressing the direction button facing away from them to take a step back. This way you can fall off the edge and be facing the other slig without the delay of it turning around, being able to kill it before it even realizes what happened. Depossess the slig and grab another grenade to get rid of the other chance suppressor in the lower area. Leave and then return to get the bird portal to reappear, and then chant to free 2 more Meducan slaves. Be sure to grab another grenade on the way out, because next up we'll be heading back to what is arguably the most well-hidden secret on this stage. If you drop a grenade from the crouching position from the middle platform, you can use it to clear every single mine in this area. Just be mindful of how many you've cleared, because it's possible to miss the mine hiding behind the barrel, which I've done before. No slugs in this secret area, but more fun with meat saws. 2 workers are trapped behind a saw going at full speed, so we can't get them out yet. The lower area has a lever on the other side of another saw moving a lot slower. Much like the first secret, pulling this lever will make the saw next to it go much faster after it completes its cycle, so it's possible to slip back past it before it speeds up. Going back up to the Meducans, the saw speeds have swapped around, so this one is much easier to bypass. Keep note of how fast the saw cycles to get the Meducans to follow you past it. Running optional if you want to get them through the hole to the other side a bit faster. Once you're down past here, try getting past the faster meat saw to reach the lever and slow it down again. Get both of these guys past the meat saw so you can chant and get them to safety. You can chant to have them run past the saw if you're feeling ballsy, but I wouldn't recommend it. Return to the main path and keep going forward until you reach the area with the employee information screen, and jump to pull the ring so you can activate the trapdoor, and run down before it closes again. Down here you'll find the next secret. You're in a tucked away area with a grenade machine, a sleeping slig below, and a chance suppressor off to the left, so you know where this is going. If you crouch 1 block away from the edge and throw a grenade, this will have it bounce off the wall and have it land in the general area of the slig. They'll stop and say, "What?" if they hear sounds, but you can keep them in place with a bit of chatter if you're worried about them moving.
What?
Hello.
Comedy gold, every time. Grab another grenade, and with a well-timed back throw you should be able to take out the chance suppressor up above. Grab 1 more grenade and then head down to the lower area. We have a bird portal on the same level as a Meducan, but there's also a mine in the middle of the floor, so chanting clearly isn't the way to go here. Drop down to the far right of the screen and crouch before tossing a grenade. This will get it close enough to blow up the mine without also putting you or the slave in danger. Leave and return to get the birds to respawn and chant to free the Meducan. This area here also introduces a different kind of bird portal. If you see one of these where the circle of birds also rotates, these portals are meant for you so that you can get out of areas that otherwise have no exit. With 10 Meducans down, we head off to packaging for the next section. This portion of 3 screens is a straightforward area with 2 Meducans to lead to a portal. Since nothing else happens here, we'll take the chance to talk about the environments. Rupture Farms is beautifully realized with its filthy surfaces, stark metal foundation, and dark shadows offset only by the very sterile lighting, giving every impression that this place is probably not only uncomfortably cold, but also smells pretty foul. Blood splatters on the wall, excess barrels sitting around in piles, and the worn posters of Paramite pies at the end. Having the buckets in the background next to the Meducans scrubbing the floors is also a nice touch. Even with 3 rather mundane screens like this, each one is distinct with a lot of detail to them. The next area has a slig and a chance suppressor. Since we ordinarily wouldn't have grenades here, the way forward involves pulling this lever to drop the slig down the trapdoor. A keen detail for those paying attention, and part of why I love this game's sound design, is that you will notice the slig doesn't do its usual falling death sound. Instead, if you did it right, you'll hear a splat. This is your clue that there's a secret down here, the kind of diegetic detail that I really wish more secrets in this game had. Pulling the lever and running down will land you in an area with some shadows. It is possible for that slig to fall down and survive if you dropped it while it approached from the left, so this is a safety precaution. Shadowy areas are another element of stealth that are great benefit to this game being in 2D. Even in darker areas, the game clearly demonstrates when you're hidden, darkening your sprite while in those particular zones. If you are in these areas and make no noise, sligs won't be able to spot you at all. Even if you do make noise while slugs are facing the other way, they won't immediately shoot you in the shadows unless you give away where you are again. In this area, you'll have to move into the shadows of the lower area without the slug spotting you. Be sure to sneak out the other side as to not alert it. Even if you get away, the Mudokon slave might get caught in the crossfire. This lower area is another one that looks a little daunting at first glance, but is pretty straightforward. Grab a grenade from the machine, being sure to pick it up from the side so you don't get minced by the saw. Jump off to the other side and carefully time a cooked grenade for 5 beeps to blow up the chant suppressor. Possess the slug on the lower area and you can go ahead and walk him right into the mine, as it's far enough away that the other workers aren't in danger. Pulling the lever down here will also stop the meat saw up above. Grab another grenade and head up above. Not too hastily in case the slug is facing your direction. Once you sneak your way back to the upper platform, toss a cooked grenade to take out the chant suppressor, and then chant to take out the slug. Get the Mudokons here to drop together, open the bird portal, and get them out of here. A kind of strange detail in this room is this thing down here in the bottom left corner. If you've read the manual, you'll know this is a slog hut. These do appear in regular gameplay later on, but this one in particular is never really used. Just an interesting detail. Grab another grenade on your way out and then leave through the bird portal. The next screen we get to is kind of like a much noisier repeat of the jumps in the mine area. Here we have carcasses falling from the ceiling down into off-screen saws, with the objective here being to time your jumps to get past them and not get crushed along the way. It's pretty straightforward, but my only criticism is that between the screen shaking and all the debris flying all over the screen, visually it can be a little tough at times to see where the carcasses are. If anything, sound is a better way to gauge your timing between jumps. It's whatever though, it's a set piece more than anything. Going forward, we have yet another gameplay element known as the UXB. These are a special type of bomb that can be disarmed by crouching next to them and interacting with them when the light flashes green. They all have a set pattern that they repeat. Walking directly into them or touching them when the light is red will make them explode. Fun fact, UXB actually stands for Unexploded Bomb, which is kind of true of most bombs, really. In reality, unexploded bombs usually refer to forgotten and undetonated mines or ordnance that remained in old war zones, so a little different from the ones here. In a more modern context, when I hear UXB, I just imagine a USB device that explodes if you try inserting it the wrong way around. For the sake of some more in-game comedy, I'm not going to deactivate this UXB and instead jump over it. Head one screen over and we'll get 2 more sligs, but with no chant suppressor. Wake them up and then utilize the trapdoor to get rid of one or both of them. Keeping note that you hear their death cries here, so there's no secret to be found down this trapdoor. I keep one of the sligs alive here to possess though, because I enjoy doing this in every playthrough. Two birds with one stone, and also hilarious. Even mid-disintegration you can still detonate mines. Head to the other side to pull the other lever to deactivate the force field, and lead the lone Mudokon back to the previous screen to send him through the bird portal. This next area brings back some more usage of the background areas, this time with a slig being back there. There's this bit of piping here covering the Mudokon scrubbing the floor, and a bit of wall on the left here will force you into a crawl. Making noise here will make the slig shoot at the foreground. You'll survive assuming you stay crouched, but this all teaches you that even in the foreground, slugs can still shoot you if you're in their line of fire. Once you're able to get to the safe zone on the right side, you can instruct the Mudokon scrubbing the floor to follow you off screen. Get him to wait here and pull the lever above to stop the meat saw. Leave these guys here as we'll be back shortly. This next segment here is probably the hardest of the non-secret areas of Rupture Farms, because you have to go through a decent amount without messing up playing as a slig. A standard playthrough kinda guides you to mulch this guy using the meat saw here, but we're gonna be needing him. Running past here we'll see some shadowed areas where stealth could have been used playing as Abe, which sure enough means there's another slig ahead. Blast this guy away and keep heading forward past this area with the door, but don't keep running beyond here. There's a little bit of startup lag to a slig's run which can make this part particularly problematic. The first meat saw is the fast variety, so you'll have to get your timing down. Don't feel too discouraged if you fail this a few times, this is definitely harder to do with a slig than it is with Abe. Passing through the source to the next area, resist the urge to pull the lever here as it will drop a carcass from the ceiling and kill this unsuspecting Mudokon worker. Since we haven't touched much on the slig's game speak controls, one of their commands is look out. When this is used, any Mudokon in earshot will duck their heads and this will briefly allow you to shoot over them without killing them. This will immediately come in handy in this next screen. It's generally a good idea to quickly pop sligs with one bullet to reduce the risk of also killing any Mudokons by accident. Depossess the slig to get back to Abe and we can continue forward. A pseudo-secret for keen ears, there's a Mudokon scrubbing in the dark hidden away here, with probably the highest pitched voice in the game.
Hello.
Hello.
Follow me. Okay.
Escort him back a couple of screens to the previous bird portal, and we can get him out of here with the other two patiently waiting. Visually, the backgrounds over this stretch of Rupture Farms are probably my favourite. You can see some tubes and production lines moving barrels full of meat around, and catwalks on the other side of massive silos off in the distance. Really gives a sense of scale to this whole place. Being in control of Abe again, we can slightly more easily scooch past this meat saw and save the remainder of the Meducans we saw down this end while playing as the Slig. Mind your timing to escort these two past the saws to get them to the room at the end with the bird portal. Fetch the guy at the next screen over sitting under the meaty sword of Damocles, and then there's one more hidden Meducan, another fella hiding out in the shadows. Opening the bird portal, there's a whopping 6 Meducans freed to go. Now this part here isn't something you need to do, but I thought I'd mention it. There's a type of lever here which opens a door with Zulag 1 written on it. Inside, a huge contraption you can get into to transport you to somewhere with a full FMV and everything. But as soon as the FMV ends, the door that was on the other side is sealed shut because we're not supposed to be here yet.
Well, that was pointless.
We'll be back here much, much later. I just thought it worth mentioning because why even bother letting you go this way? Just have the lever be powered or something. Double back past the meat source to that place with the door in the middle to descend to the lower area. Off to the right is a blocked path, but we do get an ominous view of some rocks and cave paintings on them, kinda like this factory was built right on top of something. Carrying on to the left, there's an area with a sligging above that we'll breeze right past. There's a grenade machine over here in case you still don't have one on you. Back to the previous screen, hoist up to the platform and wait for the Slig to drop down so you can blow up the chant suppressor with the grenade and possess the Slig. Take this guy over to the lift platform and ride it all the way up to the top. Running off to the right, you can safely land on the platform below with another Slig on it and pop him in the back. Then how you dispose of your Slig is up to you. Back to Abe, pull this lever to call the platform back down, and get some more grenades. The billboard there threatening to kill any Meducans here that you missed exists for a reason. You can technically return to any of the places you've already been if for some reason you decided not to save any of them. Once at the top, follow the Slig's example and run off the ledge to that lower platform. Over here is a hidden crawl space with the last secret area for this stage. This is another one that looks a bit daunting but is actually pretty simple. Don't run, just hop when the saws are up and the trapdoors are basically a non-entity. Roll through the pipe on the other side, and free the 3 workers on the other side, bringing us to a total of 28 Meducans and everyone saved on this stage. On your way back out, drop down this ledge and safely get down to where you came from. Ride the lift platform back up to the top and use your last grenade to clear out the 3 mines blocking the way down. It always did seem weird to me how mines can't blow each other up with their own splash damage, but grenade explosions or even being touched by grenades can. All for the sake of keeping people from cheesing some puzzles, I guess. After clearing out the mines, you can make your dramatic escape. Exit stage left.
Bring a light? No.
Abe has escaped from the factory, but isn't out of harm's way just yet. The Stockyards offers the first in-game look at some of the wildlife of Oddworld, in particular the Scrabs. They're in lower down contained environments to give you a view of their behaviour from afar, but not have you get into immediate danger in a way that takes you off guard. They're all silhouetted and mysterious, which is a nice touch. The approaching sunset of the Stockyards makes for a great contrast to the bleak and grey interiors of Rupture Farms. The orange of the sunset bathing the outside in an ominous light, while obscuring much of the foreground in shadows, and the way the sky transitions from orange to green to a more tranquil blue of the night the further into the level you travel, leaving behind the horrors of the factory and the smog-filled skies to transition into the outskirts towards the wilderness. It looks great, really beautifully captured by the pre-rendered backgrounds. Shadows get a much heavier use here, utilising more of a focus on stealth from a gameplay front, while also visually capturing a beautiful contrast between the dark foreground and the beautiful night sky in the background. Some great uses of lighting, all while making everything visible enough that the gameplay isn't compromised in any way to the player's disadvantage. This is a nighttime level done well. While we are outside the clutches of the factory, there are still Slig patrols aplenty, along with Slogs, the 2-legged canine monstrosities that Sligs keep as pets. Beyond them, there's also the feeling of how you're not supposed to be here built into the environment, with the occasional sight of dead Meducans strung up or caught in barbed wire. There's also more secrets to be found with Meducan slaves hidden away, albeit less than half of the amount we've already saved. Kicking off from right outside the factory, this first bit here does strike me as odd. A Meducan worker is just sitting down here in a Scrab enclosure, and will get almost immediately gored if you don't chant to open the bird portal. Gameplay-wise, it does serve as an effective way of demonstrating that Scrabs aren't fucking around and will charge you down on sight. On the other hand, those with keen eyes who notice the bird portal will likely chant on reflex, which not only saves the Mudokon worker, but demonstrates that the sound of Abe's chanting will stop the scribes in their place, however temporarily. It does strike me as a little counterintuitive to have this little teaching moment be presented in a way that could hinder one's progress and force a reset, though it's also not a massive deal as it's one screen over from the last checkpoint. Another interesting thing of note is that old screenshots of the Stockyards feature paramites in some of these enclosures. I imagine they got swapped out for Scrabs because the way their AI behaves would likely not have gelled well with this sort of setup without frustrating players, but we'll get to paramites eventually. These red beams over here are motion detectors. When these things are passing over you, you have to be standing still. Even if they graze you mid-animation, they'll set off an alarm and something will happen that will usually result in death. This one in particular goes kind of easy on you though, since the floating mine that triggers can be avoided by rolling under it. After spending enough time in Rupture Farms, you'll likely recognize the light that sits above doorways. You should notice this hidden entrance just below. You cross over to the background and are granted a checkpoint before entering the bird portal, which can only be a good sign. Here we have the first secret of the Stockyards. It sucks, and I hate it. Chant here before doing anything else to open Abe's way out and save yourself some headaches. Remember what I said earlier about the trial and error gameplay being made more aggravating with only being able to have one Mudokon follow you at once? This area is that problem encapsulated. You have to get one of the Mudokons in the upper enclosed area to follow you. While you're doing this, you also have to run away from a Scrab on the lower level, jumping over a few pitfalls along the way, getting the Mudokon to wait near the bird portal, and then running all the way back to the other side to get the next one to follow you. You have to do this twice in a row, complete with one last return trip to get yourself out of there. Not only is this already mind-numbing, it becomes even worse if you mess up one of these jumps along the way, die, and have to do it all again. One of these jumps is the kind where you need to jump right at the edge to make it. The other is two in a row with a small window of error. If you misjudge a jump, you're either going to fall or grab onto the ledge. Even if you do grab the ledge, depending on how far away the Scrab is, you're still not guaranteed to get out of that alive. The Scrab's running speed is basically the same as Abe, so it won't gradually catch up to you, but it also won't slow down for you if you fumble one of your jumps. The best way to give yourself the biggest head start is to drop down to the lower area in a sprint when the Scrab is facing away from you, giving you but a second of a head start. Once you've survived that ordeal, you can jump through the bird portal and get back to the Stockyards. It's one of the handful of the secrets in this game I just flat out hate doing, and it unfortunately won't be the last, even in this level. Back on the main path, be aware that Scrabs can still kill you while you're hanging off a ledge, so do your best to keep your distance from this one. This next one is in a slightly larger enclosure, and on the regular run-through would be dashing from one side to another. Thankfully, moving fast enough through here will get you to the other side before it even has a chance to react. Next screen, same deal as earlier, but with a single motion detector beam to avoid. Nothing too troublesome if you keep your distance. And one last Scrab that you can easily hop over. True to the game's dedication of not having a heads-up display, now that we're out of the factory and away from technology, we now have hint flies in some places to give the player guidance. Chanting near them will spell out some sentences. I won't be showing off all of these as they're very stop-and-go compared to the LED screens, but I figured I'd show this one off because I've always liked the effects that these things have. Now we take our first steps outside the bounds of Rupture Farms, the Free Fire Zone. I don't know if it has that name because fires are lit all about the place or sligs with itchy trigger fingers are patrolling around, but both of those things are true. Sure enough, even out here we can't escape slig patrols. This part here has a mine that you're required to jump over, so using stealth to avoid waking the slig isn't an option. The security orbs also make their debut here, functioning the same as the chancer presses but with a simpler design. It is technically possible to hop over this mine from one tile back to avoid waking the slig, but there's a built-in trigger that wakes it up regardless as soon as you reach the left side ledge. We'll be taking advantage of many shadows in this area to avoid detection thanks to the cover of darkness the night offers. Slig visors on their masks may glow, but they apparently weren't high-tech enough for night vision goggles. If you're quick enough through here, you can sneak into the next screen and hide out in the next rock mound before the slig turns back around. As long as the slig in the lower area is off screen, you can be a little sneaky and leap over to this next rock. It's a little lower though, so be sure to crouch. When making a break for the left, don't rush it lest you run into the mine. This cliffside shot more than anything is here for a nice view. One thing I really have to stop and appreciate here along with the starry sky is the score. You may not have as much time to hear the music tracks in full if you're jumping between set pieces and deaths in quick succession, but the ambience of the Free Fire Zone is one of my favourite pieces of music in the entire soundtrack. In the lower area here, we have yet another secret area hidden under the cover of darkness, and even the security orb can't stop us. Chant to activate the hidden bird portal and jump on through to the second secret of this level. This one also absolutely sucks, but for different reasons. There's still a bit of trial and error with it being very easy to die, but this one is also so much waiting around for sligs. You have to jump over the ledge to avoid this guy blasting you, but then he'll walk over and just sit and stare into the abyss for almost 9 seconds, just to make sure he wasn't just seeing things. Doesn't seem like much in isolation, but it really stacks up if you end up having to repeat this area. For the sake of making this easier, sneak over to the edge of the screen and don't pass until the slig gets back, so you can narrowly get past him. Run over and jump to this other ledge. Thank God this game doesn't have a grip gauge, because you'll be hanging here for a bit waiting for both Tweedledee and Tweedledum to turn their asses around. Once the coast is clear, quickly jump up and get one of the Mudokons to follow you over to the edge of the screen and wait. When the slig comes back, you'll be able to narrowly avoid him, since this one is programmed to beat working slaves when walking by. So he'll ignore you and also not open fire, killing the worker. Wait in the shadows in the next screen until the slig is done beating the tar out of the 2 workers. In quick succession once again, move over to get the other Mudokon to follow you and activate the UXB while you're at it. Get the Mudokon to wait with his mate, and same as last time, scooch past the slig right as it comes back on screen. Then you can just sit back and wait until you hear a boom. Since sligs have room temperature IQs, they can't seem to tell if a UXB is switched on or not. Get both of the Mudokons to follow you to the other screen, and prep to send them through the portal. Be sure the slig on the lower level isn't on the same screen as the bird portal though, because beginning a chant while he's on screen will cause him to cry out and scare off both rings of birds. He runs off screen too quickly as well, so you won't be able to possess him to get him out of the way. Once the workers are freed, make your way back down to the lower level the same as last time, being careful to slip past the patrolling slig and get back to the main path. That whole secret area would take about half the time if not for all the trouble that slig on the lower level caused. As a bit of catharsis for being put through that tedium, we'll shortly be able to take out our frustrations on another slig. Activate the UXB just to the left of the bird portal and then sneak onto the next screen. 2 sligs are on patrol here. Wait for them both to be facing away from you, a decent distance away, and then make yourself known to get one of them to give chase. Okay, now I feel a little better. We won't be able to kill or possess the second slig though, so we're going to have to sneak past this guy when the opportunity arises, and scramble up the cliff out of sight. The next screen here gives us a brief instruction on the next kind of enemy we'll be dealing with. Bats. If you're familiar with TV tropes, you may know the trope entry called Goddamn Bats. This is one of my favourites because I find it both funny and widely applicable to a lot of games. It refers to small pesky enemies in games, usually bats, that aren't overly dangerous and likely won't kill you, but are still generally a pain in the ass to deal with. Abe's Oddysee is often the first game that comes to mind when I think of goddamn bats, but not for the reason I just described. Keep in mind we're playing as Abe, one of the most fragile protagonists in gaming. Not only can bats in this game not be killed, but they also one-shot you if you're caught in their path. All the monstrosities this game has to show for, and bats are the ones that still make me nervous dealing with them. Part of that is because they behave more like stage hazards than actual NPCs, since they always fly in preordained patterns. In theory, that would make them very predictable, but the way they flap around makes them seem a lot more erratic and personally can throw me off. The next screen has a bunch of them flying around this cliffside just below you, but most of them thankfully disappear if you wait long enough. You can climb down here and find a sleeping slig. Act fast to jump to the ledge to avoid getting shot. Don't linger on the ledge for too long though, because a bat will fly down and kill you if you're still there. Sneak past the edge of the screen to bypass the slig, though you'll have to sneak back again if it ends up scaring off the birds. Get to the bit of higher ground to safely open the portal when the slig isn't around and jump on in. This secret is thankfully a lot easier than the last two, though going in blind it does have a dirty trick which will require a restart if you don't notice it. When the slig wanders off screen from above, possess him and carefully work your way down an awkward descent. It's time to get these workers to duck and cover. When using the lookout command, remember not to fire too much, as getting both sligs in one go may take enough frames that the Mudokons go back to their default position. Once the sligs are gone, depossess and get back to Abe. Now we need to get this Mudokon down the bottom too, but that will require moving further than we can on this platform. Word to the wise, do not lead him off the right side. There is a mine down there that is right on his fall trajectory and he will die. Lead him to the ledge on the left side, and then get Abe down to the lower area. Free these guys while you're at it, and then head to the upper area where that slig we possessed was. Once the two workers on the ledge are in sight, you'll have to guide them to walk off the ledge to the left. Right after they've dropped, get them to stop before something goes horribly wrong. Once you're back down the bottom, you'll notice the two of them only narrowly avoided being blown to bits. Lead the two of them all the way down to the portal and out of harm's way, and then open Abe's portal the next screen over. The next area has a singular slig to deal with, and thankfully is very straightforward. I will be a dick and point out that the sprite overlay for the fire in front of the moon doesn't entirely line up with the rest of the background, so now you also can't unsee it. Simply reactivate the UXB in the lower area and the slig will walk his ass right into it. In this lower area to the right we'll find a rock sack that gives us 3 rocks. These are throwable items that basically work the same as grenades, minus the shrapnel and death. This next part here isn't necessary, but I figured I'd show it off. Down here is another bird portal, only it doesn't bring us to another secret, it's a sort of backdoor entrance to the secret we just did. I don't think I've ever done it from this way. I think the only thing that would make it easier would be having rocks you could use to get rid of the mines. Back on the main path, we get another great cliffside view of the moon. Don't be too hasty in descending as there's another couple of bats flying around. Just give them a second to bugger off somewhere else. Down here we almost immediately have a new secret off to the right in the shadows. Use the rocks from earlier to clear away the mines. If you didn't grab the 3 from the earlier sack, you'll have to deal with the one in the next screen over that gives you 1 at a time. Once inside the secret area, get ready to immediately haul ass to the right because there's 2 sligs that will be coming your way from above. The next room over we'll be doing a bit of red light green light with a slig. Every time he turns away, you'll have to hop between each gap in the mines until you're able to reach the platform to hoist yourself up. Once the coast is clear, try to jump and roll to get into the safe space on the right from here, so we can do some possession. The chanting scares the slig on the lower level so much that he runs straight into a mine. Once the other slig on the upper level has been possessed, use him to take out the other slig on the higher platform, and then employ Lookout to pop the other 2 while keeping the Medakans safe. Open the bird portal for our lone companion, and then head back to open Abe's bird portal, now accessible thanks to the cowardice of that slig down below. Back on the main path, take the lower passage and roll under the little gap until you can see a sleeping slig next to a mine. From here you have enough distance to toss a rock into the mine, causing a blast big enough to take him out but leave you unscathed. Next screen over we have a pretty standard stealth section, 3 rocks to hide behind with 1 slig patrolling. Don't try to get too cocky going all the way to the other side because this guy turns around fast. You may notice that the moon in the sky now seems to be marked with something. We'll get to that soon enough. Past this next bat-riddled passage and into the following area, we can hear some distant barking. Knowing what the creatures of Oddworld are like, you already know this ain't good. Collect another rock from the sack on the way down. Be sure to leave this mine intact. Next screen over we have our first encounter with the slog. This guy here will stay in place until you either use a GameSpeak prompt or walk close enough to the point it gives chase. Lead it back the way you came and watch the fireworks as it stumbles right into the mine. Hope you're ready for more of these things because the rest won't be going down that easily. Speaking of, next secret area is in the crawl space down here to the left. There's a slog waiting to give chase, but you're going to have to put your aim to the test and take out these mines first. Thankfully you can kill 2 mines with 1 rock by standing against the wall and using the down button throw. Leap down and roll through the gap to the other side and climb up to the next platform. This next mine can be cleared by standing right on the edge and using an up button throw. Run over to the other side to the cliff and pass through to the next screen so that you can activate Abe's bird portal. Slogs can sometimes be a bit thick and not realize what ledge you're on, so carefully get back down and roll through and jump through the portal. This next secret has, big shock, another slog. Sneak through to the next screen and get yourself to the upper area. No worries about chanting to set the worker free, because if Medakans are working, slogs will exclusively go for you. When the manual said that the slog's favourite bone is in Abe's leg, it just might mean only Abe's leg. This is simple enough. Walk to the left to open the bird portal, coax the slog to the right side of the room, and then run back to the lower area through Abe's portal. Passing on beyond where that first slog was, there's another area down the lower path in what is one of the more obvious secret spots. Open the portal, mine the bats that come from the right, and then jump on through. It's another area with a slog to run away from. I'm keeping in my first death here because I thought it was funny. This area is indirectly tied to that last secret as well. Neat detail. After witnessing how not to do it, jump up to the ledge with the door and you'll pop out in the background, allowing you to free the worker who was on the path. Before heading back, run to the left and activate Abe's portal. Head back through the door, give that slog the slip, and then head on back down the main path. That's the final secret for this level, with 40 Medakans in total saved. The next screen over features yet another slog waiting for us. Do whatever you need to lead it back to where you came from, and then run back to the left after it's distracted. Bound over that mine and leave it to its fate. While not necessary, it is worth noting that there's an area down to the left here. This bird portal doesn't lead to a secret, but it'll send you back to the rock sack in case you run out of throwables for this part. Coax the slog down from the upper platform, which can be done just by dangling out of reach for a bit. Now keep your distance and use these 3 rocks to take out a few of these mines. Doesn't have to be all of them, just enough that you can hop over to the next screen. This screen here marks the end of the free fire zone. You can either climb your way down or make a leap of faith. Doesn't matter either way. In what is arguably the most famous scene and single shot in the entire Oddworld franchise, Abe sees a moon in front of him bearing the shape of a Mudakin's hand formed by craters. This was intended to signify the Mudakins' greater place as the rightful inheritors of the land. During development there was originally going to be a scene depicting a meteor shower striking the moon and creating that handprint, signifying in an even more seemingly divine way what the Mudakins' place is. This however was scrapped due to budget and time constraints, so this natural phenomenon is all that remains.
I had just got past those slugs when the strangest thing I saw. A big moon was before me, and its face was my paw. Then I fell down a cliff. And smashed my head when some big face appeared and said I was dead.
You'll be fine. You probably hit a checkpoint right before impact.
Said our land was changing, was imbalanced at best. He told me my fate was to rescue the rest. For Paramites and Scrabs had been sacred once. But that was before Rupture Farms turned them into lunch. And they live in the temples, and that's where they still nest. And facing these creatures, that was my test.
Okay, this shot right here is my favorite in the game. The sense of scale, the lighting, the huge Mudakin statues, I love everything about this. They released a high quality version of this shot among others for the Steam trading cards, and it has been in my desktop wallpaper rotation ever since. I would kill to see this game's cutscenes in their full uncompressed glory. But yes, Abe has learned of his people having a greater purpose, and he has been singled out to be the savior of the Mudakins currently shackled under the iron fist of industry. But first, he needs to pass the tests of the ancient Mudakins to prove himself. The Monsaic Lines is largely a safe haven and essentially tutorial number 2. Narratively it makes sense that this place isn't where the game starts and is overall less treacherous than what came before it, due to it being beyond the clutches of the Magog cartel and the deeper wilderness. Plus it doesn't overload the player with too many things to learn all at once to make the mechanics introduced in the wilderness stages slot in more organically. I do like the sense of relief you get from being here though. While it's not entirely devoid of things that can kill you, it is a far cry from the hectic escape of Rupture Farms and the Free Fire Zone. There's even a lot of story stones around the place to give a bit of backstory to the Mudakins, the wilderness of Oddworld, and how the Magog cartel have been pillaging the land of its resources to fuel the corporate machine. The Monsaic Lines have some of the grandest scale in the game, with the background showing huge cavernous areas, giant statues, and plenty of areas that make you feel that much smaller. It looks kinda musty and dank, but tranquil at the same time, with the soft colours, native Mudakins meditating, and plant growth around the place. In my first playthrough, I always assumed the contraptions hanging high above a few of the areas were sewer pipes leading from Gluckin inhabited areas, but these were actually the wells that the Mudakins in the wild used to get around. It's a nice detail that we'll see a lot more of as we go. Starting out from the area outside the Mudakin temple, we're soon met with a sort of recreation of that grinding area from Rupture Farms, but with rocks instead of carcasses. The story stone right here is the first of a series of poems that probably inspired Abe's poetry during his narrations.
Grave dangers await for those who dare, for Mudakin trials offer despair. Enduring the nests of creatures' unrest is the task for those seeking the test. Brave beware, for old have told that only one shall be so bold.
There's actually an unused slide describing the Monsaic Lines in a more comedic tone that was likely supposed to go here. There are more like this in later stages, but I imagine this one was scrapped to maintain more of a mystical tone. We've already got a lot more of these things to read going forward. The rocks are easy enough to pass by with well-timed hops. The next screen has a recurring metaphorical wall for the Monsaic Lines. These Mudokon natives are armed with slingshots and won't let you pass unless you repeat their whistling password back to them. Attempting to get past them will have them one-shot you with their slingshots. It's the same password throughout the level, just adding more steps to it for each subsequent appearance. They're pretty easy and mostly there to familiarise you with the buttons, since a lot more of these will be appearing in the wilderness levels. I'll show the solutions to each of these on screen with the high and low whistle tones represented with H and L. Each password sequence ends in a fart.
Okay.
Beyond here we see that truly nothing is sacred, as a couple of sligs have made their way here. Nothing too fancy though, it's basically a tutorial on how to possess sligs. Because ignoring secret areas, you can technically make it all the way here without ever chanting once. Dispose of the 2 sligs and then pass through the pig nose passageway over here. This room is a simple showcase of transitioning from running to rolling, and the next screen over introduces wells. Get ready to see these all over the place because they're going to be a key means of getting around going forward. Getting the hang of jumping into a well from a run is also something that will be necessary a few times. Passing through to the other side beyond where the sligs were patrolling, we get our next poem.
Few paramites and scrabs inhabit these lands, as millions have died on our own lost hands. Sacred they are to us who know, but face them he must to continue their show. Shrikle shall come from their spirits' unrest, to aid the victor after his quest.
Shrikle, eh? I like the sound of that. But keep in mind that even though paramites and scrabs are on the decline and we're supposed to be trying to save these species, I decided to introduce a kill counter for a reason. Spoiler alert, our hands aren't exactly going to be clean by the time this is over. Ride the lift platform up to the next area and we'll find another Mudokon Guardian and another Story Stone. Switches work well. Well, I certainly hope they do. This Guardian Mudokon still requires you to complete the next sequence to pass, but he's also the only one you can actually cheese your way past with relative ease.
I don't know.
Guess I'm a fraction less worthy, but I think I can live with that. Pull the lever to activate the well, then head on up. Don't move a muscle though, because this guy saw us bypass the last guy and he's not letting us off so easily.
Okay.
I touched on it earlier, but it should be mentioned that the reduced frame rate of the PAL version of the game makes these password sequences even more of a chore to get through.
One minute, 37 seconds later. 2 hours later.
So much later that the old narrator got tired of waiting and they had to hire a new one.
I don't know.
Moving on through some nice views and meditating Mudokons, we have our next poem.
Single blue hand shall bear the brands, and unleash the power to destroy false lands. Gluckin ministers will fume in alarm, as the Shrikle awakened halts the flesh farm.
Flesh farm is a pretty metal way of describing it, honestly. Through the well we get a map of the next area, small as it is, as if to say, this way, dipshit. Yeah, absolute lads going for 100% already know how bird portals work. A recurring door lock of sorts that will be returning in the temple areas later on are these bells. There's not that much to them. You have to find the touchstones to learn their tune, and then chant to possess the floating metal ball and replay that melody to open the door. These melodies are played for you automatically after you've discovered the touchstones though, so I have often wondered if at some point during development they required the player to memorize them much like the native Mudokon passwords. If you possess the bells before finding the melody, you're able to play whatever tune you wish, though playing the correct tune still won't open the door. Perhaps that was deemed a little too steep a requirement with how complex some of the melodies could get later on. But anyway, the lower path leads to what we're after. A native just chilling here meditating, and a beehive which we don't get a formal introduction to via tutorial. It's pretty simple. If you get near this thing, bees will chase you. If they sting you for long enough, you're dead. Though that's apparently not something the native Mudokons have to worry about because they can swat them off and be just fine. The touchstone up here will play back the tune we need for the bell. Now we can head back the same way and give the other native minding his own business the pain of 1,000 needles. Hey, it's okay guys, I'm the Messiah. It's all part of the plan. Possess the bells and the tune will open the way forward. Through here we'll come across the final Guardian Mudokon with the longest password of the lot. Thankfully it remains building on what came before, so it's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Here we also get introduced to flintlocks. This information panel here is also the only time the Magog cartel are directly mentioned in-game. Basically these are required to be lit to progress in the temples. This one here, however, can be ignored entirely if you want. The hint flies here say leap of faith, so run and jump for it and you'll stick the landing below. It won't be our last time seeing this view either. As we head into the last area of the Monsaic Lines with no more tutorials, we get this grand view of two giant statues of a Scrab and a Paramite. They're just retextured versions of the renders seen in the manual, but still pretty cool. Another poem awaits in the centre.
Born to those of lost history and labourers of flesh, those within the conjured beast of monstrous appetite, of hardened shell and horrid bird breath, its heart of steel and blade, the first shall bear witness to come forth. He frees his own before finding the others.
It's long since become a cliche, but I always love hearing those sorts of analogies for factories and industry as unfathomable monsters. They can paint great images in your mind. Before carrying on, I'm going to bring up another bit of cut content for the Monsaic Lines. In the game files, there's a piece of dynamic music intended for when you have your rideable companion, Elam. Only thing is that Elam doesn't appear anywhere in this level. Turns out that's because there was at some point an area that would show you the ropes of riding Elam, including the bell to summon him, a prompt to jump, and even a big statue of him in the background area. Neat stuff, though I can see why it got scrapped when you encounter him so early in both of the wild areas. And here comes the proverbial fork in the road in the Monsaic Lines. Wells leading to two sections of Oddworld's greater wilderness. We'll have to activate the wells first, though. Beyond the wells is this massive roadblock that's clearly beyond anything Abe can manage. Mines, sligs, and chant suppressors all laid out in a way that you can't maneuver your way past. The story stone here tells you of a great power you can learn that will allow you to get by, but that will require besting both of the temples that the Big Face mentioned earlier. As a side note, you can actually hop to this spot in the row of mines due to the collision being a little weird in the zoomed out screens. Not that you can do anything from here that will do you any good. When choosing the path forward, you can pick between Paramonia or Scrabania, which themselves are split between two sections. The Wilderness, a pretty straightforward trek through the environment with sligs and occasionally slogs standing in your way, and the Temples, where you have to pass several trial rooms to prove yourself worthy. These will pit you against not only sligs and slogs, but also Scrabs and Paramites, respective to each area. Since you can tackle them in either order, they are both relatively balanced in a sense, Paramonia having the easier Wilderness but the harder Temple, and Scrabania having the harder Wilderness but the easier Temple. Pick your poison, and choose wisely because you won't be coming back here until you're done with one of them. I myself tend to go with Paramonia first since it's the first in the line and we already dealt with enough Scrabs in the Stockyards, so it's nice for a bit of variety. Upon entry, you get one of the few FMVs that aren't actually available in the cutscene select screen.
I had visions of Paramites living in the wild, how they were before I was a child. Then I saw what we did, ignored their cries, cut 'em up for Paramite pies.
It may be heresy to say this when Scrabania exists, but purely in terms of visuals, Paramonia is probably my favourite area of the game. I like how different it looks from standard forestry locations with the particularly tall and pointy look it all has, both the trees and the wooden structures made by the Mudakan inhabitants. A lot of it feels like it'd poke your eye out if you look at it for too long. Even while sharing a similar green hue with the Monsaic Lines, it still feels very distinct. Plus, throughout multiple portions of the level, you see the outside structure of the temple as the beacon to your goal. The first obstacle of the area has you stumbling upon a sleeping slig with a brand new interactable nearby, the Order Bomb, later rebranded as the Slap Mine. These things are kinda like UXBs, except when you activate them they beep a few times before eventually exploding. The idea here is that you're supposed to set it off and clear out to blow up the slig, but it's much simpler to just jump on the structure above and possess the slig from up there. Perhaps not as satisfying as using an explosive, but you do get to do this. I'll never get tired of that. You may notice that the drop over here is way too big for Abe to jump over with his gangly legs, so that's where a little help comes in. Jumping into the well that the lever activated, we're able to pull this cord which rings a bell. Upon getting back to the ground, we finally get to meet our odd-looking companion known as Elam. Do you get it? It's mule, but it's spelled backwards. It's another charmingly unflattering design that I absolutely love. It's kind of like if you shaved a tauntaun and left it out in the sun. They even go the extra mile with Abe clearly not feeling too pleased about riding this thing. Which, considering the manual describes him as smelling like a burst sewer pipe, I don't blame him. Then there's how he moves. The regular walking already looks a little rigid, but the running animation looks like the most uncomfortable thing imaginable, and it's hilarious. Before proceeding, make sure you grab some rocks from the elevated platform, and we'll need to clear the mine on the other side of the jump. To nail the shot, stand one block back from the lever and then use the up throw. With the right run up and jumping right at the edge of the platform, you'll be able to clear the gap with Elam and move on. Though the sprite work makes the right side platform a little confusing, which isn't great because falling means having to deal with the slig all over again. The mimic puzzle, if you could even call it that, comes back into play here. Thankfully a very simple 4-whistle sequence.
Hello, hello. Okay.
Once the lift platform drops down, lift yourself and Elam up to the next area. There's another rock sack here, which is a dead giveaway that something's coming up. You can order Elam to wait the same way you can with Mudokons, and even though the manual and promo material seems to paint Elam as being a stubborn and reluctant travel companion, he sounds genuinely upset when you leave him behind.
Wait.
The next screen is another bit of in-gameplay comedy that I enjoy. A slig facing away with a mine in front of him, and you can throw the rock at the mine, blowing him up pretty much right before he realizes what's going on. They tweaked the AI on this one in particular to make it a little slower to react to you coming on screen. Top up your rocks if you're all out, and then get Elam to follow you again to the next lift platform. Once at the top, Elam gets distracted by honey dripping onto the ground, and you will not be able to make him budge with commands alone. Here's another version difference fun fact. In the first print Black Label version of this game on PS1, it used to be possible to ride Elam off the edge of this platform to the left and end up back where you came from. This would essentially lock you in place since there was no way to get the lift platform back down. Because of this, all later printings of the game included this carved log at the end to prevent you from walking through. To get Elam to quit horsing around, you'll need to toss a rock at the beehive to get it to fall on him. He'll be mildly upset about this for a bit, but it won't kill him, so it's fine. Once he's finished being a big baby, keep heading right until you see a UXB at the edge of a platform and a slig running off in the background. Rest assured that slig won't come back, so you have all the time in the world to deactivate the UXB. Pay attention to the sequence and slap it on green, then you'll be able to proceed on Elam back. Just gun it here. Keep on running, leap over the hole, and you won't need to worry about the slig getting you. Onward to the next area, we'll have a bit of a climb to make that will require leaving Elam behind for a bit. A beautifully built structure all framed around a tall rock formation in the center that thins out as you ascend. There's a lever partway up that can't be accessed on account of 2 mines on either side of it, so keep going and jump into the well to get shot up to the top past 2 sligs. Possess the schmuck at the top and carefully work your way back down to pop the other one in the back. Once you reach the platform with the mines, use the slig to blow them up, doesn't matter which. Make your own way down to pull the lever to bring down the lift platform, and then head down to collect Elam and bring him right to the top with you beyond where even the slig we possessed was. The sequence here is one of those sections that feels like a shot at a cinematic moment. You're riding Elam across a long stretch of structures while trying to outrun a swarm of bees. I can't say I'm a big fan of how this is handled though. The timing on some of the jumps can be a little obnoxious, and this is made even more obnoxious with the screen-by-screen transitions being a little disorienting. I feel like it would work a lot better in a game with an unbroken scrolling level. We do get a few neat vistas along the way though. In this upcoming area, there's another Mudokon native who requires a password for you to progress. Though unlike the first one, he won't make you repeat a sequence back to him, and instead requires you to find a touchstone with the password. You're going to need to complete a platforming gauntlet to reach it. I will show how it's done, but you do have the choice to skip this section entirely if you already know the password. A bit of story and gameplay synergy I like in the wilds is the additions of the paramite webs to show that paramites do indeed roam these forests, or at least they used to. Gameplay-wise, it's used to save the more treacherous gauntlets involving the little beasties until a bit later, but narratively it also conveys how Rupture Farms hunting the wildlife has dwindled their numbers so much that they're either scarce in the wilderness proper, or have entirely secluded themselves in the temple where they're much safer. This is especially driven home in the FMV that plays before entering the wilderness, showing paramites frolicking in these outside areas, though maybe frolic is the wrong term to use for things that look like this. For this little gauntlet, despite being shot to the top, do not go to this pull ring on the right. You will die from that fall. Instead, climb your way back down to the bottom and pull the lever first. The touchstone to the right here will also give you the password for the upcoming native. Spoilers, it's just the inverse of the first whistle check we did in this level. Jump back in the well, and now that the lever has been pulled, the gaps between some of these platforms have closed off. Use the pull ring to now be caught safely on the way down, and jump back into the well to get shot back where you came from. Riveting. I tend to skip this part on repeat playthroughs because it just feels like a waste of time, and I've never been that big on these kinds of password puzzles. Head on down to the lower area to give the password to the native.
Hello, password. Okay.
This will drop down the lift platform and let us proceed further. Elam still continues with us, but we can stay on foot because we only need him to bypass literally one more jump. We have sligs again. Stay put here and possess the slig up top to do a bit of cleanup. Be ready for the sligs on the other screens because they will shoot you if you hesitate. Little fun fact here, this is one of the few times in the game where you can actually kill Abe while controlling a slig. Committing suicide by slig brings up the questions of what happens to Abe's subconscious in that moment. Does he disappear entirely when he's killed? Does the slig get control of its mental faculties back, or does it remain there brain dead like the loss of control implies? Is Abe's mind trapped within the sligs now? Or maybe it doesn't matter, because time-traveling reincarnation birds. Let's go with that. It's a bit out of the way at the top of the structure where the first slig was, but there's a touchstone up here that gives the token Oddworld snarky description of Paramonia. Once all the sligs are cleared, get on Elam and ride like the wind to jump over that last gap. We're going to have to dismount Elam here. Chant to possess the slig over the far side, and walk to the right to kill the other slig waiting at the temple entrance. Running the slig into the pile of mines is optional, but recommended because it's funny. One last thing you can do here if you're feeling cruel is getting Elam to follow you. You can only get to the other side using this well since there's too many mines to jump, but he'll keep following you regardless. He couldn't come with us anyway, but I still feel bad. I'll add it to the kill counter so I can think about what I've done later. Open the bird portal, and we'll finally see our way into the temple. Okay, now playtime is over, because the Paramonia temple is a lot less hospitable than the wilds. Made immediately apparent from the second screen where you can hear a slog waiting for us. You can see them clearly here, unlike the ones in the Free Fire zone, and like most of the other denizens of Oddworld, they're not particularly easy on the eyes. As the well in the background area would suggest, we're going to be luring these guys over. Just poking your head into the screen is enough to lure out just the slig, so he'll give you plenty of time to get to the well before he shows himself. Once in the safety of the background, possess the slig and get the slog to follow you. When descending to this lower area, try not to rush it, because overshooting these cliff faces will very likely get you killed. Once you come across another slig at the bottom, get the slog to rip out his jugular, and then dispose of what remains. Carefully navigate Abe to where the two of them initially were, and jump over the gap to pull the lever and get the lift platform back up. Visually, the Paramonia temple is a nice contrast to the forests outside, still carrying that green haze in the air, but much darker. The wood structures built around the foundation of the temple slowly transitioning into being built over rock structures the more you descend, showing that a good portion of this temple is built deep underground. Cave paintings off in the distance and the dank, musty appearance the deeper you get. You can practically smell this place. Also, there is a pretty funny bit here. Don't go doing it because it'll kill you, but I'll show it off. You chant to read the hint flies here and they'll spell out, "Watch out for that bat." And by the time you get to the end of the message, the bat flying around will get you. The bats in this game are the bane of my existence, but I'll give credit where it's due for another nice bit of environmental comedy. Another note, in this lower area where that second slig is, there's a lever that drops a rock and a raised area the next screen over, in case you need a way to sort out the slig and or slog that got left behind if you mess something up. Through the door ahead, we enter the main area of the Paramonia temple. This is the main hub we will be in for the rest of this level. The story stone here gives us a brief introduction to Paramites, since this will be our first time directly encountering them in-game. They're a little skittish and will run away from you at first glance, but if you back them into a corner or have two or more of them together, they'll become aggressive and give chase to Abe. Within the hub of the temple, there are 7 new doors in total. This consists of 6 gauntlets making up the main temple trials, which can be tackled in any order. The 7th door, pictured in the center of the dark circle unlocked after finishing the other 6, is the Paramite Nests, the final trial before you can return to the Monsaic Lines. The initial 6 trials can be tackled in any order, so if you find one is giving you too much trouble, you can back out and attempt another one, since the entrance won't be closed off until you activated that area's respective flintlock. The first one we'll be tackling is the first bottom left door. This one is probably the biggest pain in the arse, so I try to get it out of the way first. Going off to the left, you'll find a hole in the ground with bees steadily coming out of it, so that way is a no-go currently. Taking the upward path, we find the third and final throwable item in the game, meat chunks. Once at the top, head off to the right and we'll come across our first paramite. It'll back off a little as we get close to it, but if we throw down a chunk of meat, nothing else in the world will matter to it in that moment. In the next screen there's another paramite that will quickly get angry at us for backing it into a corner. Once you hit a particular point, the big boulder will be unleashed and start rolling toward you, splattering both of the paramites in its path along the way. I'm not the biggest fan of how this is handled simply because there's no visual indicator of where the boulder trap is triggered. There's at least enough of a window to get away from it if it catches you off guard, but it's a bit of a dick move. This isn't the last boulder we'll be seeing in these gauntlets, and also not the last one that doesn't have a signposted trigger. If your secret hunting instincts are still paying attention, you'll no doubt guess there's something on the other side of that boulder slope. The good news is that this is the only secret area to account for in the whole temple. The bad news, the secret fucking sucks. The only saving grace being that there's a checkpoint immediately preceding it. Once you get inside, you will immediately have to roll off to the right because 2 paramites will drop from the ceiling and chase after you in short fashion. Did you know this is the only Rupture Farms gauntlet in the game with paramites in it? The rest of them probably escaped because this chain link fencing probably didn't do a great job holding in what are essentially 3-foot long spiders. The crux of this one is the same as the first secret with the Scrabs. There are 3 Mudokons locked away in an upper area, and you need to lead them over to the other screen where their way out awaits. The difference is this one is less about the timing with platforming and more about a ticking clock. You have to drop down a meat chunk to keep the paramites distracted, drop down, roll through the tube to the other side, get the Mudokon to wait, and then roll back and get up to the safety of higher ground before the paramites have finished snacking. This is a pretty tight time limit to work with, and messing up anything will put you at high risk of having to do this all from the beginning. The best bit of advice I can give for this one is before you start escorting the workers, distract the paramites with meat and roll over to the other side to activate Abe's bird portal. Believe me, it will make this a lot easier. Beyond that, you're doing the same thing 3 times in a row. Get a Mudokon to follow you, jump up to drop a meat chunk to distract the paramites, and then immediately run off to the side and roll through the tube. Get the Mudokon to wait the moment he's on screen, roll back and jump up to safety before you get gored by the 3 stooges. Rinse and repeat until all 3 are on the other side. A final word of warning, and another reason I hate the way the secret is designed. As soon as the slaves have left through the portal, a rapid stream of rocks will start falling from the ceiling 3 squares away from Abe's portal. It's still possible to roll past this and jump through the portal, but it's a high stress situation with some tough timing, and those rocks are not guaranteed to kill the paramites when they come after you. To avoid any of that, when leading the final Mudokon to the portal, roll right over to Abe's portal and then chant. By the time the rocks start falling, you'll already be in a safe spot and be able to make your escape before the paramites catch up to you. 3 more Mudokons saved, and the last ones we'll have to worry about until we get to the Scrabania temple. The rest of this area is thankfully a bit more straightforward. Grab another chunk of meat from the sack on the way back, and then head to the left of this gap. There's another paramite here waiting for us, and we're going to continue not helping the preservation efforts. Throw the chunk of meat over the shadow you can just barely see on the left side, and then quickly zip back to pull this lever. If you were able to squash the paramite fast enough, the meat chunk should still be left behind. Have a peek at the next screen over and there will be another paramite. If you don't back it into a corner, it will follow you back without hostile intent. Second verse, same as the first. We're going to need the bell song to progress, so now it's time to head back to the lower area, grabbing some more meat on the way down if you need it. That boulder from earlier landed on the hole spewing out bees, so we can progress further this way now. The touchstone up above it has the bell song for us to leave, but we're still going to need the flintlock to clear the area, and that takes us further left. There's another paramite waiting for us over on the ledge, so quickly zip back to the previous screen and drop the meat chunk to keep it distracted. Once down at the bottom of the cliff, collecting more meat along the way, we see the flintlock switch in the lower area with a paramite beneath a beehive. That bit with Elam in the forest already prepared us for this. Though while Elam was able to shrug off bees, paramites get fucked up by these things. Knock the hive down with the meat and run down to pull the lever while the paramite is distracted. Not only that, but another paramite comes down and also goes for the meat. The 2 of them are so hungry that they'll keep eating a small chunk of meat until bees sting them to death. Part of me wants to feel bad that I've killed 6 paramites in this area alone, directly or otherwise, but these things are clearly too stupid to live. Grab the meat chunk again before heading back where we came from. Once back up at the top of the cliff, drop the meat here to lure that final paramite back to reduce the chance of it getting in the way. Climb back up to the top left area and get to the bells. Possess them to play the song and you'll be allowed to leave through the door. 1 down, 5 to go. Next up I'll be taking the door immediately to the right. The welcoming committee has come to greet us, so progress to the left. If you follow it all the way, there'll be a second one waiting near the bell. This is an instance where getting the both of them riled up will actually make the final part a little easier. Quickly double back to the last screen and begin climbing to the higher area. There's yet another paramite waiting for us at the top, but it's really easy to avoid incurring this one's wrath. Roll to the left and you'll find this little tucked away area with a meat sack and a touchstone. Check the stone to get the bell song, and leave a bit of meat in the corner here to attract the paramite without having to corner it on the way out. Taking the upper area a couple of screens across brings us to another propped up boulder. This one also doesn't have a visual indicator, but the trigger is the block immediately to the right of the lever. Walk your way there and then hightail it in the opposite direction once it's let loose. Just keep running and don't worry about anything else, because you'll fall and catch the edge of the platform on the way down as the boulder bounces past and is demolished on impact with the wall. Climb back up to the lever and pull it to activate the well. Don't bother checking behind the boulder ramp for another secret. Remember, no more Mudokons. Jump in the well to get into this background area, which will carry you to where the flintlock is. Head back where you came and climb back down to the bottom area. Drop the meat chunk to lure out the two paramites from the left, and we can run off to the left while they're distracted and get out of reach to activate the bells. 2 down, 4 to go. Next one up, we'll be tackling the next level up on the far right side. This door here can go fuck itself, and for one simple reason: these spiked swinging boulders. You have to roll, climb, and duck your way past 3 of these things while there's also 2 bats floating just above in steady rotation. If you don't duck in time, you're bat food. If you miss time a roll, you'll get knocked away. If you stand to the right of this first boulder, and only this first boulder, you'll get knocked down anyway because for some reason that particular one has a wider hitbox. When I said the Paramonia temple was harder than the Scrabania temple, shit like this is mostly why. It's more irritating than anything between some cheap deaths, sometimes hard to gauge AI with the paramites, the bats, and this messy-ass swinging rock section. But I digress. Once you're past the Newton's cradle from hell, there's a UXB and a mine here with another bat flying about. You can just ignore this UXB by jumping over it. Climbing up further, there will be another 3 UXBs in a row with a lever in the center. You can just deactivate one of these things and pull the lever to activate the flintlock. On the other side of the drop, there's a sleeping slog and a pull ring. Sneak your way over and jump up to pull it, then immediately get out of there. When you get to the other side out of the slog's reach, there's sometimes a chance the slog will overshoot and fall down, landing right on the UXB below. It didn't happen during any of the attempts I recorded, so you win this time. But don't worry, there will be plenty of chances to make up the numbers. Plenty of chances.
In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
Carefully maneuvering our way back down past the bats and the rock biters' gonads, we can leave out the newly opened door back at the start. 3 down, 3 to go. Next door to the left. This one has a bit of a central gimmick to it which definitely makes it stand out among the rest. There are pressure plates throughout this area, and each time you touch them, rocks will fall down from set areas. These can be triggered by both you and the paramites in the area, so it can turn into one big puzzle trying to navigate the area. If you're able to strategically take out the paramites one at a time, this becomes a lot easier. Off to the left is the first paramite. If you carefully get past the first pressure pad and get the right timing leading it past the second one near the bells, you can crush it on its way through. Don't get too hasty rolling under this section as the pressure pad right before the entrance drops another 2 rocks. This area features the lever for the flintlock. Shortly after climbing up, 2 more paramites will drop down, so get the hell out of there as early as possible. Getting the right timing rolling back under the gap, the rock should kill most of them. If there's any left, your next best bet will be the one near the entrance since there's a big enough gap between rocks and the switch, and the double rock drop will give the higher chance of impact. Once you're in the clear, go all the way to the left and get the bell song from the touchstone, and then head back to the exit. 4 down, 2 to go. Now for the 2 on the left side, starting with the right side door. Immediately you can hear sligs, which just means there'll be no paramites here because their AI is incompatible. The passage on the right side has a mine blocking the way out, so we're going to need a rock. Go to the left and lure one of the sligs back, jumping up to the entrance platform to possess it. He's particularly running on room temperature IQ, running straight into the wall. Head the next screen over to the other slug, pop him and drop him. Still funny. While the rock sack is in a bit of a precarious spot, you can get one to fall out by jumping over the gap. With the rock, go clear the way under the crawl space, keeping in mind not to get too close to the fireworks. First we'll need to get the flintlock and bell song. Further to the left, to no one's joy, these things again. This one is thankfully a lot easier. There aren't any awkward hitboxes this time and there's only one bat. The bat does have a trick you need to look out for though, and that's the way it goes down to the edge on the far left side, so hanging there for too long will only spell death. Once on the other side, there's yet another sleeping slog, but this one has a slap mine in front of it. Trigger it, give it a few seconds, and then get out of here, alerting the slog right into the world's worst alarm clock. Get the bell song, activate the flintlock, and then head on back through the gap to the bell. 5 down, 1 to go. Now the final gauntlet before the nests. We're greeted by the welcoming committee again, but this time we'll be going over rather than under. There's another paramite up here, but you can hop over to the other side and then back down without instantly getting mauled. Pull the lever to bring down the lift platform, and then make your way back up so you can ascend. Next area has the lever for the flintlock blocked behind some mines. Also the Oddworld Inhabitants logo on the rock to the right. I see you, lads. Next screen up is another native Mudakin, but he's not giving you shit without a password. So further up we go. After getting off the lift platform and climbing higher, there's a meat sack. Just some advice though, don't try using meat chunks to clear the mines, because the mines of Oddworld are vegetarian and therefore reject your meat-based projectiles. Ride the platform back down to the lowest level and chuck the meat chunk to the right to lure away the paramite. The touchstone on the left will have the password that the Mudakin native requires.
Hello, password. Okay.
Once you're given the password, you'll get a little something I can only call the Red Ring of Death. It'll not only brick your Xbox 360, but it'll demolish any mines on screen by chancing. Using it on the row of mines in the highest area is incredibly satisfying. Seriously, the audio and visual design in this game is just timelessly excellent. Pulling the lever up here will activate the well in one of the lower areas. Before entering the well, get another ring from the native by repeating the password to him, and then destroy the mines below so you can activate the flintlock. Finally jumping into the well, you'll get shot into the sky at warp speed. Jump up to the exit area before 2 more paramites make their way down, and we're all done with the initial gauntlet lineup. Now it's time for the final challenge of the Paramonia Temple, the Paramite Nest. The foreboding shadows at the top reflect what's coming up. The final area is draped in shadows for most of it. There are paramites everywhere and you're going to be running for your life at about every moment. There are no checkpoints aside from right at the start, so you're going to have to do this all in one go. If you need to look over the gauntlet ahead, the safe area at the start has a well that will take you into the background area, covering most of the level. Once you ride up the lift platform, things immediately get dangerous. Quickly run to the left and jump to the higher area. Don't do it the way I did it unless you're confident working with the delay on Abe's slide. There's a trapdoor that opens at the end of this path. Jump over that or you'll get immediately mauled by the paramite waiting below. Leap right at the last moment here to get away from your pursuers. Climbing up to the next area, quickly run over to higher ground before another pair of paramites drop down. Get a running jump to reach the platform on the other side. Ascend from the falling debris and roll through this gap. Be sure not to dawdle because more paramites will drop down in this upper area. Keep running and carefully string 2 jumps together here to get to the upper area. If you're left hanging on either of them, you're basically as good as dead. Roll through this next screen to avoid getting knocked over by the lowered bits of rocks. Keep on running through this until you get to this upper platform with a well. Don't hesitate as another paramite will drop down. You'll get a short breather here with a meat sack, a beacon of light in a place riddled with paramites. Jumping through the next well to the other side, you're in a safe spot with a few paramites below. Toss some meat to distract them and head right through the door. Don't delay because this many of them will wolf down one piece of meat really quickly. Right at the end here we get the Paramonia monument. A great shot with the big face and several native Mudakins and accompanying paramite statues overlooking the forest. I would pay good money for a statue or diorama of this. The end of one journey before another begins. Chant to open the bird portal, and mind your jump because it is very possible to overshoot the portal and fall down the pit. I've done it by accident at least twice.
The big face said I'd learned much throughout my quest. This handscar would help me for more dangers await. I would need its full power to complete my fate.
As a milestone for getting to the halfway point of this journey to enlightenment, Abe got a free tattoo of a crude paramite cave painting. Back to the Monsaic Lines again, we're in territory we've been in before. Head on back to the lever in the room next to the wells and then open the second entrance. And then hop in it for our next destination.
I had visions of Scrabs, safe in the wild. How they were before I was a child. Now they're cut, ground, and mashed into little cakes. Scrabs destroyed for profit's sake.
I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain.
In stark comparison to the dank green colours and colder atmosphere of the Monsaic Lines in Paramonia, Scrabania features the warmest colours in the entire game. The sun basking over the vast cliffsides and rock faces, the cloudy sky lit up in oranges and reds as the sun attempts to break through, making for the kind of gorgeous picturesque sight you'd occasionally see in a supermarket parking lot of all places. The trees and wooden structures of Paramonia are contrasted with the rock and metal, right down to the temple looking like a grain silo and a water tower mixed together. What brings all of this together is the immaculate piece of ambient music for the Scrabania Wilds, which is up there with the Free Fire Zone for being my favourite track in the game, though this one just edges it out. It's so relaxing to listen to, and I can just close my eyes and imagine myself in a vast desert with the sun on my skin. I still hold Scrabania's wilderness as being tougher than Paramonia, but in general it's also just longer. I looked at the footage I took for both of them. I cleared Paramonia in 10 minutes while Scrabania took me 20. As a point of comparison, we can compare the opening areas for each. Paramonia had a single slig, a mine, and a jump to bypass with Elam. Scrabania's opening is a little more complex. Right out of the gate we can see some wells that are inaccessible, a slig in a raised area, and even a few more that can be heard. Jumping past this mine and sneaking into the next area over, we're briefly in the safety of shadows. Sneaking past and avoiding the sight of the patrolling slig, we have a lever in a raised area and cracks on the ground resembling an X. You can put together what comes next. Once the slig gets back, pull the lever and give him a splitting headache. Off to the left there's another lever which will activate the well from earlier. But if you're paying attention, there's another cracked X on the ground to the right side of it. Pull on the left side to avoid getting a splitting headache yourself. We won't be progressing further here on account of another bat being a bat, so it's time to backtrack to the well at the start. Pulling the lever here in the newly accessible background area will alter the other well on the second screen. Rather than having the well shoot you up into direct contact with the slig in the upper area, we're now at a safe distance to chant and possess him. Walking him off the side will land him squarely on the landmine below, neatly getting rid of 2 birds with 1 stone. Jumping back in the well will shoot you up to where the slig was and give you a chance to pull the bell and summon Elam. Hopefully he's forgiven us for what happened in Paramonia. Listen out for the next slig below and you can get past it unscathed to reach Elam. Back with our uncomfortable and smelly steed, we can overshoot that back blocking our way and carry onward. I do find it very refreshing when you get desert levels that are built into cliffs and mesas rather than being set around sand dunes with the occasional ancient temple. Rarer still to have one where you just straight up never see any sand or even the ground level. Descending down the lift platform, we meet our first password Mudakin.
Hello.
This guy gives us the red ring of death much earlier than is seen in Paramonia. Walking off to the right, we can clear away a floating mine before it could cause any trouble. Pull the lever to bring up the next lift platform and repeat the password to get another ring. Feel free to get Elam to wait behind since we won't need him again just yet. Dropping down to the lower area, chant to clear the 3 mines nearby and you can access the touchstone with a password that will be needed up ahead. Before proceeding further down though, go back up to get another red ring. I really do wish that these guys were programmed in a way that you gave them their password once and they'd just automatically refresh your ring anytime you returned. This can get a little monotonous and probably didn't help Scrabania feeling a lot longer than Paramonia did. I mean, Paramonia's worst bit of padding was probably, the vertical platforming section where you did all that just to get the password? Once you make your way to the lowest point the platform will allow, you'll find the Mudakin who requires the password. There's a bat blocking the way forward and 2 floating mines ominously floating nearby.
Hello. Password. Okay.
As soon as you give the password, the mine on the left is going to move your way, so either crouch while giving the password or be ready to do so right after the Guardian pulls the lever. Once both mines are a good distance from you, unleash the red ring to clear the mines out so both Abe and Elam can proceed. Bring Elam back down to you to jump the gap and get ready for a bit of running. The first screen has rotating mines moving in a pattern that offers a gap for you to breeze on through them. The first screen can take a little trial and error to get the timing right, but once you get past that, the subsequent screens are perfectly easy to bypass as long as you keep moving. It's for the spectacle more than anything. I do enjoy that long strip of the well tube that you can see stretching beyond. Really makes me wish I could take that to fast track my journey to the temple. While some of the puzzle segments of Scrabania can be a bit fiddly at times, I do appreciate these brief moments of just taking in the scenery. We're at another lift platform with a very out of reach rock sack in sight. After making it to the top, Elam is once again pulled away by the delicious allure of floor honey. But this time the overhanging beehive is completely collapsed and there's only 1 bee hanging around, so this simply isn't going to do to snap our stinky companion out of his voracious detour. There's a cliffside climb to the right with some signage reaffirming that Elam loves honey but is less keen on bees. But it's blocked up by mines, so we're going to have to go on another red ring hunt. Using the lift platform to the right of Elam and taking the upward path, another mine blocks the way. Nowhere to go but down. There's no way of jumping to that rock sack without getting shot out of a cannon, so we must proceed eastward. We eventually come to an area with a glimpse of a slig in the distance. The well isn't currently active, so we'll have to keep on going forward. Be sure to remain out of sight of the sligs in the background. There's a chunk of rock for a safe spot with a lever right before another cliff jump blocked by a bat. I can't really even complain about bats being a contrived roadblock in Scrabania, because these ones are infinitely less annoying than the ones in the Paramonia temple. Jump into the newly activated well and we'll be shot up in just the right jump arc to get a rock. Since going the rightward path will take too many rocks to clear the way, the upward path it is. Toss the rock while keeping your distance to clear the mine, and we'll meet the native Mudakin in the cave. Another simple password to replicate so we can get a ring.
Hello. Okay.
An interesting detail here is the cracked X in the middle of the floor, but with no falling rock triggers to speak of. It might be a holdover from an old puzzle that used to be in this room. Go to the right path and use the red ring of death on those mines. Up the top of this cliff is a kind of bizarre in-universe device, a level which causes bees in the nearby hive to start chasing you. Probably intended as a little bit of environmental comedy, and not the last one we'll see in this level. Make a run for it back the way you came, being careful not to let the bees kill you. And remind Elam of his diet for this journey. Now we can carry on beyond the lower path. Ride Elam through here and run past the slig when the opportunity arises, and we'll be stopped in our path by yet another explosive. A UXB this time around. Jump through the well to the other side to deactivate it. This one has a very simple red-red-green sequence that doesn't require much memorization from the player. The next screen looks pretty daunting. 2 sligs in the background, a security orb, and a floating mine circling above a well. You can actually jump into the well at just the right time to clear this mine. The animation for jumping into and flying out of wells has invincibility frames, so coming into contact with mines will destroy them but leave you just fine. That's not the intended solution at all, and I will show you what to do if you're doing it the honourable way, but this method is so much faster. It's the way I've always done it, so I don't question it. Keep on running ahead with Elam until you get to the end of the line with another well. This one sends us up a couple of levels to a much more accessible rock sack. We still have to ride back down to get it, but it's an improvement. A forward throw of the rock will clear this mine on the other side so we can get the password for the story stone. Go back up and continue to the native who will ask you for a password to get a red ring.
Hello. Hello. Password. Okay.
This is how you're expected to clear the mine. It's of no use in this particular playthrough since you lose the rings when you go through an area transition, but I thought I'd include it in for completeness sake. Make sure you have a rock on hand for your way back and get Elam to come with you. Go back up and run past the Mudakin to get to the next area. The second screen along in this area has a floating mine in the way, some paint indicating a red ring and some debris on the edge of the platform indicating another native Mudakin nearby. Or you can just use the long ways throw of a rock from the edge of the screen and clear it out that way. Full disclosure, I honestly completely forgot about the native Mudakin down that clip during my recording session. The road beyond here is another stretch of running for dear life. Mines will chase after you, sligs in the distance will fire away, and it'll come to an abrupt stop you may not be ready for in time and explode. I've beaten this game over a dozen times and I still do stuff like this. I am very smart. Doing this the non-stupid way, there's another cliff face to scale that has a slig waiting for us up top. Chant to possess him, move forward and take out another 2 sleeping sligs along the way, and you'll come across a lever next to a sign just saying boom. It's incredibly simple, but it's my favourite bit of environmental comedy in the game.
What?
The speed that mine comes on screen just gets me every time. That particular mine was the one in our way, so we can now proceed on Elam back further along to the right. No more bombs to speak of, but there is a sleeping slig. Little fun fact here, Abe has invincibility frames while he's mounting and dismounting Elam. If you alert the slig and get him to shoot, you can avoid death by mounting and dismounting in rapid succession. It's actually possible to keep on doing this in a loop forever as the slig continues to open fire. There's no tactical use to this as you can't move left or right and he won't stop until you're dead. But I thought that was neat. Without further fucking about, get Elam to stay put one screen back and sneak past the sleeping slig to the next screen. Here we have a less bullshit equivalent to the swinging boulder puzzle from Paramonia, hopping between landmines while ducking to avoid the floating mine making a rotation just above. It's pretty simple, just keep in mind where the mine comes to a stop and you'll have no trouble getting past this. Next screen over we have a lever to activate the nearby well and another Mudakin native with a password to mimic. This is a bit of a longer one.
Hello. Hello.
With another red ring of death bestowed upon us, we can head back a screen and demolish the timed roadblock. Jump into the well near the Mudakin and we'll pop out just behind that first slig. Possess him and then walk him a few screens over to another slig obstructing the way forward. I'm sorry, I could never not do that. Jump in the well to return to the foreground to get Elam back and run through a few screens until we're met with an immovable roadblock. The hint flies here say bye bye Elam, and there's no way for us to bring him any further. Naturally he's a bit upset about that.
Wait.
It's a better fate than being led into a mine, but I still feel bad for leaving him here. Just beyond we can see some painting on a rock promising the temple isn't too far off. Jumping into the well, we get a puzzle with a bit of multitasking. You have to actively move around to avoid the floating mine while repeating a password back to the native Mudokon in the distance. This thankfully is only a 3-whistle password sequence, so it's not too bad.
Hello. Okay.
Jump into the well when it's cleared and you'll be flung up a few stories in a sequence that will land you in the background area. Slogs are in the foreground and mines in the back. Repeat the password of the native Mudokon here to get another red ring.
Hello. Okay.
A curious detail here is that while you blow up the mines, you can hear the slog death sound effect even though no slogs are actually killed during this sequence. This has me wondering if the death sound is triggered not by slogs coming into contact with explosives, but just explosives being destroyed while slogs are on screen. But we've already destroyed mines while slogs were on screen with no casualties earlier and didn't hear anything, so I don't exactly know what causes it. Beyond the few jumps, there's a well that brings us back to the foreground, and we have the story stone telling us about Scrabania. No trademark Oddworld snark to be seen in this one though. Moving to the right, there is of course another slog waiting for us. Chant to activate the bird portal and immediately run the other way. Give the slog the slip by jumping into the well and then immediately run back the way you came. Escaping through the portal by the skin of your loins and finally gaining access to the temple. Even while being a bit more shaded than it is in the sun-baked exterior, the Scrabania temple is still a great visually varied location with some gorgeous lighting seeping in from the outside. Carrying on Scrabania's use of stone and metal to contrast Paramonia's stone and wood, and carrying a lot more of the traditional ancient temple aesthetic. The goal here remains the same, venture through various trials and activate all the flintlocks, only this time with puzzles built around Scrabs rather than Paramites. While we have encountered Scrabs before now, there is another facet of their behaviour that's introduced here, their territorial tendencies. They'll disregard you entirely and fight it out in a Tasmanian Devil-esque tornado death spin until one of them is paced. That's your only means of distraction because there's no meat sacks around to save you this time. Slugs and slogs are still around, but bats are thankfully largely absent. Upon entering the temple, the first secret area is already within reach. Roll back under the left side of the temple entrance and you'll find a tucked away grotto with a bird portal. This secret area is one of my favourites. It has a satisfying challenge posed to you and it's only 2 screens in size. Plus I really like that deep indigo lighting in this particular Zoolag we'll be seeing a bit later. First part here is a simple bit of stealth. You have to drop down and sneak between 2 shadowy spots while avoiding the sight of a patrolling slig. You have to time it well to deactivate the UXP at the end because this particular spot isn't hidden in darkness. Once the path is clear, sneak back to higher ground and possess the slig. The next screen over has our formal introduction to slog huts. The intended method is to run into the center and alternate sides, killing slogs one at a time as they come at you. By far the much easier and funnier method, however, is to just hang on the edge of the screen and shoot the slogs as they appear. Even the ones on the right side spawn in front of you and take a bit to turn around, so you can fire away and kill all of them without a care. Just be mindful not to fire for too long, lest you get pushed back to the previous screen and likely spell doom for yourself. Look at that death count. Rest assured this is far from the last slog fest we'll have to look forward to. Once the slogs are clear, depossess the slig and then hand the next screen over to dispose of the other slig as well. He'll stay up on his platform so he poses no threat. Either depossess to kill him or reactivate the UXP and run him into it if you're feeling spicy. Free the 2 workers and then head back to the previous screen to Abe's portal to leave. The initial gauntlet in Scrabania Temple before the trials proper is one big cover puzzle with some mines thrown in. Patience is key here because being hasty will get you killed, and getting killed here means having to redo the secret we just finished. Just keep Slig's positions in mind as you pass them. Even at a distance, if they're facing away relative to your direction, they'll take longer to spot you. This bit here with the UXP is the only particularly tough spot. You need to pay mind to where the Slig is in the back because you're a sitting duck while trying to deactivate this thing. Then there's the 3 mine jump, which is one of those grid perfect jumps. If you jump a second too early or too late, boom. With one last mine to get past on the final screen, the main hub of the temple lays just beyond. There's another touchstone here that briefly goes over Scrab behaviour and then offers us a map. Scrabania Temple has 2 more challenges than the Paramonia Temple, having 8 initial gauntlets rather than 6, not counting the nest runs at the end. Overall this temple is a lot easier though. Scrabs aren't as unpredictable as Paramites and there's maybe 1 or 2 I could point to that usually take me more than 1 attempt to clear. Kicking off on the left side working down, here's door number 1. There's a rock sack on the way down for us to grab. As we drop down and encounter the first Scrab, we can give this guy the slip and head down to the lower area as they thankfully won't give chase if it involves falling. With hooves like that, they probably get wedged in the ground. Rolling 2 screens across is a mine for us to clear, blocking the way to the bell song. Climbing up the falling debris here takes us to the upper area with the second scrab and the lever for the flintlock. Don't be tempted to roll past the scrab to get back up though. Head back the way we came, carefully skirting by the first scrab. Jump the gap past the second and use the bells to continue. 1 down, 7 to go. The next door to the right brings us to one with a bit more of a cardio focus. There's a scrab below us with the zoomies running from one end of the path to another. Simply wait for it to head to the right to pull the lever and then get back to safety, and then do the same when it runs to the left to access the well on the right side. Shooting through a few more wells in the background, we'll find ourselves back in the foreground to obtain a bell song. Once the scrab below is close enough to the right side, jump down and make a run for it to the next screen. Jump into the well over here, paying mind to not overshoot or undershoot it. This will fling us up to the spot with a lever and a trapdoor. Before pulling the first shiny thing you see, instead climb back up to the area above and pull another lever which activates another well. Once the scrab is in sight on the left side of the same screen, pull the lever to drop yourself down and run right again. If you don't want to be too risky, get back to higher ground and from there jump down again to get to the well on the left side. This one will shoot us to a higher point and give us access to the flintlock. Climb back down to the lower area and run past the scrab to once more get to the well and the next screen over. This time we can ascend higher and use the bells to see ourselves out. 2 down, 6 to go. Next is the final door on the left side. There's a floating mine flying around the entrance, but if you dash past you can actually fall through and survive by grabbing on one of the ledges on the way down. Here the use of cover and blending foreground and background hazards are used in a more complex way. The patrolling sligs are moving to and fro, but the background path is longer and as such takes the slig longer to move from one end to the other. The goal here is to move out of cover and pull the lever to crush the slig below when it walks on the cracked X, but doing so when the slig in the background isn't facing us. Once the first slig is gone, you have to drop down and then make your way to safety. It's not as straightforward since you can't simply hoist your way down, but there's enough of a window with the right timing that it's not too punishing. When the slig doesn't have you in its sights, quickly roll past to the next screen and you'll be in the safety of cover, this time spotting a slig that doesn't have the safety of his security or protecting him. Chant Possess him, poise yourself on the right side of the lever and get ready. Seeing that thing built into the wall and the little Zs coming from within, we have another slogfest on our hands. Pull the lever to activate the flintlock and open fire to clear out the onslaught. There thankfully aren't as many this time. Run off to the area on the right to kill the pest on patrol, the next screen over, and then depossess. Run through the well to awkwardly plop yourself into the back. Run on through being sure to get the bell song along the way, and then jump through the well to the exit. Bells, door, leave. 3 down, 5 to go. Now on to the right side, once again starting from the top and working down. Here we have a bit more of an open-ended one. Off to the left we can get the bell song nice and early. Off to the right are a swarm of more goddamn bats. Try not to linger. Running forward is a pit and a ledge setup that's a dead giveaway of a scrab being up ahead. Sure enough. Jump up to the ledge and wait for him to come down before jumping into the well. Rolling through this upper area leads to a flintlock with another trapdoor lever. Drop yourself down when the scrab below is a decent enough distance and roll for your life to avoid a run-in with a wall. Roll your way back down to the lower area and then wait for the scrab to face away before running down to the lift platform. Onward and upward. Use the bells to make your way out. 4 down, 4 to go. Next level down, door on the right. This one can be trickier than others going in blind. Run along the path forward and over a jump until you come across a scrab. Immediately dash back the way you came and prop yourself next to the wall in preparation for when it comes on screen. Give him the slip in the opposite direction and keep going until you're able to use the lift platform to descend. Once at the bottom, walk to the right and lure the scrab back the way you came. Jump to higher ground and wait by the lever until you're able to give the scrab some lift service. Take the wells back up to the top if you want to be just in time to watch the fight. Can we technically say we're not helping the scrab conservation efforts if they're already doing it to themselves? Screw it, it's going on the kill count regardless. Pull the lever near the exit where the last scrab was. Pull the lever to send the lift platform back up and then make your way back up to the top using the wells. Once out at the top, jump into the well again to get shot over into a previously inaccessible area where you'll find both the bell song and the flintlock. Hop in the well to get sent back to the lift platform and carefully time your descent as to not get gored by the remaining scrab. Back to the bottom, open door with bells. 5 down, 3 to go. Next up is the door to the immediate left. Climb down a couple of ledges to a room where we already get the flintlock. Make your way to the other side once the scrab has run to the lower area so you can pull the lever. And then get ready to run when the scrab is facing away. A short run across a few screens with more shots of the well system and what appear to be support beams for the temple. Partway through there will be another raised platform with the bell song on top. Wait until the scrab is in a safe place to proceed now that it is caught up, and then continue running to the left. Another scrab is waiting for us, but just keep running and get to that platform. Here we'll be able to play the bell song to soundtrack 2 Scrabs tearing each other apart. 6 down, 2 to go. Another level down to the door on the right side. These last 2 doors contain the 2 remaining secrets for this temple. This unfortunately also means failure in this gauntlet means a lot of repeating what you did, therefore making it my least favourite part of this temple. Once inside here, run away as the Scrab gives chase. Keep going until you can climb to higher ground and pull the lever to call some elevator service. 1 more dead Scrab later. While you have the chance, run back the other way and jump to the raised platform right near the entrance to this area. Taking up the lift platform, head to the left, then immediately run back that way because there's another one of those things on a lift platform. I don't know who came up with the idea of having Scrabs riding these platforms, but I appreciate it because it's a hilarious visual. Rolling to safety and pulling the lever to send the Scrab back down so it can beef with the other one down there. After a few seconds, pull the lever to bring the platform back up, making sure you haven't just brought the Scrab back up with it. But first, go to the left to get the bell song. I'll also give credit here. Hiding another secret down the bottom of the lift platform that the Scrab came up on was a nice bit of design. It's a good little what-if approach to level design, and a not overly esoteric place to hide a secret area. I however can't extend the same praise to the secret contained within. Remember that first gauntlet from the Stockyards? It's just that again, but with 3 Mudokons and a bit less ground to cover. Chant to get Abe's bird portal ready ahead of time, get one of the schmucks to follow you, and lure the Scrab over so that you can get ready to run. If some parts of this particular gauntlet look rushed in the footage, it's because this one always takes me multiple attempts. I cannot stress how many times minor mistakes in this level have fucked me over across all my playthroughs. Usually mistiming a jump that leaves me dangling from the edge and as good as dead. That and having to do everything else in this gauntlet prior to it, after each failure, is just another reason the checkpoint system in this game can be so needlessly punishing. This one remains simple in function though. Escort the 3 Mudokons over to the bird portal to the left so that you can free them and then go back the way you came to escape through Abe's portal. Head on back down, make a break for it while the 2 Scrabs fight it out, and go all the way to the other end to leave. Bells, door, 7 down, 1 to go. Final area which also has our final secret. Drop down to the lower area to see another Scrab and run off to the left to incite another fight. In the upper area above them, climb further until you get to the room with the flintlock. The lever isn't here, but the secret area is just in here beyond it. A bit of a sneaky one. If I ever find myself forgetting a secret area during an all-rescue run, it's usually this one. This area is thankfully a lot easier than the last. Get the Mudokon to follow you off to the left and get him to wait in this contained area. Since we can't enter the space without scaring the birds away, we're going to have to take the long way. Scooch on past the Scrab below and roll through the tube to get to the lower area, saving yourself from death with a ledge grab. Abe is lucky his arms don't rip off from falls like that. Hoist yourself to the upper area and carefully climb further when the floating mine is out of the way. Free the worker and climb your way back down so that you can leave through Abe's portal. And that's it, the last secret area in the wilds bringing us to a total of 49 Mudokons. We're not quite in the clear yet though. Drop down to the lower area and we'll find yet another Scrab. Dangle yourself down if you still need the 2 to meet up and let them fight things out. Run away all the way to the right side of the path until you come across another Scrab at the end. Use the well to get up to that ledge with the lever because you're not getting up there alive otherwise. Pull the lever to alter the well and jump back down when the chance arises to take the well to the far off background area where the flintlock lever is kept. Further along, the bell song is also here. Right at the end of the path is another well to get back the way we came. With how the AI works off screen with remaining Scrabs we've encountered, the remaining 2 should have found each other. Rather psychedelically in my case. Once you can get past the last remaining Scrab, run all the way back to the other end until you can reach the exit. Bells, door, daring last second escape. Now for the final gauntlet of Scrabania Temple, the nests. Much like the Paramonia nests, it's one big run gauntlet and near complete silhouette. If you need a view of what's coming ahead, the well at the start will take you to the safe pathway in the background. Run along the path minding the gaps as you have a single Scrab give chase. Get up to the raised platform at the end and hoist your way up. Be quick about it though, because you'll need to hoist again to a lift platform and the timing here is tight. Take the platform up and then immediately run off to the right as another Scrab chases you. Jump up to the next lift platform and ascend. Neat visual setup, and 2 Scrabs align on the left platforms before giving chase. Jump the gap and hoist your way up quickly as the Scrab on the upper level will still be right behind you. Jump the gap and be prepared to roll through the lowered passage. In the last mad dash, keep going until you're able to jump to the raised area right by the big face door. Jump back down to get to the platform on the other side while the Scrab is distracted, and pull the lever to give him his consolation prize. We could blame all the other Scrab deaths on natural circumstances, but that one was all us. Do be careful of these falling rocks, because much like that one swinging boulder in the Paramonia temple, this rockfall on the right side will kill you if you stand on the square right next to it. Cheers, misaligned hitboxes. Run past to pull the other lever to stop the rockfall and then enter through the newly opened door in the center. The end of the trial features the same setup as the Paramonia temple with the massive sets of statues and the light of the desert sun bursting through the gap. Once again, I'd kill to have a statue or diorama of this. Open the bird portal, take care not to overshoot your jump, and then proceed to our full initiation.
My test was completed. I expected to rest. Then the big face revealed the intent of my quest. The two scars together, on the back of each hand, they could shut down Rupture Farms and restore the lost land. With hand scars complete, the spirits took form. Now my chant had power. Rupture Farms should be warned. Yeah.
With both tattoos combined, Abe is now able to take form of the Mudakan deity, Shrikal, a monstrous chimera consisting of both Scrab and Paramite features with a deadly lightning chant to boot. We're dropped back in the same area as last time in the Monsaic Lines, but now with a blue ring radiating off of Abe. You can chant at any time to get a glimpse of Shrikal in-game, but it won't be much use until we're right back to that room next to the wells that lead to the two wilderness areas. When in sight of that once insurmountable roadblock, chant to let it rip. Shrikal can't be used at any time since naturally that'd break the game in half, but we'll gain access to this power a few more times before the game is over. Once we're in the clear, chant to open the bird portal and go onward to take on the final stretch of the journey.
Welcome back!
It unfortunately would be a little too simple for us to just teleport straight into Rupture Farms, so we have to get through an abridged reverse retread of the Free Fire Zone first. It's a lot harder this time around, but the saving grace is that there's no secret areas to account for, so the deaths aren't as punishing as they could be. We also cover only about half of the level compared to the first visit, so even with the tougher obstacles it's still a fraction of the length. Climbing up we see a return of the motion sensors. Triggering them will send that floating mine straight into us, so there's no cheesing this one. Don't dawdle once you're past it though, because a slog will be in hot pursuit shortly after. Run up to the safety of higher ground. Now we can run back the other way to dispose of our pursuer. Once you get back to the motion sensors, run past and jump straight to higher ground and sit back as another number is added to the slog body count. Head on back to where we were earlier and tread carefully to the next screen as we have some more motion detectors. This part requires some particular finesse as you have to jump a mine and pull a lever. Keep in mind that even if you're in a recovery animation after a hop, that will still trigger the sensor if it touches you. Once you do pull the lever, carefully head back the way you came, and this time take the lower path. Also be careful with the motion sensor down here. Scooch on past it to knock a rock out of the sack hanging over the ledge. Once you're armed, climb back up, still careful to avoid triggering the alarm, and prop yourself here in front of this tree. With a well-placed throw, you'll be able to destroy the floating mine and even the landmine just above it. Congratulations, these motion sensors are now no longer a threat. Use a rock to also take out this mine up top if you want to be careful as possible. And then make sure you're topped up on rocks again before proceeding. This next screen has 4 floating mines repeating a pattern. I have no particular advice for this one as a lot of it just comes down to trial and error. Sometimes I can take out 2 mines with 1 stone, other times I'll miss with both rocks. Just keep going back to refill rocks between attempts and hope for the best until they're all clear. Before tackling this next section, make sure you have 2 rocks with you again, because it'll make things a bit easier than the alternative. Passing through here, there's another slog to outrun. There's a rucksack at the start you're expected to run back to, but that's just more unnecessary backtracking. Keep going, roll on through the gap beyond, and up to higher ground. The way we came through here the first time around is being guarded by a trio of bats, so that's a no-go. Instead, go to the right in the shadows where one of the secret areas was. Use the rocks to clear out a few of the mines, leave, and come back to get the bird portal back and jump on through. This next part here is very easy to mess up. You have to jump down to this lower area and deactivate the UXB with 2 motion sensors hovering about. Once again, your recovery animations will still count as motion, so setting off the alarm will cause the slug to come running and kamikaze the both of you. Thankfully the checkpoint is right up here, so you don't have far to go if you do fail. Once you are able to deactivate the UXB, trigger away. Run up to the ledge when the slug comes running and pull up out of view once he's down there. He's not too bright, so he'll just walk straight into a landmine. Jump on down and pull the lever to deactivate the force field. We can't make that jump as leaping will only make us grab the ledge, so we'll have to wake up the slog the next screen over. Make sure to get it good and riled up, you'll know when the chase music starts playing. Hop down to that space in the mines and quickly jump up to the other side to lure the slog out and clear that final mine out of the way. Now we can hop on over, carry on to this lower area and activate the bird portal to get us one step closer to our goal.
Welcome back!
Welcome to what is technically the third act of the game, but functionally the second half of the game even though it's only the remaining hour or so of playtime. The Rupture Farms return is the culmination of everything we've learned on this journey being put to the test. We're treading familiar ground again with some tougher gauntlets to face, but also going deeper into the factory than we were ever able to during the first pass. The remaining 50 Mudokons are here, and we're going to find and rescue every last one of them. We start off in this cavernous area with a directory serving as a little tutorial, just in case you somehow made it this far and never once tried freeing any Mudokons. This lone worker here is actually the only Mudokon in the entire game that it is mandatory to rescue so that you can progress. Sending him through the bird portal will open the force field, and we're let free back into Rupture Farms near the exit. That guy we just rescued is number 50, so if you've done everything to completion so far and feel like rescuing every last worker is too much of a mission, you could just go straight to the end of the game from here without rescuing any more slaves and you'll still get the good ending. 50 is the minimum criteria. I won't judge. Much. All the way off to the left we can finally get grenades again. It's been too long, my friends. This causes a nearby floating mine to start circling around trying to hinder our way back, but fuck you, I have grenades. Get out of my way. On the way back out, the force field is triggered and a slig comes down to try and block our way through. Fuck you, I have grenades. Just for the sake of being prepared, toss away any remaining grenades you may have and get a full stock of 5 from the machine. Pull the lever to deactivate the force field so we can head through the door and get our greeting from the welcoming committee back up top. Run away to the left until we can get to safety. Past a worker, past another rent-a-cop sleeping on the job, and up to higher ground. Possess the slig that comes running and we can clear out the way forward, starting with this slog because we don't need it. Heading back off to the right, the first unit of backup arrives, but we can relieve him of his duty. The game is kind enough to not have another one spawn with a worker in the way. Another shortly follows past the doorway and we can clock him out early too. The twin meat saws again. Thankfully this is a lot easier than the first pass of Rupture Farms as the blades move a lot slower. The ominous slog hut from earlier in the game is still here, except now it's actually active. As soon as you touch the second shadowy pillar on the background, the onslaught of slogs will start attacking. Open fire, but remember to pause every now and then to avoid getting pushed back. I don't know why, but I'm getting the sneaking suspicion that slogs are going to be top of the body count leaderboards by the end of this. There's no slig on patrol this side this time around. Pull the lever to open the door and give our slig the rest of the day off for his service. Oh yeah, Abe's laugh changes at this point of the game after obtaining Schreikel. I guess he's at a point now he feels way more comfortable laughing in the face of danger. Free the Mudokon waiting on the other side here, and go one screen to the left. Now that we've cleared the trials and proven ourselves worthy, native Mudokons have come to our aid and are providing red rings of death free of cost. It's about time we got some respect. Blow up the 3 mines next to the meat saw to save on grenades. There's 3 Mudokons along this area that need saving, and unfortunately the only bird portal is on this screen, so we're going to have to do a lot of back and forth. The only hazards along the way are the meat saws, and they don't move too quickly, so just pay mind to their timing and fetch the workers on the floor. Furthest one away is right outside the Zulag 1 exit, second one is between the 2 meat saws, the third and final one is on the screen with the 2 shadow areas. Once all of them are safe, open the bird portal and get them out of here. We're not yet ready to continue to the transport area though. First we have a little trip down memory lane to make beyond where the red ring Mudokon was. This whole area is basically one last victory lap. The gauntlets including the secret areas are honestly easier than the ones at the start of the game, and we get to fuck up plenty of sligs along the way. Use the red ring to blow away the slig down here along with the surrounding explosives. This trapdoor area is now open, and there's a bird portal with the number 2 inside it. This is a Schreikel portal. They'll give us blue Schreikel rings, but only if we free an amount of Mudokons equal to the number on the portal. As such, don't go freeing this guy just yet. Pull the lever below to close the trapdoor to the carcass disposal pit. Take the upper path before proceeding forward. Possess the slig, and send him down to carcass hell. Get the Mudokon to follow you to the left out of harm's way, and use a grenade to clear the mine on the floor. This will be our second Mudokon to use for the portal. In case you were thinking of saving the Schreikel ring for later, don't. You'll need to rescue every Mudokon here as you go, because doors are going to be closing behind you and you will not be able to come back to this area when you're done. Once the 2 slaves are free and you have a blue ring, progress forward and you'll get to use it immediately as 3 sligs rush on screen. These guys will only spawn if you activate that portal, so don't fret if you're going for an all kills run. These 2 UXBs in the middle of this pit area can just be hopped past, so don't waste time with them. One checkpoint later, a slig comes running down to this lower area as an inverse of the last time we were here. Possess him and send him down the pit too. There's a secret waiting for us down this trapdoor once again, but you'll have to slink into the shadows fast because this time there's a slig waiting for us on the upper platform. Once in the safety of darkness, crouch down and toss a grenade to blow up the slig in the lower area. Once he's gone, drop down and possess the slug above so we can do some scouting below. 3 workers, 2 slugs on patrol, and a mine in the center. Be sure to run off the edge to avoid triggering the mine, and then employ Lookout to pop both the slugs and avoid harming the muds. These guys thankfully won't shoot back. Depossess the slug and head on down there yourself. This mine can thankfully be cleared with a well-placed grenade without killing any of the workers. Get the guy closest to the mine to follow you to the wall and then toss a grenade from a crouch to clear the way. Leave and then return to activate the portal and have 3 more walk free. Leave through Abe's portal and continue on the way. 2 more slugs are on patrol just ahead, and possessing them unfortunately has one shoot the other, so you're going to have to do this twice. Once in possession of a slug, keep going left. Use Lookout to take out the next slug. Keep in mind that Mudokons take longer to duck from a standing animation, so don't be too hasty. Do the same again the next screen over, but remember to be careful to space out your shots when killing 2 slugs in a row. Put the last slug out of commission, and then escort the 2 Mudokons out of this place. Moving on through to more familiar ground, take the lift platform up, and then get the lead out as the slog wakes up. Jump to safety, possess the slug that comes out to check all the racket, and kill the slog. Waltz on past the standing Mudokon the next screen over to save the trouble, and shout Lookout to clear the 2 slugs before depossessing. Since we could see that slug on the upper level, go the low road and possess him. Go 1 screen over to the left and pop the slug that comes out before depossessing. Get both of the Mudokons here to follow you back to the lift platform and take them down to free them. Now to do the secret area cleanup, use the pull ring near the employee counter and drop down here. The Mudokon worker in the middle of these 2 slugs mean grenades are a no-go this time, but there's no chance of pressure to stop us from possessing these guys. Thankfully these ones also don't shoot after possession, so the worker is going to be fine. Use Lookout to take out the other slug and then head down to the lower area. Do the same to dispose of the remaining 2 slugs and depossess. Lead the worker up top to the one down below and then free the 2 of them. Use Abe's bird portal to escape. The next secret is the one behind the barrel in the forked path to the left. This one can be a little tricky. Possess the slug that's here and then carefully use the backstep method to fall off the edge and take out the slug down here before he gets you. Once you do, however, 4 more slugs will drop down from nowhere and kill you. You can get lucky and shoot at least one of them, but you're going to be full of bullets regardless. You'll now be tossing some grenades down to the lower area to take out the remaining slugs. Only problem is you can't drop down to check how many are left without getting shot, so you'll need to listen out and make sure you can't hear any more slugs before proceeding. Once you're absolutely sure the coast is clear, drop down below and free the 2 Mudokons in the lower area. Climb back out and continue going to the left on the upper path. Without a patrolling slug here to surprise us, we can drop down here and check the other hidden area behind the barrel. Immediately run to the lower area to get away from the slug, but also keep in mind that the moment you chant, he's going to run down there too. So jump back up to safety and then possess him. Pop off the other 2 slugs in the lower area and then depossess. Drop down below to free the Mudokons, bringing us to a total of
69? Dinner for 2!
I'm a grown adult, I swear. Climb on out and continue back through that first area that introduced background transitions, all the more airy and empty without a slug on patrol. Gives us a moment to think how far we've come since the beginning. Coming through here to where it all began, there's 3 more Mudokons to free. 1 more secret to go. The very first one, and boy has this area been neutered. Drop down to possess the slug, then go below and deal with the remaining foes as you wish. I personally opted to death by slog before putting the slog down myself, because it's been a bit. After depossessing, bring the 2 Mudokons down to the lower level, complete with all the ledge pausing rigmarole, and free them. Now climb back up and head back to the bird portal on the right to get back to where the Red Ring native was. And that's it, Zulug 1 is fully complete. 74 total Mudokons rescued, and we can carry on through the terminal to Zulug 2. Go to the very right of the level and head on through the door. We can now take the rail to Zulug 2 and venture into all new territory. Each additional zoolog of Rupture Farms is distinguished with a different colour scheme, as we already got a preview of with the secret areas during our travels. Zoolog 2 is lit in orange. While a lot of the architecture is more of what we've already come to expect, once we enter Zoolog 2, we can sneak our way to higher ground and possess the lazy Renacop sitting nearby. The next screen over introduces yet another password system, just when you thought you were finally free of these things. Thankfully these are a lot shorter than the whistle password, because you need to account for a slug's low IQ and short attention span. I'll represent these sounds on screen with B for buzz and C for croak. Once the force field is cleared, a slug will drop down and shoot. Wait for him to drop down and give him a hot lead greeting. Upon depossessing, we'll be able to access another directory. After the overview of Rupture Farms, we're given a map of Zulag 2, 3 areas with 9 total Mudokons to be rescued. Yes sir, the non-linear trial gauntlets from the temples are back, except no more Scrabs or Paramites appear during gameplay for the rest of the runtime, so it's purely industrial sabotage from here on out. We'll start with the first door on the right side. After a quiet stretch of not much aside from a bird portal and a couple of mines, there's a slug taking his bi-hourly nap next to a Mudokon worker. Sneaking past the two of them, we can climb up to a higher area where there's a grenade machine and a trapdoor leading below. The idea here seems to be to drop down a grenade to take out either the slig or the chant suppressor. Thing is, it's easier to just plop a grenade right down at the end here and blow up the chant suppressor through the platform. Possess the slig and pull the lever to bring down the lift platform the next screen over. Taking it up, there's another slig having a nap next to the flintlock lever. Pull out the hot lead alarm clock and then pull the lever. I don't know why I didn't do that while possessing the slig. What exactly are you doing? Past me. Once back, escort the Mudokon on the upper area to the trapdoor so that you can get him down below. It's a lot faster than getting him down off the edge on the other screen. Before leading these guys anywhere though, go to the left and use the grenade to clear out the mines. Bring both of the Mudokons to the bird portal once the way forward is clear, and send them on their way. Go back to the hub and onward to the next door. Right from the get-go, there's a slog waiting around just above us. Run off to the right and jump to high ground before the slug here knows what's happening. Possess the slug and do not kill the slog right away since we actually need this one. Continue forward and order the slog to maul the slug on the other side of the pipe. Once the deed is done, call him back for kibble and bullets. I'd feel like more of a psychopath doing all this if the sound design didn't make it so funny. It's like shooting the scientists in Half-Life, it's difficult to feel bad when it's this amusing. Roll on through the pipe, grab a grenade from the machine if you need to, sneak on through to the next screen to get past another sleeping slug, and climb up to the higher area. For the sake of safety, get the Mudokon workers up here closer to the wall. Once they're clear, cook a grenade and take out the chant suppressor. Attempting to possess the slug will cause it to run back to the previous screen. I think the game intended for you to lure the slug back the other way and possess it from the upper area, but you can just peek to the previous screen and lure the slug back here, and this time you won't run off screen when you start chanting. The flintlock lever is over there next to the slog hut, but as has become tradition by now, there's going to be a bunch of slogs piling out of this thing like a clown car, so you'll need to be ready. The moment the slug steps past this background support beam, the slogs come piling out. You probably won't have to worry too much about pacing shots here though, because only 9 slogs come out of this thing. Probably the smallest amount from any of these things of the game, aside from maybe that one in the Scrabania temple. Pull the flintlock lever, depossess, and then lead the 2 Mudokons to the next screen over and let them out of here. Back the way we came to the hub. The third and final door has one of my favourite areas in this game as far as visual personality. You've got a bit more environmental details, like that graffiti putting glasses and a mustache on the Rupture Farms logo, complete with the slave there having to clean it up. There's this tagging featuring the skeleton of a slig that isn't used anywhere else. They're small details, but they really add to the environment in a way I really wish was used a bit more, honestly. There's a Shrykul portal requiring 3 Mudokons at the end of the line, so it's pretty indicative of what's to come. Climbing up here, pulling the lever, you'll need to get out of there in a split because a slig immediately comes down with it. Once he walks off the edge, possess him, and then go back the way you came. There's another 3-sequence password to unlock the force field here. That both deactivates the field and also sends in another slig from the left. He's not an immediate threat though, so put a hole in him and then depossess. Now that the hall monitors are taken care of, work your way along this stretch of level and collect the other 2 Mudokons in the upper areas. Once all 3 workers are present, open the portal and get your complimentary blue ring. Take the lift platform up and pull the flintlock switch. Off to the right towards the employee lounge, there's a slig, 4 landmines and 1 floating mine. Let loose to blow it all up. Don't go getting too ahead of yourself, especially you past me. There's one more slig that comes running out once the alarm sounds. Possess this guy and head over to the employee lounge where another slig is hanging around. Look out, pop, depossess, head over to free the 2 guys scrubbing the floor, and that's the last of the workers in Zulag 2, bringing us to 83 out of 99 freed. Head back to the hub and the doorway to Zulag 3 will now be unlocked. Board the rail, orb, thing, and be on your way. One bit of cost-saving efficiency I do appreciate with these transport sequences between each Zulag. They use the exact same models and animations, but the lighting and camera angles are switched up, so each one isn't a carbon copy of the other. It's a little detail that goes a long way. Getting right off the ball, you can hear snoring in the distance. The lighting does seem to give the impression it's nap time around here, but really, how was that different from the rest of the factory? Sneak off to the left until you find a sleeping slig. Give him a wake-up call and then run off to the right to the safety of higher ground. Possess him and recruit the slog before going to the right. The slig on the other side will be getting some teeth in place of an alarm clock. Bring the slog back once he's had breakfast and put him and the slig out of their misery. The directory for Zulag 3 shows us 3 more doorways with a total of 10 Mudokons to rescue. Roll on through the pipe to pull the lever and deactivate the force field on the other side, taking the lift platform up to the next hub. With my arbitrary order this time, I'll be starting with the first door on the right. My favourite colour skirts between blue and indigo, so I am biased towards these areas in particular as far as visuals go. Plus those great big furnaces in the back with the pink flames are a really nice detail we haven't seen so far. Sneaking on through here, there's more than a few slugs up top. At least these guys seem to be napping in shifts. Sneaking through the end and hoisting up to safe ground, we can possess this slug and head on back to the centre. This part is basically just a waiting game where you pull the lever to drop the slugs through the trapdoor and knocking them off as they come. Once they're all gone, depossess and lead the Mudokon up top over to the trapdoor and drop him down to lead him to the bird portal. Now for the rest of this area that waits beyond door number 2. There's a grenade machine here if you still need some, and just below a couple of slugs. These are more of the kind that will immediately have one shoot the other once you possess one. It takes longer, but it saves on grenades. Once you possess the second slug, pull the flintlock lever and then head right. The moment you kill the lone slug here, however, 3 more will drop from the sky and shoot you dead. You can actually bypass this if you know it's coming though. Shoot the lone slug and then immediately run back to the previous screen. One slug will follow you that way, while the others seem to just despawn. As tempted as I am, we won't put those other 2 on the kill count. They probably just went off for lunch. Proceeding on to a force field with a security pass, we have a chance to take out a slog without firing a shot.
Yeah, boy.
The password here is another very easy 3-piece code. Keeping it on brand. Right at the end is a slug standing around with 2 more workers. Send them off duty and then depossess. Go to the other 2 workers and send them through the portal. Double back the way you came and back to the hub. Next up is the door above it and... oh, this one. With a few well-placed grenades you can make this one a lot easier, but it can take a bit of trial and error. If you throw a grenade after cooking it for around 5 beeps, you can clear out the floating mine on the far right. Once it's gone, you can jump over and get to the lower area. Another well-timed throw will allow you to clear this mine on the left, when it's passing through the lower end of its cycle. Pulling the lever here will deactivate the force field on the upper level. Be careful jumping this gap up top so that you don't get fried. Popping the next screen over, there's a Mudokon worker in a very accessible place. Bring him back the next screen over and send him through the portal. The security orb here can be destroyed without also blowing yourself up. If you cook the grenade and throw it right before the 6th beep, it'll go just far enough to blow it away. Possess the slug below, pull the lever to deactivate the other force field, and then... you know the drill. Sneak into the next area and right past the slug here. Pull the lever to bring down the lift platform while hoisting yourself to safety. Once the slug wanders off screen, get on the platform and ride up. Here we'll find the flintlock lever and a grenade machine that dishes out a whopping 5 grenades. Nice. Go back down and prepare to jump to higher ground, because the moment that thing touches the ground, the slug will wake up. To save both time and grenades, we can just wait on the edge of the screen after the slug leaves, and then slip on by the very frame he comes back. Head on back to the entrance and return to the hub. The very last remaining area is by far my least favourite. I remember it more than any other room in these Zulags for all the wrong reasons. It's by far the biggest map of the 3, a lot can go wrong, and the checkpoint right at the start is the only one you're getting. Fuck this level. Let's walk through it. A neat detail here is that it's the only in-game instance of Mudokon Pop advertising being seen in the environment. Sneak on past a slumbering slug here. Since we still have 5 grenades from the last area, we don't have to worry about waking this one yet. Next screen over, we'll have to cook a grenade and toss it past these fallen carcasses to take out the security orb. Possess the slug down below, pull the lever to deactivate the force field, and take out the slumbering slug the next screen over. Then we can give this one a violent trip down the pit. It's not as funny without the falling yell. Get the Mudokon below to follow you back to the gap at the start of the level and get him to wait. We'll be back for him later. Once back at the area with the fallen carcasses, lower yourself down to the next screen. This screen is thankfully the one where the fallen carcasses are at their slowest. You'll have to make some grid-perfect jumps to make it across these gaps. Any less and you're going to be back at the start. Once you're in the clear, there's 2 slugs off to the left. More of the song and dance with chanting and having one of them killing each other before you can possess one of them. They're both disposable. Once they're both gone, head to the left. Jump this gap here and pull the lever. The lift platform will drop down with a slug on it. You can jump over to grab onto the ledge here where the platform comes down and still be just fine. When you pull yourself up and go off to the right, the slug is nowhere to be seen. If you head back to the left, he'll respawn and drop from the ceiling from a height that would ordinarily kill something if we were actually controlling it. Now we can lure him back the next screen over. This one is also disposable. Now for the fun and not at all tedious job of bringing the 3 workers down here into the lift platform on the left. Once they're all on, take it right up to the top so we can get the 4th worker that we left up the top. Bring them back down a level and we can both pull the flintlock lever and release these guys via the Shrikol portal. With a blue ring and waiting, our last stop is in the area just beyond the fallen carcasses on the bottom floor. These things fall faster than any other carcass or rock falls we've come across so far, so you have to be really careful with your timing on this one. Once on the other side, there's a whole mess of obstacles to blow away with the power of ancient Mudakan laser beams. Beyond here are the last 2 Mudakans in Zulog 3, bringing us to a total of 93 out of 99. Only 6 more to go. Head back the way you came, being careful not to get minced on the way out because, again, dying here means doing this whole thing all over. Once back to the hub, the final door will open and the carriage will take us to Zulog 4, the final stretch of the game. Right out the gate here, we've already been denied access to a grenade machine. Thankfully I still have some left that didn't get confiscated at customs. There's 2 slugs patrolling up above that are protected on both sides by chant suppressors, but this thankfully won't be an issue with the power of explosives on our side. Sneaking off to the left when the coast is clear, the first slug can be blown up from the safety of the shadows. Then the slug up above, as chanting will just make him run off screen. Pulling the lever up top here will deactivate the force field blocking the grenade machine in case you need more. I used up all of them, also taking out the chant suppressors for the hell of it, so now I can refill from the bounty of this machine. A full stack of 9 grenades, more than any other machine in the game. Proceeding on the lower right side to the only door we can currently access. The directory in here gives us the map of Zulog 4 and showing the last 6 Mudakans waiting to be freed. Zulog 4 is technically smaller than the others, but does feature some more dense challenges with the final area technically being classed as its own level in the chapter select. The lever to the left reading Pool for Service does exactly what you'd expect, knowing the humour of this game, being a repository for an infinite amount of slugs to call on. Possess this guy and be prepared for a run-in with one of the most slug-dense areas in the whole game. Failure here thankfully isn't overly punishing since you can always call another slug if this one dies. First screen over has 2 slugs standing guard near the lift platform, waiting to be blown away. Taking the lift down has 2 more walking around up top who thankfully won't immediately open fire when you see them, making them easy to knock off. The next slug over will, however, so quickly take him out and be prepared for more that drop from the ceiling when the alarm goes off. Kill the one last slug to the left in the lower area next to the working Mudakan. This is the end of the line for this slug as he can't get through the tube. Time to go down there as Abe. Rush through where we've been, don't worry about this Mudakan just yet, and get to the tube the slug couldn't get past. In one quick movement here, you're going to have to roll through this tube, activate the slap mine, and go back the way you came as quickly as possible because this thing has a super short fuse. Pull the lever above to deactivate the force field, and get the Mudakan worker busy scrubbing a distant background detail here to follow you back to the bird portal near the other worker. Free the 2 of them and carry on. The last screen in this area will have a slug standing in front of a doorway. A quick toss of a grenade will take him out before he notices what's happening. Another change made between versions. This slug originally stood a few blocks back from the door. This was changed because if someone managed to get through that door without killing the slug, it would kill the player immediately if they tried coming back through, effectively soft-locking you here. Onward to the slog kennels, which will only be the second most dense concentration of slogs we'll be seeing in this level. Run away down to the far end as we accrue a whole conga line of the little monstrosities following us. Once up to higher ground, carefully try to run to the other side and use grenades to blow away some of the slower slogs with no object permanence. This may take a couple of tries depending on how alert some of them are. Once the slogs are gone, go back down to the lower level and to the left to possess the slug on the upper catwalk. Get ready for an immediate slog onslaught the next screen over. Once that queue of ankle biters is gone, take a careful step forward as 1 more will come running out once you get to the second pipe from the right as seen in the background. Pull the flintlock and depossess. Time to bring the 3 workers in this area all the way to the bird portal on the other side. This includes the one near the beginning trapped behind the force field which can be deactivated with the lever just below. Once they're free, that leaves only 1 slave left to liberate. Head on back the way you came to the main area and the door above will now be opened. Top up on grenades if you feel you need them and head on through. In the game's penultimate challenge, we're greeted with a rather daunting room featuring multiple slap mines and 2 slog huts below flanking a lever. I'm going to show you a bit of an amusing cheese method I like to use here. Jump past carefully to avoid the fire of the slug below, and you'll be met with a couple of landmines with a force field next to it, guarding a big do not touch button and a slog hut on the other side. The slogs are programmed to come out of that hut the moment you touch the space just to the right of those mines. This can actually be bypassed with a carefully timed back toss of a grenade. If you hop down then immediately run back up to safety, you'll trigger the alarm, bringing out a slug and sending a whole line of slogs running into electrified death. Chanting to spook the slig will also make it run into the field. You can sit around just watching the slogs fry, but we'll get back to them later. Return to the previous screen and possess the slig below. Be ready, as the moment you pull the lever to the left, another pack of slogs will come running at you. This whole room here is going to be a source of the biggest slogfest in the entire game. Just look at that number go up. And we're not even done yet. If we go to the right, the slogs are still running through the field, though shooting the last of them will make them spawn faster. Once they stop coming out, the final challenge awaits. Going to the area with the lever flanked by 2 slog huts. There's no cheesing that one like the first one, but the timing is thankfully pretty forgiving. Once you pull the lever, slogs will come out from both sides one at a time, alternating from left to right. To help keep count, there's 24 that come out in total. The first 23 will come out in alternating left to right, and the 24th will come out after a short delay to try and suck you out, coming from the left side again, just like number 23. If you keep that count in mind, this part isn't too bad. That lever opened the force field, but there's also a little optional thing you can do by rolling down to the far left into a little grotto next to the employee lounge sign. A red ring, Mudakin. Now the slap mines come into play. As soon as you come back, 3 sligs will burst onto the scene, allowing you to blow them all up. Return to get one last ring, and another 3 will appear the next screen over. One last bit of catharsis before continuing, and another 6 for the kill count. And now we can press the forbidden button.
I'd found a switch to kill most of the power, and there I was, in the final hour.
That rhyme was a little weak, could have used a second draft, but now the way forward is open to the last step on our journey. After one last transition and passing by an ominous LED clock, it's off to the boardroom.
Mullock saw what I was doing. He was pissed. He ordered us all killed.
Here it is, the final gauntlet. Mullock has you on his sights and wants you dead, so now it's a race against the clock. You have 2 minutes to get to the end of this area before the whole place gets Auschwitzed and you're left to suffocate in the noxious gas. A little factoid that some friends who played this as kids were kinda shocked when I showed them. There's actually 2 different ways past this first gauntlet. The bottom path takes a little longer and requires a bit of finagling with the UXB, mines, and 4 trips past a couple of meat saws. And who has time for that? That brings us to this upper path you can jump over to, which only requires getting past the meat saws 3 times and skips the UXB altogether. Pull the lever here to deactivate the force field, to then carefully roll the next screen over to the meat saws. These are by far the tallest saw rails in the game and offer a unique way of bypassing them, requiring different timing. Once past that, it's a simple few hops to get to the lower area and pulling the lever to summon the lift platform. Hop back past the mines and the meat saws so that you can descend. This last part here can be a bit of a pain. You have to roll through this gap and only have a 2-block width to run and leap over these 3 mines, requiring perfect timing. You even get to do it twice. Below here is a Shrike portal requiring the very last Mudakin to be rescued. To get him though, we'll need to activate 3 UXBs in a row since the useless sods never learned how to jump. Once he's freed, that finally brings the total to 99 employees escaped, plus 1 Abe. For reasons I'm still not entirely sure why, I had one playthrough I did years ago I preserved only through a screenshot, where it registered me saving 100 Mudakins. This hilariously makes the databoard say that there are -1 employees. Maybe one of them had temporary secondment at Soulstorm Brewery. Freeing this guy does activate a Shrike portal though, so you already know something is coming up. Using the pull ring and dropping down takes you to the boardroom from the opening cutscene, and you're surrounded by the board of Gluckins in their only in-game appearance. Slick guards quickly come to take you down, so letting Shrike rip will vaporize every last one of them in spectacular fashion. Of note, if you come down here without activating Shrike and get shot by the sligs, the ending will play out regardless. Pull the lever to shut off the gas and then our escorts will arrive.
Well, I rescued Budakans. But who's gonna rescue me?
Can I double it?
'Cause here I am, face to face
Go on. Now do him.
with Mullock the Gluckin.
And here comes the moment of judgment with Abe's Odyssey's good and bad endings. There are 99 total Mudokons to rescue in the game, 49 during the initial journey from Rupture Farms through to the end of the Monsaic Lines, and 50 in the Rupture Farms revisit. If you save at least 50, you get the good ending. You get this extra screen after the cutscene if you saved all 99 Mudokons, but the special reward in question is just the cutscene viewer. Neat on paper since the cutscenes were certainly impressive at the time, slightly less so when you know this cutscene viewer can be accessed at any time from the main menu by entering a cheat code. It would have been neater if it just unlocked a new option to view cutscenes from the menu without the cheat input. It's for bragging rights more than anything. If you get the good ending but didn't save all 99, you'll just get the credits, which honestly is still pretty cool, as you're treated to a slideshow of a lot of art from the game. The bad ending happens if you rescue 49 or fewer slaves, with Big Face talking to a group of other Mudokons. Big Face tries to reason that they should rescue Abe since he's one of them, but the rest of them are like, nah, he's a dickhead. But it is a little presumptuous of one of them claiming,
He shot us.
which, to be fair, pretty much everyone has done in one playthrough or another, but may seem a little unfair to people who played through normally and just weren't able to find enough Mudokons. The others say Abe can rot, the Slig pulls the lever, and Abe is dropped into the blade and turned into mincemeat. The game will even chastise you for this in another one of the ending screens. Because of the way the Mudokons are distributed, getting the bad ending will throw you back to the start of the Rupture Farms return to give you a second chance, since rescuing all 50 workers in this part of the game will net you the good ending. Although if you still have a save game from before this point with at least a few Mudokons rescued, it'll make this a lot easier if you're not going for an all rescue run. Also notice an extra detail here, we can hear birds flying away as the message comes up. Nice touch. Alternatively, if you finish the game with at least 50 casualties, the kind of thing you have to go out of your way to achieve, you'll get a hilarious message saying that whacking all those Mudokons was no accident, you twisted creep, and that Mullock thought you did such a good job genociding your own race that you get thrown back to the Rupture Farms revisit with infinite grenades. I mean, if you're going out of your way to get the bad ending, you might as well kill as many of them as you can, right? It's not possible to kill all 99 Mudokons without cheating, as many of them are in places inaccessible by the player, and there's the matter of that one at the start of the Rupture Farms revisit that is outright required to progress. It's not too hard to do though, as you get a free 28 kills from breezing through Rupture Farms the first time, and some of the trials in Scrabania and Paramonia go by a lot faster when you don't have the secret areas to worry about. Having infinite grenades to mess around with is pretty fun for a bit, and it makes these levels a complete cakewalk by comparison. But you are limited to the Rupture Farms revisit. As fun as it would be to break the rest of the game in two, it seems pretty clear that the Paramites and Scrabs are not programmed to interact with grenades or Sligs, as none of them cross paths. They'd probably cause the game to crash. On the topic of casualties, let's check out the final body count for this playthrough before I forget. 6th place for lowest kills, we have that single Elam who died because it trusted me and walked straight into a row of mines. Thinking over it, do I feel bad about doing that?
Nope.
Next up in 5th place is Gluckins, with the members of the board being some late game deaths at the hands of Shrikle, totaling 6. Technically 7 if we count Mullock in the good ending, though he didn't die in gameplay and subsequent entries in the series seem to suggest he survived that. That's a story for another time. 4th place, Scrabs come in with a total of 8 deaths. I can't feel too bad about this one since technically only one of them died by my hand. The rest of them did it to themselves. For third place, Paramites overtake Scrabs with 11 total deaths. A lot more direct intervention was required here, so the deaths by my hands greatly overtook external factors like getting crushed by boulders. Slugs take second place with a pretty sizable 153 total deaths, which is unsurprising considering there's not a single location in the game where they don't show up at least once, and that's before we even get into all the ones that lived which I could have killed if I went out of my way to do so. And to the surprise of no one, Slogs sweep first place with a whopping 266 deaths. Those log huts really pumped those numbers up. Rupture Farms were so desperate for meat for a new product, why turn to Mudokons when they clearly have enough slogs to feed an army? Think about the possibilities. Hot slogs, Slog-and-Dust, Sloggy Joes. I'll keep working on it.
Congratulations, you won the prize, you're all dead.
It's also worth mentioning that exclusively in the launch PS1 version of the game, there's an extra FMV called Guardian Angel you'd unlock from saving all 99 Mudokons.
Just because life is doomed, and everyone wants to eat you, doesn't mean there's no hope. You need to look within, if you wanna be free.
This was reportedly an unused commercial for the game. I can kind of see why it never aired, because if I saw this on TV back in 1997, 4-year-old me probably would have shit his pants. Also, there's an alternate version of this trailer that surfaced in 2012, a high quality and uncompressed version that has a slightly different voice and a different final line.
Just because life is doomed, and everyone wants to eat you, doesn't mean there's no hope. You need to look within. It's time to confess.
Seeing this really makes me wish we could see what all of the original FMVs look like in their full uncompressed glory. These things look too pretty to be trapped in 360p forever. The closest we've gotten is the screenshots used for the Steam trading card artwork, and god damn do these look good. Keep in mind, this was 1997. It cannot be stressed enough how ahead of the curve these were for video game FMVs. So that was Oddworld Abe's Oddysee. Oh, hang on, I'm forgetting something. Looking at the differences in the Japanese versions of something like the Tombi games made sense considering they were originally Japanese. So why would I do that for Oddworld Abe's Oddysee? Simple reason, the Japanese version actually has a few interesting changes compared to the version the rest of the world had. To begin with, the way this game was marketed in Japan was certainly something. If you've ever seen Japanese commercials, you know how hilarious or downright bizarre they can get, even if we're just talking about how differently foreign properties are sometimes handled in the realm of the PlayStation. Some thrived in what was essentially their own iteration, like Crash Bandicoot. Some started pretty good before crashing headlong into a wall, like Jak and Daxter. And some were just dead on arrival, like Spyro the Dragon. There's a bunch of interesting tidbits about all those series' journeys into the Japanese market, but I'm not here to talk about those. Let's talk Abe. The Japanese advert for Abe's Oddysee features a dance party with a bunch of people with their hair tied up to look like those ponytail things the Mudokons have. And then there's someone in an Abe costume dancing with a bunch of schoolgirls. Because Japan. Yeesh, forget any of the monsters in the wilds of Oddworld, this is now the most terrifying thing I've seen come out of this series. The title of the Japanese version was Abe a Gogo. Between that title, the dance party trailer, and the more abstract box art, I'm not sure if this would have given the impression of this game being more lighthearted than it actually was. It did still get a 0 rating of C, which basically meant for ages 18 and up, so perhaps not. It did come with a few changes, which we'll get to, but nothing too drastic as the game launched in December 1997, only a couple of months after the original release. Abe's Japanese voiceover is handled by Koichi Yamadera, someone who is pretty prolific. Outside of doing many dub roles in movies for actors such as Will Smith, Jim Carrey, and Eddie Murphy, he was also the dub actor for Disney characters like Donald Duck and the Genie from Aladdin, and even had many notable roles in anime like Kaji from Neon Genesis Evangelion, Togusa from Ghost in the Shell, Beerus from Dragon Ball Super, and Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop. The dude has some range.
僕の名はエイブ。どうして縛られてるんだってこれにはいろいろと深いわけがあってね。
One of the most notable visual changes to Abe Gogo was the Mudakan hands. In the original game they had a thumb and 3 fingers, 2 being large while the pinky was very small and off to the side. The Japanese version alters the Mudakan designs to lose the pinky finger, essentially turning them into Ratchet & Clank NPCs. This has changed in pretty much everything, from cutscenes to in-game sprites to the interactables in the environment. Only in shots where hands are super pronounced though, because they didn't airbrush the pinkies out of every single scene. If you're keeping an eye out for them, you'll still see them here and there. The reason behind this has always varied between many second-hand anecdotes. Some claims believed it to be an offensive caricature in relation to factory workers who lost fingers. Others have cited the missing finger as being like an allusion to the lower-class workers called burakumin, who were often portrayed with 1 less finger, or something to do with the Yakuza. I'm not entirely sure how true that is, considering the amount of cartoon characters who have historically only had 3 fingers and 1 thumb because it's easier to animate. But there are other examples in the wild of characters with 3 fingers being edited to have 4, so it is very much a cultural difference. This change to Mudakan hands became the default look in the subsequent releases, with a slightly redesigned hand, where one of the fingers were a little smaller and more angular, not changing back to the original design until the remake Oddworld New and Tasty. As touched on earlier, this version was the first time the redesigned Mudakan pop art was used in the opening cutscene. That one poster that appears in Zulog 3 remains unchanged though.
Really hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
Unlike the Mudakan hands, this change has remained in place to this day. Standing up from the other PS1 versions of the game, the Japanese version has a little graphic appear over Abe's head after hitting a checkpoint, which says save point, much the same as the little rhombus that was added in the PC version. As someone who has always primarily played the PC port, I do not know how people tolerated having to guess where the game actually saved their progress. In-game there were a few minor changes as well. Outside of the obvious stuff like changing the language on signs, the data boards have both a different font and a coloured purple rather than red. This version of the game also seems to enforce a sort of mandated difficulty, where the split path in the Monsaic Lines makes you pick Paramonia. Scrabania is inaccessible until you finish Paramonia first. I don't know who made that call, but it's as I said, Paramonia may have the easier wilderness, but the temple is certainly a lot more dangerous than Scrabania. I guess taking Paramonia first is considered the canon difficulty curve. One last detail that I found kind of amusing, there's a brand new music track over the credits made exclusively for this version of the game. I'm not gonna lie, I kinda like it. It doesn't match the tone of the game at all, but neither did the credit song for New and Tasty, and I find this one much less of an assault to the senses. I find it almost nostalgic in a mid-90s PC game MIDI synth kind of way. I wasn't able to find concrete sales figures for Abe Gogo. It apparently did well enough that the sequel Abe's Exoddus got a release in the form of Abe 99, but the subsequent releases much as Oddysee and Stranger's Wrath never saw the light of day in Japan, possibly not helped by them being Xbox exclusives, when the Xbox brand in Japan was about as popular as the idea of a third nuke. It never really had a lasting impact nor mascot staying power that some other Western properties managed from what I gleaned, so I imagine the most interest it retained would be from English-speaking fans curious about this release. Any Japanese natives who happen to like Oddworld, understand English, and for some reason are watching my dumbass videos are welcome to leave a comment to tell me otherwise. And that was Abe's Oddysee, a great little... Wait, they released something on the what? Here's a little thing you may be unaware of. Did you know there's a scaled-down handheld version of Abe's Oddysee? Well, there is. This is Oddworld Adventures, developed by Sapphire and released for the Nintendo Game Boy in late 1998, just over a year after the original game. Handheld replications of console games have existed for about as long as handhelds themselves, and it's been interesting to see them develop as technology got better. From the simple days of the Game Boy and Game Gear, full-on ports being sometimes possible in the era of the PSP and PS Vita, to the Nintendo Switch coming onto the market and revolutionizing everything by offering both console and handheld gameplay. The very idea of the Nintendo Switch would have looked like science fiction, back when the Game Boy Advance was still only just handling ports of games from 2 generations prior at the time. Due to the limitations of the hardware being roughly on par with a graphing calculator, the content of Oddworld Adventures is boiled down to a fraction of what the PS1 had to show for. It was the Game Boy after all. These still images scanned and downscaled from the PS1 version probably took up almost 2/3 of the cartridge space, and that's likely not even an exaggeration. The presentation is rather standard for the Game Boy, but in some ways is still pretty impressive. The screen-by-screen transitions remain, and in lieu of backgrounds, it sometimes add a bit more detail to the foreground. You never saw anything like this big tree in the PS1 version. The characters are all recognizable, consisting of Abe and the natives, Paramites, Sligs, and Slogs. You even run into Bigface at the end, which I'm pretty sure is the only time he's ever appeared in-game. Most of the environmental hazards are pretty recognizable too, though the landmines are a little taller to help them stand out. I almost confused them for UXBs before coming across the actual UXBs. Bats are still the absolute worst and might actually be even worse in this game. They also seem to have the same sprite as the birds that respawn you after dying. That's kind of funny. While checkpoints are still here, there isn't a saving feature to keep your progress. This is one of those games that gives you a password after clearing each stage. Not the most utilitarian way of keeping your progress, but it did make looking up passwords online back in the day effectively function as a level select if you ever got stuck. Even by 1996, there was still a handful of games on the PS1 that were still using passwords. For people who only ever played Pokemon games on the original Game Boy, you gotta understand, most games on that platform didn't have the luxury of having a save battery included. The game speak in this game is boiled down to 4 commands. The 2 pitches of whistling, fart, and offering a handshake? Yeah, so there aren't any Mudokons to rescue in this game, but that's to be expected on a system that had 6 less buttons than the PS1 controller. The only Mudokons you interact with are the natives that give you the red rings of death after a password. To their credit, they do get some sound bites from the PS1 version in there, albeit incredibly bit crushed. But again, this was the Game Boy. You have to understand that hearing Pikachu say its name in Pokemon Yellow was pretty mind-blowing for the time. Even a generation later, Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories having 2 whole FMVs on the Game Boy Advance was a huge flex. The levels are an incredibly simplified version of the trials from the Paramonia temple with a few tweaks here and there. The intro before the temple itself is different, and there aren't any secret areas since there aren't any Mudokons to save. What was very cool though was that there's a whole slew of extra gauntlets to get through after finishing the Paramite nests. Pretty much the entire second half is original stages made just for this game. All I can say is I'm glad I played this on an emulator because I really felt like I needed those save states. Abe's Oddysee was already a pretty hard game, but elements of that become even harder when there are facets of gameplay that don't exactly line up with the original. Paramites largely behaved the same, but there were a few times during the screen transitions where they killed me because the game decided I was still too close to it. Trying to lure Sligs a screen over would sometimes have them kill me even when they weren't even on screen. Dirty cheaters, it's not supposed to work that way. The jump in this game is also awkward as hell. You can still leap forward while running by pressing A, which is straightforward enough. Jumping on the spot with A will make you jump straight up. Hopping though, you have to press A and then press left or right in a short window after. Do it too early and nothing happens. Do it too late and you just jump straight up. I could never get used to this. The muscle memory from the original game ran too deep in my old man membrane. It's very much a Game Boy adaptation. Pretty trimmed back and pretty unforgiving to compensate for the short length. Doing a near perfect run of this game will clock in at about 30 to 40 minutes. That wouldn't even cover an entire train ride into the city for me. Oddworld Adventures is an interesting novelty, but you're honestly not missing much if you pass on it. It's the kind of thing that would have been neat back in 1998, I'm sure, but in the age of Nintendo hybrid consoles and handheld PC machines like the Steam Deck blowing up in popularity, yeah, it feels rather quaint. A demake is certainly neat, but could you imagine what a remake of Abe's Oddysee would look like? Oh, right.
But that was before I knew. How we'd make new and tasty, I was still to find.
For historical context, it should be mentioned here that since 2005, Oddworld Inhabitants as it was back in the day no longer existed. After their 4th game, Oddworld Stranger's Wrath tanked commercially, in big part due to corporate meddling from EA, the company liquidated to the point that Lorne and Sherry were effectively all who remained. Hell, even before Stranger's Wrath went into full production, a few of the creative heads that had been there since the beginning had also left. Lead game designer Paul O'Connor, production designer Farzad Vaharamyan, and creative designer Chris Ulm had all left to join High Moon Studios and work on their debut project, Darkwatch. Oddworld Inhabitants at this point was effectively a creative support team, with reins for their next venture being handed over to British indie studio Just Add Water. Their first impression with this series was very bad. In 2010, alongside the announcement of them working on a remake of Abe's Oddysee for the PS3, they announced a new package on Steam called the Odd Box. This featured not only Abe's Oddysee and Abe's Exoddus, but for the first time, PC ports of both Munch's Oddysee and Stranger's Wrath. Exciting on paper, but to this day these are some of the worst PC ports I've ever played. Munch's Oddysee was so buggy that you couldn't even get out of the first room of the game without crashing. Walking on a sloped surface just killed it altogether. Stranger's Wrath at least never crashed on me, but the optimization was terrible, the controls were baffling, and there were seizure-inducing graphical glitches everywhere. I refuse to believe that these even got tested. They probably got to the point where they would just boot up and thought, yep, they work, ship them out. To give credit where it's due though, both of these games later not only got fixed, but received some graphical overhauls as HD remasters in 2011, even getting releases on PlayStation platforms for the first time. The PC version of Munch's Oddysee never got the HD treatment, but Munch's Oddysee fucking sucks, so who really cares? Fast forward to 2014 and we finally got the long-awaited Oddworld New and Tasty. Only on PS4 though, the PS3 port would have to wait. I think retrospective reappraisals are good. Sometimes you can never fully understand how you feel about something until you've given it a few years or a replay or two to let your feelings really sink in. Many games I didn't care for initially really grew on me in hindsight, while others I really liked got even better upon closer inspection of mechanics or the production side of things. On the other hand, there have been more than a few that I did enjoy initially that have actively gotten worse the more times I revisited them. My big three being Saints Row the Third, Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, and Oddworld New and Tasty. Back when it came out in 2014, I really liked this game. The very idea of a full 3D remake of Abe's Oddysee was such a dream come true for me that even this early teaser screenshot had me thinking, oh my god, it looks so good, and fucking seriously? But yeah, this was one of those games that while I enjoyed the first playthrough, there was still a niggling feeling at the back of my mind that many things about this just didn't quite feel right. Things that would become increasingly apparent upon a post-hype clarity second playthrough and actually playing the original again. Before I go off, I do have to preface that there absolutely were objective improvements in this release. Giving you more direct control of your arc with throwable objects? Hell yeah. A quick save feature so you're not purely reliant on the god-awful checkpoint system? Good riddance. Being able to have more than one Mudakan follow you at a time? Be still my heart. A proper chapter select complete with times for speedruns? All for it. And more I'll touch on in a bit. But listen, I've played Oddworld New and Tasty more than a few times. I played it at launch in its rather rough state, I played it again after all the patches, I've gotten every single achievement in the game on both PS4 and PC, which includes rescuing every Mudakan and finishing the game with a cumulative time of under 3 hours. I confidently know this game pretty well. I stress that there are things I genuinely think improve on the original, but they are far outweighed by the things that don't. Oddworld New and Tasty as a whole feels like a regression from its forebearer in so many ways, from the technical to the art direction to the surface level superficial things to how it actually plays. So much about this game is just wrong. Let's start with one of the first things you'll be greeted with and one of my biggest pet peeves with this remake, the art direction. Change in art styles can often be one of the biggest sticking points for many when it comes to remakes, remasters, or reimaginings. Understandably so. It can be something as little as a personal preference or in worst case scenario, outright betray or misunderstand what the visual choices the original went for were trying to convey in the first place. The original Abe's Oddysee had a very gritty approach to the visuals within Rupture Farms. The dull colours from the smoke-filled skies, the cold metal interiors, the dismal lighting where everything looked to be illuminated by cheap fluorescent bulbs, the way almost everything looked filthy and run down, blood splatters strewn about, old posters on the walls looking like they'd been there for decades, and most important of all, the very grounded designs of everything being an exaggerated approximation of what you'd see in the real world. Compare all that to the Rupture Farms we see in New and Tasty. Right off the bat, the exterior of the factory looks like something straight out of a generic sci-fi future. Everything is sleek and high-tech, neon lights replace traditional signs, and the sky, while still filled with smoke, is bathed in a warm light by the afternoon sun. The factory itself looks more like a big transport terminal or a supervillain lair that transforms into a giant mechanical spider for the final battle. Part of Oddworld's appeal was blurring the line between photorealism and fantasy exaggeration, but this just looks alien in the most uninspired way possible. While slightly better, even the interiors look a lot more well lit with more popping colour. I guess they were trying to emulate the different lighting seen in the Zulags later in the game, but it's not as effective when you're trying to set the tone of how dark and awful this place is at the start of the game. The light haze in the air almost looks like the Mudakan workers all broke wind at once. As far as in-game locations, the more high-end technology can still be seen seeping in with stuff like the scrolling LCD boards. They feel a little too fancy in contrast to the barrels littered about the place, while the LCD text on black backgrounds of the original were both more utilitarian and easier on the eyes. Doesn't help these new ones are lit on the same ugly shade of orange as the HUD from Ratchet & Clank 3. I will say though, the data boards already had some amusing lines in amongst the hints of the original, and they added quite a few more this time and are still very on brand. Stuff about volunteering for landmine testing, advertising sligarettes, Mudokons found in R&D will be shot then prosecuted, cleanup required in the insemination vats.
That's disgusting.
I find the posters to be a little more excessive though. What used to be dirty posters hanging around the place in the original are now big gaudy hologram looking standees, and they're a lot more prevalent than these things were in the original, which also featured more stuff like the meat charts for different species. Not so much of that here. I get there's not many other places you can put all these in the game without it feeling intrusive, but it just feels a bit wasteful putting this many resources into advertising the products you make inside your own factory. Or maybe that's the point and I'm missing something. I will say the addition of Elam chubs is a nice touch though. Rupture Farms surely will try to find pretty much anything in the wild they can turn into tasty treats. Elam meat is probably pretty gamey though, so I don't know how well that would work for little bite-sized snacks outside of maybe jerky. Something I really can't stand by, however, is the inclusion of ads on the progress boards. I'm not even talking about the stuff like Paramite pies or Scrab cakes, I mean posters advertising other games. I gotta tell you, there's nothing quite as immersion breaking as seeing a human depicted within Oddworld. If you like Abe's Oddysee, we're sure you'll love Velocity, Galaxy, Road Not Taken, and Gravity Crash Ultra. Gravity Crash was also made by Just Add Water, by the way. This just does not sit right with me at all, man. It's one thing to have references to your own back catalogue or nods to other series, that's perfectly normal. But to be a no-name studio working on a remake of a beloved classic, inserting advertising posters for games made by some of your mates and one by your own studio, to piggyback off a project that's going to get more eyes on it than anything you've done or will ever do, in a series as anti-capitalist as Oddworld, it just feels kinda gross. This choice was rightly lambasted by people at launch, enough so that subsequent releases of the game removed these entirely, but even with all those up-to-date patches, they're still in the PS4 version as an ugly reminder. Checkpoints are also no longer represented in a more subtle way, but presented with these copy-paste LED signs with Gluckin faces on them in Rupture Farms, and with these glowing orbs in the wilderness areas. I guess having a little rhombus over Abe's head wouldn't have stood out as well with the cluttered environments and overbearing lighting. This game also has quick save now, so I really don't know why highlighting checkpoints is necessary unless you feel like playing this game only with the checkpoint system. Though one thing of note with these things, the click and beep sound effect they make when they're triggered sounds a bit like that subtle noise you hear when you boot up a PS1. I don't know if that's what they were going for, but it's a neat touch if it was intentional. One of the benefits of the original game being in 2D was the way it could present bird portals. Chanting would make the birds create these orbs of light that would separate, creating a cool and mystical looking vertical entranceway. You could easily portray Mudokons jumping through this thing like a portal by having a layer on one side that would obscure their sprites as they jumped through, then the lights collide and flash the entire screen. Understandably, an effect like this couldn't easily be replicated in 3D, so instead the birds form this rock portal thing. A unique enough idea, I guess, but it still falls in line with my distaste for some of the cluttered visual design in this game. There are a few environmental additions in the background of Rupture Farms and new and tasty that I do like, though. Near the end before you escape to the Stockyards, there's a conveyor belt in the back that shows caged paramites and scrabs being moved off for processing, which is not only a nice detail to have, but level design wise it's very cohesive to the world at large, seeing as the Stockyards are pretty much just outside of where we are. The other is that final secret area near the end of the level. What was just a strange placement of trapdoors and meat saws leading to a tucked away area with a few workers in the original, is now a full-on butchery area. It's something we didn't see in the original while also not feeling all exaggerated and sci-fi aesthetically. The Stockyards is largely the same as the original, but does bring one of my issues with this game to light, so to speak. While it's not as prevalent now as it was 10 to 15 years ago, an effect I always despised was making light sources so wrought with bloom that it bleeds into the foreground like everything is being viewed through a camera. New and Tasty wasn't the first time I had seen it in a game, but it was the first one that really pissed me off. Lighting isn't exactly the Unity engine's strongest asset, but some of these vistas would look so much nicer without the illusion being broken by way of the game looking like I'm viewing it through a dirty lens. I don't mind it so much in something like a first-person game where your character is wearing a visor, piloting a vehicle, or looking through the scope of a gun, but third-person games are where I draw the line. If you're playing on PC, there actually is a way to turn these off by simply toggling some values in one of the config files. You can turn off glow, bloom, and lens flare. Mix and match them however you want. It looks a little flatter in some ways, but I honestly prefer this. It isn't nearly as bad nowadays, but let it never be forgotten how hideous Bloom looked in the late 2000s and early 2010s. Good riddance. Visually, I don't find the rest of the game too disagreeable. The Free Fire zone doesn't look right with Bloom coming off the night sky, and the stealth sections are hideously over-designed, but we'll touch on that in the gameplay section. The Monsaic Lines is basically pitch perfect, capturing the atmosphere and look of the original without too many changes, though I do miss the huge statues in the background and the zoomed out shots of certain areas. That last section you need to bypass with Shrikle just doesn't feel as imposing or compressed and zoomed in like this. Those bottles of Soulstorm brew near where the Sligs were patrolling is a nice touch though. The place with the world that led to the wilds is a lot better in this version though. There's this big pillar in the center with symbols representing Scrabs and Paramites, and they light up after you completed each respective area. You can even see the path beyond it that leads to the final temple where the ceremony to awaken Shrikle happens. Paramonia is much the same, with the spiky forests and large rocky structures coming across pretty well in 3D. That sign advertising that splinters from much as Oddysee was going to be built in these forests is kinda neat as far as trying to tie the games together, but I would have preferred it being off somewhere in the background and less in your face. Scrabania was among the most visually pleasant locations in the original game, and that much is still true and new and tasty. Plenty of beautiful vistas with the best use of bloom in the game, you know, being a sun-baked desert and everything. The lens flare can get really intrusive here, but the PC Gaming Master Race can switch that shit off. I do like a lot of the smaller details here, the light breaking through the gaps in the canyons, the way it glows on some of the cacti, and it manages to do this without being too overbearing. The intro FMV also has a brief glimpse of Bolamites from Stranger's Wrath, which I think is a much better nod to the wider world than the Splinters sign from Paramonia. The character designs are largely unchanged, still being based on the concept seen in the original game. Abe is back to having all of his fingers again, which is nice to see. There is one change I particularly liked though, and that's the Mudokon workers having their ponytails cut off. It both helps differentiate them from Abe and the Mudokon natives, but also gives the impression of them being stripped of their native roots and forced into conformity. Abe still has his, but I'm not sure if there's some in-universe explanation for it. Maybe his position as the top floor waxer in the company grants him special privileges over the plebeians scrubbing floors by hand. The Mudokon natives in the Monsaic Lines also wear masks, so at first glance there's really no mistake that these guys are different from the chuckle fucks you've been saving for the last hour or so. Sligs underwent a design change over the years. In the first game they had a thin visor over their masks, but in Abe's Exoddus and every game following it, they were changed to have what were essentially goggles on the sides of their masks. I'm largely indifferent to the change visually, but from an in-universe standpoint it makes so much more sense for them to have the forward-facing visor. Having eyes on the side of their head is for prey, while predators have forward-facing eyes. Sure, you can make the argument that without the mechanical pants and guns, Sligs are pathetic enough that they basically are prey, but that's kind of the point of those augmentations, turning them into predators. New and Tasty manages to strike a middle ground. While most of the Sligs you come across are sporting the newer designs, you do see the occasional Slig with the original visors among them. I appreciate that little detail. While we're talking about presentation, let's go back to the FMVs. Holy shit. I know Abe's Oddysee set a high bar for the era, but even for a low-budget indie production, how on earth do these look so much worse than they did 17 years earlier? Putting aside the low resolution and heavily artifacted visuals due to the 700MB disk space limits of the time, these are so much better in the PS1 version. The animations are smoother, the models look nicer, the shot composition is great, but most of all, the textures and lighting really sell the dank, dirty atmosphere of Rupture Farms and the danger of Oddworld at large. Not helped is the overexposed lighting and dirty lens effect from in-game are here too, except these ones can't be turned off since they're pre-rendered. It isn't all bad though. There were a few additional or expanded on cutscenes that add a bit to the game. The transitionary cutscenes before going to the wilds of Scrabania and Paramonia shows how Slig patrols are able to capture these creatures that ideally should be able to get the better of them. That is a nice touch that goes beyond reusing footage we already saw in the original of the frolicking creatures and shots of the Rupture Farms production line. There's an extra scene of Mullock watching Abe escaping beyond the Stockyards near the start of the game, which is a welcome addition. In the original, it could have been inferred that the Sligs Abe ran into in the wilderness were just generally on patrol for capturing stock, but now you get more of a feeling that he's being hunted far and wide as a fugitive, rather than just seeing those few wanted posters near the start. A bit of an oddity here is that the bad ending has new animations, but the audio was just ripped entirely from the original game. I have no idea why they did this, but having the new animations lip-syncing to the old audio feels a little uncanny in ways.
He was killing it. Did you see him? Yeah, he didn't do much. But Abe, he's one of us. He wasn't any good. He shot us. But what do you think? It was a schmuck. Well, how about you? I don't get it.
That was?
No, guys, no.
No.
Let him.
There's a new cutscene to replace the old one of Abe escaping through the Stockyards by falling into a barrel. This time it was changed up to have Abe fall onto a cargo platform between two caged Scrabs. I guess this does make a bit more sense, as the area he's in would more likely be transporting living creatures rather than barrels of meat, but I always preferred his more bumbling, almost accidental escape. That first shot of Abe realizing where he was pretty funny, and the following shot of the Scrab reaching its head through the cage to try and reach him was in a lot of the trailers. But even before the game came out, I had the same question floating around in my head. Why didn't the Scrab on the left immediately gore him the moment he hit the cage? Sure enough, in the final game, that left Scrab does lunge, but Abe is somehow able to maneuver past that Scrab and the one that had already stuck its head out and fall off the platform without a scratch. The whole thing plays out a lot more awkwardly, and not in the bumbling hero sort of way that the original did. I think I would have preferred there being only a single Scrab, or even just sticking to the original idea. Another one that bothered me was the Scrabania intro. As the shot pans up, it shows a bunch of Scrab skeletons strewn across the desert, and the narration almost implies that Rupture Farms hunting them down is why these ones are dead. But that just doesn't make any sense. Scrabs are captured alive and slaughtered in the factory. Unless they bring all the skeletons back to the desert and dump them here, that's not what's going on. These would have just been leftovers of Scrabs killing each other in scuffles during their morning commute. Both the temples also have brand new cutscenes showing Abe actually entering the temple rather than just teleporting inside with the bird portals. The Paramonia one has him freaking out over seeing dead sligs all caught up in paramite webs right in the entrance. It's a little overblown considering how many times he's brushed death with these things already at this point. The Scrabania one has him entering the temple by scaling across one of the massive ropes over a vast chasm. One I like a lot in concept, but as far as how it comes across, this thing brings me to my next issue. The animation in the scene feels incredibly awkward and weightless and always stands out more than any of the other cutscenes. For a series that was lauded for its beautifully detailed animations once upon a time, a lot of the animations in New and Tasty are a travesty. Right from the get-go you get a terrible first impression with Abe's mug on the title screen. His idle animations look just fine, but when he ducks his head in during the transition between screens, the animation looks way too sped up. It kinda looks like either when you emulate old games with the frame rate uncapped, or when older cartoons had to artificially speed up animations because the way they were done the first time didn't quite flow right. It's janky, unnatural, and really needed a second pass. In-game animations don't fare much better, in some ways being even worse with how inconsistent they are. Things snapping into place with little transition and some movements playing out a lot faster than others because of previously mentioned issues. Abe falling to the ground has a very abrupt transition between falling and standing back up, like a Family Guy pratfall that isn't funny. Sligs do the same, whether they're falling down or snapping from one position to another when they're about facing. Pulling levers as Sligs, Abe moving from crouching to pulling a lever with no transition whatsoever, Mudak and workers getting beaten, and so on. Because of this, a lot of the movement or actions in this game lose a lot of the feeling of weight that the original excelled at, even for something you're not in direct control of. Remember how it felt jumping into the wells in the original? The speed always varied depending on how far the game needed you to get, from a strong wind to being fired out of a cannon. New and Tasty still does the same, but not only is the animation for jumping into them playing way too fast, no matter the speed you're shot out, every single one of these feels less like there's any momentum involved, and more like you're being dragged along an invisible rail. Possessing bells has the metal balls just kinda graze across them, with the ball not reflecting the impact the bells have, compared to the original where the ball full on bounces off after each strike. And let's not forget one of my favourite environmental gags. Let's compare the Slig pulling that boom lever in Scrabania in the original to the one in New and Tasty. Was there just no way you could have sped that up at all? The comic timing is non-existent now. As one final encapsulation of the difference in all of these qualities and cutscenes, I'll leave this off with the old and new versions of one of the last cutscenes in the game. What a drag.
Yeah.
Well, I rescued Mudokins. But who's gonna rescue me?
Can I double this?
'Cause here I am, face to face.
Go up! Now do him! Yeah!
With Mullet the Gluckin. Well, I rescued Mudokins, but who's gonna rescue me? 'Cause here I am, face to face with Mullet the Gluckin.
I've actually had some people give me pushback in the past for trashing New and Tasty's presentation, in particular with me saying it was embarrassing how a game on the PS1 outdid it in the sound department in pretty much every way. They're free to believe that all they want, but what I'm going to do is present some comparisons to those of you in the audience, and I'll let you come to your own conclusions. I think I've made my point. Abe's Oddysee practically sold itself on its sound in an era where stereo and CD quality audio in games was still exciting new technology. Even with the benefit of 17 years of progression in gaming, New and Tasty still manages to fall flat in comparison with so many sounds lacking impact. Though the audio failings in this game go beyond the actual sound effects, every single time I played this game I've had moments where audio for certain actions would periodically cut out altogether, leaving an awkward silence in their wake, like slugs firing blanks or grenades being reduced to smoke bombs. I will at least say it's a lot better than it was at launch. I still distinctly remember from my first playthrough that by the time I made it to the Rupture Farms return, not only were sounds cutting out left and right, but the audio quality tanked to the point almost everything came through distorted. Even the end credits were garbled. Oh god, the end credits. So if you're unaware, there was an indie musician who had one of her songs used for the end credits of New and Tasty. The social media posts advertising this announcement said that she was a big Oddworld fan, and I'm sure she was stoked about the whole thing. Even the song itself, I don't think it's terrible. Not the kind of thing I'd add to my playlist, but it was fine. But what is this doing in an Oddworld game? You know how I said that song they used for the credits of the Japanese version of the game was goofy and didn't fit the tone of the game at all, but I still found it kind of enjoyable? Yeah, it would still fit a hell of a lot better than this. I was born to love you? If there is any series I'd associate the idea of love or romance with less than Oddworld, I haven't played it yet. This is bafflingly out of place. Even inserting Sanctuary after the battle from Kingdom Hearts 2 would feel more on theme with this game. Those people who make joke edits adding different songs to the end of games legitimately have a better grasp of thematic resonance with music.
Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing on that ship?
Sir, finishing this fight.
This game also came out the same year as that famous trailer for Metal Gear Solid 5. You know, that one where you're given a sizzle reel of all sorts of events and character interactions from the game, soundtrack to Nuclear by Mike Oldfield. Now that is how you do musical and thematic synchronicity. I don't think I've seen anything since that even come close. But I'm getting off topic. The actual in-game music is just fine. Michael Bross has been composing for Oddworld since much as Oddysee. His music for the Oddworld games is alright, but I do hold a grudge for him being half the reason the Ratchet & Clank series hasn't had a single memorable piece of music in almost 20 years. God, I miss David Bourgeaud. The compositions he does for New and Tasty are essentially reorchestrations of Alan Mayer's work from the original game. Not as much mind is paid to the ambient transitions, but I can't really level that complaint at him since the problems with audio in this game go well beyond his compositions. Voice acting is another thing I want to touch on. Voice acting in the Oddworld games has never been particularly great, but they're usually handled entirely in-house, which I can respect. It's like a holdover from the simpler days of the industry where a secondary character could be voiced by a texture artist who's never done voiceover work in his life, but they just roll with it anyway. The original Abe's Oddysee had Lorne Lanning voicing every single character, and even in-game it was pretty simple since Mudokons were just differently pitched versions of Abe's lines. New and Tasty is still largely voiced by Lorne Lanning. Abe has his more modern interpretation of the voice, being the slightly goofier tone heard in Abe's Exoddus and Munch's Oddysee.
This new kind of meat? It was us!
Slugs are still the same as they've ever been, and I love them for it. Mullock the Gluckin has a much deeper voice this time around to make him that much more intimidating.
He was pissed.
But then there's the Mudokons. Rather than all being copy-paste of Abe's voice lines, they actually hired a bunch of different actors to do lines and add some variety. Honestly, all pitched up and doing similar voices, they kinda blend together. The only ones that really stick out are the ones voiced by David Hayter. Yes, that David Hayter. He's still doing the gruff, solid Snake voice, but just pitched up, so you really notice it. I didn't recognize most of the others, but apparently Newton Faulkner did some voiceover too. Really? That guy who sang Dream Catch Me? I like that song. But that is some weirdly specific casting. But that's not really the part of this I wanted to talk about. What I don't like about the voice acting in this game is how it's actually implemented into gameplay. These guys just don't shut up. Anywhere you go with Mudokons or Slugs, you'll overhear the same inane and unfunny chatter over and over again. There's only so many times you can hear Mudokons groaning and uttering the lines,
"This one spot of floor is gonna be shining,"
or
"This job sucks,"
before it really starts to grate. Also, Slugs beat Mudokons with no provocation while watching over them, so I don't know why the workers think chattering like this is in any way a good idea. It kind of undermines the oppressive atmosphere of Rupture Farms for the sake of cramming in some comedy. To be fair though, most of the Slugs lines aren't great either. There is one line they have that I find kind of amusing though, where they utter, "Do this he says, do that he says, piss off." Aside from that though, one place I do appreciate all the extra lines is with the direct interactions with NPCs. Whether it's interacting with Slugs or getting Mudokons to follow you around, there's a much bigger pool of lines to work with that adds a little variety. Another place I will praise the voice acting up and down for is an addition made to the final gauntlet before the boardroom near the end of the game. When the gas countdown starts, at the beginning of the level there's a Slug who comes on the intercom requesting Gluckin executives to come to the boardroom, which wasn't in the original game. This section can be pretty tough and has no checkpoints, so death is bound to happen a lot. To alleviate this, they actually recorded a whole bunch of different lines so that you wouldn't be exposed to the same sentence over and over again.
All upper management execs, please report to the boardroom now. Stop right there. Emergency board meeting now. All executives to the boardroom now. Hold it right there. All Gluckin executives, please report to the boardroom now. Thank you.
That is greatly appreciated. But that's enough about the set dressing. Let's discuss the main course. The foundation of Oddworld New and Tasty required the challenge of adapting the original game into a new format with a few key differences. It was now in full 3D, levels would scroll instead of being broken up into screens, and movement was no longer strictly bound to a grid. If you're familiar at all with the original game, you'll understand that this causes a few issues from the get-go with the way Abe's Oddysee handled many of its puzzles. Levels scrolling both vertically and horizontally means that certain hazards that required you to bait them to one side of the screen, or wouldn't be aware of your presence until you made the transition, can't be fooled so easily, and in some cases could be more dangerous. This has partially been taken into account though. In the case of chant suppressors, these will only zap you if you're within range of them. This is indicated by the red light turning on and a small sound being played. There are a few puzzles like this where you're restricted from chanting until you get to a particular safe spot where the orb indicates that you're out of range, so thumbs up for that, that's a good compromise. Slugs on the other hand now operate on Metal Gear Solid henchman mechanics where they have vision cones in front of them which can be visibly seen. Because of this, even when you're on the same elevation as them, you're in the clear as long as you're out of their range of sight. Unlike the original, where trying to possess a slug can sometimes have them run off screen, New and Tasty uses the scrolling camera as essentially a trap area. If the slug is visibly on screen and you try possessing it, the slug will only run within the visible bounds. This works as a good compromise to the ever-changing nature of a player's camera position, but can also be cheesed sometimes. For instance, there's a penultimate gauntlet from Zulag 4, and me using both the screen position and the slug's limited view area to my advantage and possessing one that in any other circumstance in the original would have shot me dead the moment I started chanting. Chalk that up as just one more way I exploit this section. A change to slugs in this game that I can't get behind, however, is their increased aggression. This also in part ties into adapting the game for scrolling levels. As was the same in the original, slugs have different phases of alertness. When they spot you from a distance, they'll yell freeze and shoot at you shortly after. If you alert them when you're in closer proximity, their window before shooting you is much shorter, usually not even yelling freeze if you're essentially right next to them. The difference is that a few sections in Abe's Oddysee would have you sometimes running past slugs that would be alerted to your presence and yelling freeze pretty much right as you're disappearing the next screen over. You don't have that luxury in New and Tasty. One of the most infamous of these is in one of the running sections in Scrabania where you dash past a bunch of slugs while riding on Elam. But you have to make sure you're jumping at just the right spots because alerting a slug a moment too early will have it almost immediately shoot and kill you. This element of randomness in what is essentially a scripted chase scene really ruins the moment it was going for. While I don't have footage for it, one of the playthroughs I did for the Rupture Farms return while going for the new and hasty achievement for some reason had the sleeping slug during the slog chase waking up and almost immediately killing me in almost every attempt I make. The problem with this is that it isn't consistent. Most of the time I could run by just fine, others the game decides it's alert enough to just get up and kill me on the spot. And unlike the Elam run, there aren't any variables or jump timing to account for here, you're just running straight down a path until you can reach higher ground. If it wasn't the AI bugging out like this that hindered my progress, it was the part immediately after where I possessed a slug and got rid of some of my pursuers. This for some reason locked the camera in place while I was controlling the slug and I wasn't able to go anywhere, something I do have footage for because this glitch happened to me multiple times while playing through this section. If you're going for 100%, you're effectively screwed if this happens because you need the slug to backtrack and clear up most of the hazards in your way. This aggression also translated to possession. In the original, if you possessed slugs and there was another slug nearby, a lot of the time they would notice what happened and shoot at you. Sometimes immediately, sometimes with enough of a delay that you could kill them first the moment you gain control. If you did this while Murdoch and workers were in the area, those particular slugs were pre-programmed to not immediately try to kill you, because that would be a dick move. New and Tasty does a dick move. In the few areas with multiple slugs to possess, whether there were Mudokons in the area or not, other slugs would always be alerted to the possession and shoot at you. It's not immediately, but it is a pain in the ass to possess a slug and then have to yell look out to keep the surrounding workers from getting gunned down with you. You only sometimes have enough time to do that and then shoot back before the other slug gets you. The quick save in this game does make this far less of a penalty, but I'm still not letting that be used as a crutch for bad game design. I guess I should state now that my gameplay anecdotes here are all based on playing on hard difficulty, because getting one-shotted by enemies in Abe's Oddysee is the way God intended. If you have to play this game on easy even with quick save available to you to snap the challenge in half, you're a wuss. Full offense intended. With that being said, the biggest failing with hard difficulty in this game is the health bar. Yes, there's a health bar in this game. It's presented as a halo of birds sort of deal, like the one from Munch's Oddysee. You'll see some birds fly off you when you take incremental damage, and health can be restored either by freeing Mudokons or chanting in the proximity of birds in the environment. Where this ties into hard mode is that there are actually some things that aren't instant death. Bats, for example, aren't an instant kill like they were in the original. They will only gradually whittle down your health when they come into contact with you. Because of this, some elements of the game that gradually hurt you, like bats or bees, can be an instant death if you're going through areas where you weren't able to heal yourself and only have a couple of birds left. Though even some of the more annoying spots in the game, like the boulder swing jumps in the Paramonia temple, at least have birds around, so as far as I'm aware you can't get yourself soft-locked. If there is one saving grace, you can kill bats with rocks now. The opportunity doesn't arise much, but it's nice that the little bastards aren't invincible anymore. Slog huts have been tweaked from the rather cheap way they were presented in the original. They would just trigger slogs when you reached a certain part of the screen, plus would occasionally have a last hidden one that would catch you off guard. In New and Tasty there are lights around them that count down to when they activate and will only turn off once every slog inside is gone. A little more intuitive, but at the same time much easier to cheese. Even that final sequence in Zulag 4 can be bypassed by running off to the side before the lights finish counting down. The switch from grid-based movement to more free movement can also prove problematic when dealing with certain environmental hazards. Mines aren't laid out with perfect gaps between them like they used to be, rather being piled together in a very crude way. Depending on your placement, you may do a set hop and still land on one of these things. The other big one is the meat saws. I don't know what is up with the hitboxes on these things, but I have more than a few times tried hopping past these things and gotten minced mid-jump even when they're not moving. These things should not be able to kill you in their default state unless you're jumping straight up while underneath them. While it has since been fixed, I gotta tell you how much worse this was in the launch version. While there is a toggle now, there originally wasn't a dedicated hop button. You'd tilt the analog stick to walk, push it all the way to run, and the jump button would make you jump up while stationary. But to hop, you had to be moving the analog stick before pressing the jump button. When you have both spaced out mines and meat saws with wonky hitboxes, this becomes a recipe for disaster. Let me tell you, before the controls were fixed, this right here was the worst room in the game. Trying to jump between moving meat saws with trapdoors along the way when moving slightly more than you meant was an instant death? Not a good time. Patches have since made this slightly more tolerable. Being able to play on keyboard with both running and hopping having their own dedicated keys gives me an experience much closer to the original. Not quite as good, but at least a little better. There's a very egregious change to environmental elements that both affects gameplay and visual design that I hate, and that's some of the elements of stealth. First up is the motion detectors. In the original, these were essentially vertical shafts of red light being projected from a distant device. They would overlap and usually move at different speeds in a way that really kept you on your toes, trying to maintain a pace and move through a section without being hasty and being mindful of multiple elements at once. They were simple and effective. The way New and Tasty handles these is atrocious. Since I guess things like these weren't so easy to translate to 3D, they're now some sort of security gateways, clunking along set paths surrounded by rail. Because of this mechanical redesign, they're not only visually way too busy, but they're both much slower and can't overlap. They instead slowly shift from one end of their track to the other. Needless to say, this takes out a lot of what made the motion detectors interesting and challenging in the first place. The way they moved at different speeds and intersected, meaning you weren't just slowly walking behind a single one of them waiting for it to pass you by. You actually had to pay attention to more than one of these at a time. The other big one is shadowed areas. In the original, there were some places that were dark enough that you could hide within and evade the sight of sligs. These were clearly visually indicated and you could always tell when you were hidden. New and Tasty seemed to think that this was a little too hard to implement with its fancy real-time lighting engine, so stealth areas are now indicated with big billows of steam coming out of the ground. These areas do have darker lighting that looks to obscure Abe, so it must have been more like the original at some point in development, but they just didn't put in the extra legwork to make it obvious when you were out of sight. I really don't like how these clouds of steam look. In contrast to everything else, they feel too deliberately video gamey as an element compared to how organic the shadows were in the original. The worst of these are in the Free Fire zone, out in the wilds beyond Rupture Farms in the dark of the night, and there's these vents out here letting out a bunch of steam. This is all made even worse in some of the sections later where you have both these and the new motion detectors. A hodgepodge of visual diarrhea that robs the Free Fire zone of its minimalistic and tranquil nighttime aesthetic, polluting it with an abundance of technology, cluttered design, and bloom. What a waste. On the topic of stealth, there's also the new means of movement. If you crouch down, you can shuffle on the ground like a dog scratching its ass on the carpet. It's a functional in-between of sneaking and rolling. It's definitely useful in certain areas, even if it can make a few sections completely trivial if you're expected to duck under rotating mines or something. They do kind of balance this out by making this movement incredibly slow. It's rather situational, but I don't dislike its inclusion. As I touched on briefly, in the wilderness there is a lot more focus on sections involving Elam. The long stretches of chase in the original were supposed to be some cool jumping set pieces, but the pacing always felt a little awkward due to the constantly shifting screens, especially when you had to replay them if you got the timing between some of the jumps a little off. With the new scrolling perspective in New and Tasty, these sections are better in some ways but worse in others. The camera tilts to give you a better view of what's coming up ahead, which is incredibly helpful, and it's easier to make it feel like an intense action movie set piece when it's all flowing together seamlessly like this. The drawback is that even with the better foresight, many elements of these chases can still easily kill you through no fault of your own. First is the aforementioned hair trigger sligs on patrol, and the other is placement of explosives. Landmines can be hard to gauge while moving at speed, which can occasionally lead to misplaced jumps. And then there's the floating mines in Scrabania. There's a few sections where the patterns of the rotating mines were so difficult to get the timing down that it was honestly easier to just take it slow. Quick saving between jumps and getting the small run up to get through small windows of safety. In a way it made me appreciate the screen by screen transitions in the original, and that even with the choppy progression, the hazards were still visually a lot easier to read. I also can't help but notice that in between level transitions, Abe is dismounted from Elam whether you are riding him or not. I can't say for sure, but I speculate that spawning Abe in a new map already riding Elam caused the game to crash or bug out. That's usually what these kind of workarounds tend to be for. The level design in New and Tasty is an interesting beast, and I mean that in a very neutral way. A good 95% is a straight translation of the original, with some minor tweaks either to accommodate the slightly different mechanics to be cohesive with some changes in visual design. Stuff like the final secret in Rupture Farms is functionally similar in ideas to the one from the original, but with a visual makeover and the addition of a slig in the last room. There have been some switch-ups here and there. Alongside the extended Elam sequences in the wild, there's this whole area in Paramonia that's brand new, and it actually introduces slogs here where there were none in the original level until you got to the temple. And while the secrets are all in the same locations, there's a couple that were redesigned entirely, like the one in the Free Fire zone where you had to carefully escort Mudokons to a lower level without getting blown up by mines. That one has had such an overhaul that it may as well be a different level entirely, which I'm all for because the original one wasn't that great to begin with. On top of this, since New and Tasty now has the option to make multiple Mudokons follow you at once, the number of workers to rescue has increased from 99 to 299. Mudokons are mostly allocated to the same areas they used to be, but in much larger quantities. Because of this, that first secret in the Stockyards I railed on has actually been greatly improved. You still have to run from one end to the other, but this time it's to pull the lever to deactivate a force field blocking the bird portal. Then you run back to bring all the Mudokons with you. It makes it feel less like busy work, and the Scrab is a little more forgiving even if you mess up on one of the jumps. In general, the Mudokons also follow you more closely, being able to keep up with you a lot better than they could in the original, which makes some sequences with meat saws a lot less problematic in that sense. As well as projectile items having visible throwing arcs, a change I really like is that no matter how many of these items you have in your possession, collecting more from a grenade machine or meat sack will fill that number back up. It could sometimes be troublesome in the original, where if you wanted to be ready for an area with a full pocket, you'd have to toss away what you had left before you could collect more. Also, when you have nothing in your possession, Abe will toss bottle caps. They can't be used to blow up mines or kill bats, but they can be used to distract enemies. I don't think I ever actually used this feature, but it's there if you need it. You also don't get infinite grenades for killing most of the Mudokons in New and Tasty. Since the game now has a level select that tracks your progress, you don't get dumped back anywhere after getting the bad ending. It's just credits and then back to the title. A little extra thing to mention before wrapping up, I do want to give credit that Oddworld inhabitants in Just Add Water were very vocal and involved with the community during development. Beyond regularly sharing new screenshots in progress, the title of the game itself was voted on by fans since the working title was simply Ave HD, and they even accepted fan submissions for naming some of the achievements, some of them like Rupture Farms, Now Hiring, Odds and Rockers, New and Hasty, Escape Fartist. Those were all fan submitted. I remember my submission for the achievement for killing sligs in 15 different ways was Sligfest, but Rupture Farms Now Hiring is good too, I suppose. Despite the relative success of the game, Oddworld Inhabitants' collaboration with Just Add Water didn't last. Lanning cited that having to travel between the US and the UK put a big burden on everyone involved and made communication a hassle. Long distance relationships, man, they're not for everyone. Lorne Lanning did once say that a thing he loved about digital distribution was how you could carry a game's legacy on just by keeping it available. So sure enough, on top of the original game becoming available on pretty much every PlayStation platform and PC storefront, New and Tasty also saw many ports over the years, probably as a combination of wanting to have it as widely available as possible and being another way to fund Oddworld Soulstorm while it was still in its long and turbulent development. Beyond the launch on PS4, Oddworld New and Tasty was eventually released on PC a year later. That PS3 version also eventually came out, but I wouldn't recommend it. It looked and ran like dog shit, so I remain thankful that it wasn't my first impression. I didn't have a PS4 until years after launch, but a mate of mine brought his PS4 over to my place on launch day and let me play through it in one sitting. Shout out to you, Brendan. Beyond that, it saw release on Xbox platforms eventually, the PS Vita, the Wii U, mobile platforms, which sounds awful, and most recently, at time of writing, a port on the Nintendo Switch, coming out just a year before Oddworld Soulstorm followed it. You know, I actually still haven't played through Oddworld Soulstorm yet, but we'll get to that eventually. New and Tasty for me is a tough game to recommend. Personally, I don't like it very much, and after getting all the footage I needed for this video, I'm probably never going to play it again. If you've never played Abe's Oddysee before and you just find this the more approachable and accessible way to play, I can't fault you for that. Regardless of my feelings on the matter, there's still plenty to like here. The checkpoint system with lack of save states in its original format could absolutely be a deal breaker for first time players in the modern age. Even many old school fans still very much enjoy this new interpretation of a beloved classic. At the same time though, I can't in good faith recommend this one over the original, purely from an aesthetic and control standpoint before even touching on a lot of the little things. If the checkpoint system in the original is a deal breaker, the re-release on PS4 and PS5, and even just emulation in general, alleviate that entirely. This is just another in a long line of remakes of games I enjoy where I can't earnestly say the new version is an improvement, let alone a replacement. And that was Oddworld Abe's Oddysee, a twisted yet beautiful PS1 classic and an all-time favourite of mine. Very rough around the edges in some ways that could make playing it a bit of a task, especially going for an all-rescue run, but an experience I cherish all the more for its presentation, atmosphere, great character designs, and just the general sense of weight to the gameplay that made it feel so grounded compared to its contemporaries. Even with some of the frustration that can come from the checkpoint system, the learning curve of the control scheme, misplaced jumps, and occasional unfair death, it's one I'm always happy to revisit. Your mileage may vary playing it for the first time today if you're not accustomed to some of the jank of the PS1 era, but if you are interested in checking it out, it's available digitally on both PS4 and PS5, with quick save and rewind functions to sand off some of the punishment the checkpoint system can divvy out. It can still be bought on the PS3 and PS Vita stores if you've still got those kicking around, and mad respect if you do. If you're one of the poor souls who actually paid money for the PlayStation Classic, it's included on there as well. And of course, it's on both Steam and GOG for dirt cheap even when it's not on sale. And hey, if you want to get it physically, a complete in-box PS1 version isn't horribly priced for a game of both its age and reputation, and hasn't really changed since I bought my copy in 2014. And if the original recipe isn't to your liking, the new and tasty is available on pretty much everything with a screen, barring maybe smart fridges. Give it time. But this wasn't Abe's last outing on the PS1. What comes next is the 1998 sequel that expands on the original in all the best ways, packed with twice the gameplay, twice the FMVs, and twice the flavour. It's significantly harder, yet fairer all the same, nowhere near as many people played it as it deserved, and it's what I have held for years now as a top contender for my favourite game of all time.
Goodbye.
They also appear in any instances when Abe dies, showing particles of light coming up from me. Putting aside the low resolution and heavily artifacted visuals due to the 700 megabyte dick space? Oh no.
Pull the lever, Grunk. Wrong lever!
Huh?
Why do we even have that lever?